Section 18 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. All About Coffee by William Ukers. Chapter 14, Coffee Houses of Old Philadelphia. Ye Coffee House, Philadelphia's first coffee house, opened about 1700. The two London coffee houses, the City Tavern, or Merchant's Coffee House, how these and other celebrated resorts dominated the social, political, and business life of the Quaker city in the 18th century. William Penn is generally credited with the introduction of coffee into the Quaker colony which he founded on the Delaware in 1682. He also brought to the city of brotherly love that other drink of human brotherhood, tea. At first, 1700, like tea, coffee was only a drink for the well-to-do, except in sips. As was the case in other English colonies, coffee languished for a time while tea rose in favor, more especially in the home. Following the Stamp Act of 1765 and the tea tax of 1767, the Pennsylvania colony joined hands with the others in a general tea boycott, and coffee received the same impetus as elsewhere in the colonies that became the 13 original states. The coffee houses of early Philadelphia loom large in the history of the city and the Republic. Picturesque in themselves, with their distinctive colonial architecture, their associations also were romantic. Many a civic, sociological, and industrial reform came into existence in the low-ceilinged, sanded-floor main rooms of the city's early coffee houses. For many years, Ye Coffee House, the two London coffee houses, and the City Tavern, also known as the Merchant's Coffee House, each in its turn dominated the official and social life of Philadelphia. The earlier houses were the regular meeting places of Quaker municipal officers, ship captains, and merchants who came to transact public and private business. As the outbreak of the Revolution drew near, fiery colonials, many in Quaker garb, congregated there to argue against British oppression of the colonies. After the Revolution, the leading citizens resorted to the coffee house to dine and sup and to hold their social functions. When the city was founded in 1682, coffee cost too much to admit of its being retailed to the general public at coffee houses. William Penn wrote in his accounts that in 1683, coffee in the berry was sometimes procured in New York at a cost of 18 shillings 9 pence the pound, equal to about $4.68. He told also that meals were served in the ordinaries at 6 pence, equal to 12 cents, to wit, we have 7 ordinaries for the entertainment of strangers, and for workmen that are not housekeepers, and a good meal is to be had there for 6 pence sterling, with green coffee costing $4.68 a pound, making the price of a cup about 17 cents. It is not likely that coffee was on the menus of the ordinaries serving meals at 12 cents each. Ale was the common mealtime beverage. There were 4 classes of public houses: inns, taverns, ordinaries, and coffee houses. The inn was a modest hotel that supplied lodgings, food, and drink, the beverages consisting mostly of ale, port, Jamaican rum, and Madeira wine. The tavern, though accommodating guests with bed and board, was more a drinking place than a lodging house. The ordinary combined the characteristics of a restaurant and a boarding house. The coffee house was a pretentious tavern, dispensing, in most cases, intoxicating drinks as well as coffee. Philadelphia's first coffee house. The first house of public resort opened in Philadelphia bore the name of the Blue Anchored Tavern, and was probably established 1683 or 1684. Colonial records do not state definitely. As its name indicates, this was a tavern. The first coffee house came into existence about the year 1700. Watson, in one place in his Annals of the City, says 1700, but in another, 1702. The earlier date is thought to be correct, and is seemingly substantiated by the co-authors Scarfe and Westcott in their History of the City, in which they say, the first public house designated as a coffee house was built in Penn's time, 1682 to 1701, by Samuel Carpenter, on the east side of Front Street, probably above Walnut Street. That it was the first of its kind, the only one in fact for some years, seems to be established beyond doubt. It was always referred to in old times as Ye Coffee House. Carpenter owned also the Globe Inn, which was separated from Ye Coffee House by a public stairway running down from Front Street to Water Street, and, it is supposed, to Carpenter's Wharf. The exact location of the old house was recently established from the title to the original patentee, Samuel Carpenter, by Philadelphia Real Estate Title Guarantee Company, as being between Walnut and Chestnut Streets, and occupying 6.5 feet of what is now number 137th South Front Street and the whole of number 139. How long Ye Coffee House endured is uncertain. It was last mentioned in colonial records in a real estate conveyance from Carpenter to Samuel Finney, dated April 26, 1703. In that document, it is described as that brick messuage, or tenement called Ye Coffee House, in the possession of Henry Flower, and situate, lying and being upon or before the bank of the Delaware River, containing in length about 30 feet and in breadth about 24. The Henry Flower mentioned as the proprietor of Philadelphia's first coffee house was postmaster of the province for a number of years, and it is believed that Ye Coffee House also did duty as the post office for a time. Benjamin Franklin's Pennsylvania Gazette, in an issue published in 1734, has this advertisement: "All persons who are indebted to Henry Flower, late postmaster of Pennsylvania, for postage of letters or otherwise, are desired to pay the same to him at the Old Coffee House in Philadelphia." Flower's advertisement would indicate that Ye Coffee House, then venerable enough to be designated as old, was still in existence, and that Flower was to be found there. Franklin also seems to have been in the coffee business, for in several issues of the Gazette around the year 1740 he advertised very good coffee sold by the printer. The first London coffee house. Philadelphia's second coffee house bore the name of the London Coffee House, which title was later used for the resort William Bradford opened in 1754. The first house of this name was built in 1702, but there seems to be some doubt about its location. Writing in the American Historical Register, Charles H. Browning says, "William Rodney came to Philadelphia with Penn in 1682 and resided in Kent County, where he died in 1708. He built the old London Coffee House at Front and Market Streets in 1702. Another chronicler gives its location as above Walnut Street, either on the east side of Water Street or on Delaware Avenue, or, as the streets are very close together, it may have been on both. John Schubert, its proprietor, was a parishioner of Christ Church, and his establishment was largely patronized by Church of England people. It was also the gathering place of the followers of Penn and the proprietary party, while their opponents, the political cohorts of Colonel Query, frequented Ye Coffee House. The first London coffee house resembled a fashionable clubhouse in its later years, suitable for the genteel entertainments of the well-to-do Philadelphians. Ye Coffee House was more of a commercial or public exchange. Evidence of the gentility of the London is given by John William Wallace. The appointments of the London Coffee House, if we may infer what they were from the will of Miss Schubert, dated November 27, 1751, were genteel. By that instrument she makes bequest of 2 silver quart tankards, a silver cup, a silver porringer, a silver pepper pot, 2 sets of silver casters, a silver soup spoon, a silver sauce spoon, and numerous silver tablespoons and teaspoons, with a silver tea pot. One of the many historic incidents connected with this old house was the visit there by William Penn's eldest son, John, in 1733, when he entertained the General Assembly of the province on one day, and on the next feasted the city corporation. Robert's Coffee House. Another house of some fame in the middle of the 18th century was Robert's Coffee House, which stood in Front Street near the first London house. Though its opening date is unknown, it is believed to have come into existence about 1740. In 1744, a British Army officer recruiting troops for service in Jamaica advertised in the newspaper of the day that he could be seen at the Widow Roberts' Coffee House. During the French and Indian War, when Philadelphia was in grave danger of attack by French and Spanish privateers, the citizens felt so great relief when the British ship Otter came to the rescue that they proposed a public banquet in honor of the Otter's captain, to be held at Roberts' Coffee House. For some unrecorded reason, the entertainment was not given, probably because the house was too small to accommodate all the citizens desiring to attend. Widow Roberts retired in 1754. The James Coffee House. Contemporary with Roberts Coffee House was the resort run first by Widow James and later by her son, James James. It was established in 1744 and occupied a large wooden building on the northwest corner of Front and Walnut Street. It was patronized by Governor Thompson and many of his political followers, and its name frequently appeared in the news and advertising columns of the Pennsylvania Gazette. The Second London Coffee House. Probably the most celebrated coffee house in Penn City was the one established by William Bradford, printer of the Pennsylvania Journal. It was on the southwest corner of 2nd and Market Street and was named the London Coffee House, the second house in Philadelphia to bear that title. The building had stood since 1702, when Charles Reed, later mayor of the city, put it up on land which he bought from Letitia Penn, daughter of William Penn, the founder. Bradford was the first to use the structure for coffeehouse purposes, and he tells his reason for entering upon the business in his petition to the governor for a license. Having been advised to keep a coffeehouse for the benefit of merchants and traders, and as some people may at times be desirous to be furnished with other liquors besides coffee, your petitioner apprehends it is necessary to have the governor's license. This would indicate that in that day coffee was drunk as a refreshment between meals, as were spirituous liquors for so many years before and thereafter up to 1920. Bradford's London Coffee House seems to have been a joint stock enterprise, for in his journal of April 11, 1754, appeared this notice: Subscribers to a public coffee house are invited to meet at the courthouse on Friday, the 19th instant, at 3 o'clock, to choose trustees agreeably to the plan of subscription. The building was a 3-story wooden structure with an attic that some historians count as the 4th story. There was a wooden awning 1 story high extending out to cover the sidewalk before the coffee house. The entrance was on Market, then known as High Street. The London Coffee House was the pulsating heart of excitement, enterprise, and patriotism of the early city. The most active citizens congregated there: merchants, shipmasters, travelers from other colonies and countries, crown and provincial officers. The governor and persons of equal note went there at certain hours to sip their coffee from the hissing urn, and some of those stately visitors had their own stalls. It had also had the character of a mercantile exchange, carriages, horses, foodstuffs, and the like being sold there at auction. It is further related that the early slaveholding Philadelphians sold Negro men, women, and children at vendue, exhibiting the slaves on a platform set up in the street before the coffee house. The resort was a barometer of public sentiment. It was in the street before this house that a newspaper published in Barbados, bearing a stamp in accordance with the provisions of the Stamp Act, was publicly burned in 1765, amid the cheers of bystanders. It was here that Captain Wise of the brig Minerva, from Poole, England, who brought news of the repeal of the Act, was enthusiastically greeted by the crowd in May 1766. Here, too, for several years, the fishermen set up May poles. Bradford gave up the coffee house when he joined the newly reformed Revolutionary Army as major, later becoming a colonel. When the British entered the city in September 1777, the officers resorted to the London Coffee House, which was much frequented by Tory sympathizers. After the British had evacuated the city, Colonel Bradford resumed proprietorship, but he found a change in the public's attitude toward the old resort, and thereafter its fortunes began to decline, probably hastened by the keen competition offered by the City Tavern, which had been opened a few years before. Bradford gave up the lease in 1780, transferring the property to John Pemberton, who leased it to Gifford Daly. Pemberton was a friend, and his scruples about gambling and other sins are well exhibited in the terms of the lease, in which, said Daly, covenants and agrees and promises that he will exert his endeavors as a Christian to preserve decency and order in said house, and to discourage the profanation of the sacred name of God Almighty by cursing, swearing, etc., and that the house on the first day of the week shall always be kept closed from public use. It is further covenanted that under a penalty of 100 sterling he will not allow or suffer any person to use or play at or divert themselves with cards, dice, backgammon, or any other unlawful game. It would seem from the terms of the lease that what Pemberton thought were ungodly things were countenanced in other coffee houses of the day. Perhaps the regulations were too strict, for a few years later the house had passed into the hands of John Stoke, who used it as a dwelling and a store. City Tavern or Merchant's Coffee House. The last of the celebrated coffee houses in Philadelphia was built in 1773 under the name of the City Tavern, which later became known as the Merchant's Coffee House, possibly after the house of the same name that was then famous in New York. It stood in 2nd Street near Walnut Street, and in some respects was even more noted than Bradford's London Coffee House, with which it had to compete in its early days. The City Tavern was patterned after the best London coffee houses, and when opened, it was looked upon as the finest and largest of its kind in America. It was 3 stories high, built of brick, and had several large club rooms, 2 of which were connected by a wide doorway that, when open, made a large dining room 50 feet long. Daniel Smith's the first proprietor, and he opened it to the public early in 1774. Before the Revolution, Smith had a hard struggle trying to win patronage from Bradford's London Coffee House, standing only a few blocks away. But during and after the war, the City Tavern gradually took the lead, and for more than a quarter of a century was the principal gathering place of the city. At first the house had various names in the public mind, some calling it by its proper title, the City Tavern, others attaching the name of the proprietor and designating it as Smith's Tavern, while still others used the title the New Tavern. The gentlefolk of the city resorted to the City Tavern after the Revolution as they had to Bradford's Coffee House before. However, before reaching this high estate, it once was near destruction at the hands of the Tories, who threatened to tear it down. That was when it was proposed to hold a banquet there in honor of Mrs. George Washington, who had stopped in the city in 1776 while on the way to meet her distinguished husband, then at Cambridge in Massachusetts, taking over command of the American Army. Trouble was averted by Mrs. Washington tactfully declining to appear at the tavern. After peace came, the house was the scene of many of the fashionable entertainments of the period. Here met the City Dancing Assembly, and here was held the brilliant fête given by M. Gerard, first accredited representative from France to the United States, in honor of Louis XVI's birthday. Washington, Jefferson, Hamilton, and other leaders of public thought were more or less frequent visitors when in Philadelphia. The exact date when the City Tavern became the Merchant's Coffee House is unknown. When James Kitchen became proprietor, at the beginning of the 19th century, it was so called. In 1806, Kitchen turned the house into a bourse or mercantile exchange. By that time, clubs and hotels had come into fashion, and the coffee house idea was losing caste with the elite of the city. In the year 1806, William Renshaw planned to open the Exchange Coffee House in the Bingham Mansion on 3rd Street. He even solicited subscriptions to the enterprise, saying that he proposed to keep a marine diary and a registry of vessels for sale, to receive and to forward ships' letter bags, and to have accommodations for holding auctions. But he was persuaded from the idea, partly by the fact that the Merchant's Coffee House seemed to be satisfactorily filling that particular niche in the city life, and partly because the hotel business offered better inducements. He abandoned the plan and opened the Mansion House Hotel and the Bingham Residence in 1807. End of section 18. Read by Rachel Costello.
Section 19 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paul Lawley Jones. All About Coffee by William Ukers. Chapter 15. The Botany of the Coffee Plant. The coffee tree, scientifically known as Coffea arabica, is native to Abyssinia and Ethiopia, but grows well in Java, Sumatra, and other islands of the Dutch East Indies, in India, Arabia, Equatorial Africa, the islands of the Pacific, in Mexico, Central and South America, and the West Indies. The plant belongs to the large subkingdom of plants known scientifically as the angiosperms, or angiospermae, which means that the plant reproduces by seeds which are enclosed in a box-like compartment known as the ovary at the base of the flower. The word angiosperm is derived from two Greek words, sperma, a seed, and angion, a box, the box referred to being the ovary. This large subkingdom is subdivided into two classes. The basis for this division is the number of leaves in the little plant which develops from the seed. The coffee plant, as it develops from the seed, has two little leaves, and therefore belongs to the class Dicotyledonae. This word Dicotyledonae is made up of the two Greek words di, two, and cotyledon, cavity or socket. It is not necessary to see the young plant that develops from the seed in order to know that it had two seed leaves, because the mature plant always shows certain characteristics that accompany this condition of the seed. In every plant having two seed leaves, the mature leaves are netted veined, which is a condition easily recognized even by the layman. Also, the parts of the flowers are in circles containing 2 or 5 parts, but never in 3s or 6s. The stems of plants of this class always increase in thickness by means of a layer of cells known as a cambium, which is a tissue that continues to divide throughout its whole existence. The fact that this cambium divides as long as it lives gives rise to a particular appearance in woody stems by which we can, on looking at the stem of a tree of this type when it has been sawed across, tell the age of the tree. In the spring, the cambium produces large open cells through which large quantities of sap can run. In the fall, it produces very thick-walled cells, as there is not so much sap to be carried. Because these thin-walled open cells of one spring are next to the thick-walled cells of the last autumn, it is very easy to distinguish one year's growth from the next. The marks so produced are called annual rings. We have now classified coffee as far as the class, and so far we could go if we had only the leaves and stem of the coffee plant. In order to proceed farther, we must have the flowers of the plant, as botanical classification goes from this point on the basis of the flowers. The class Dicotyledonae is separated into subclasses according to whether the flower's corolla, the showy part of the flower which ordinarily gives it its colours, is all in one piece, or is divided into a number of parts. The coffee flower is arranged with its corolla all in one piece, forming a tube-shaped arrangement, and accordingly the coffee plant belongs to the subclass Sympetalae, or Metaclimidae, which means that its petals are united. The next step in classification is to place the plant in the proper division under the subclass, which is the order. Plants are separated into orders according to their varied characteristics. The coffee plant belongs to an order known as Rubiales. These orders are again divided into families. Coffee is placed in the families Rubiaceae, or madder family, in which we find herbs, shrubs, or trees represented by a few American plants, such as blewits or Quaker lilies, small blue spring flowers common to open meadows in northern United States, and partridge berries, Michele repens. The madder family has more foreign representatives than native genera, among which are Coffea, Cinchona, and Ipecacuanha, Euroga, all of which are of economic importance. The members of this family are noted for their action on the nervous system. Coffee, as is well known, contains an active principle known as caffeine, which acts as a stimulant to the nervous system and in small quantities is very beneficial. Cinchona supplies us with quinine, while Ipecacuanha produces ipecac, which is an emetic and purgative. The families are divided into smaller sections known as genera, and to the genus Coffea belongs the coffee plant. Under this genus Coffea are several subgenera, and to the subgenus Eucoffea belongs our common coffee, Coffea arabica. Coffea arabica is the original or common Java coffee of commerce. The term common coffee may seem unnecessary, but there are many other species of coffee besides arabica. These species have not been described very frequently, because their native haunts are the tropics, and the tropics do not always offer favorable conditions for the study of their plants. All botanists do not agree in their classification of the species and varieties of the Coffea genus. M. E. de Wildman, curator of the Royal Botanical Gardens at Brussels, in his Les Plantes Tropicales de Grande Culture, says the systematic division of this interesting genus is far from finished. In fact, it may be said hardly to be begun. Coffea arabica we know best because of the important role it plays in commerce. Table. Complete classification of coffee. Kingdom. Vegetable. Subkingdom. Angiospermae. Class. Dicotyledonnae. Subclass. Sympetalae or Metaclamidiae. Order. Rubiales. Family. Rubiaceae. Genus. Coffea. Subgenus. Eucoffea. Species. Coffea arabica. End table. The coffee plant most cultivated for its berries is, as already stated, Coffea arabica, which is found in tropical regions, although it can grow in temperate climates. Unlike most plants that grow best in the tropics, it can stand low temperatures. It requires shade when it grows in hot, low-lying districts, but when it grows on elevated land, it thrives without such protection. Freeman says there are about 8 recognized species of Coffea. Coffea arabica. Coffea arabica is a shrub with evergreen leaves and reaches a height of 14 to 20 feet when fully grown. The shrub produces dimorphic branches, i.e., branches of 2 forms known as uprights and laterals. When young, the plants have a main stem, the upright, which, however, eventually sends out side shoots, the laterals. The laterals may send out other laterals known as secondary laterals, but no lateral can ever produce an upright. The laterals are produced in pairs and are opposite, the pairs being borne in whorls around the stem. The laterals are produced only while the joint of the upright to which they are attached is young, and if they are broken off at that point, the upright has no power to reproduce them. The upright can produce new uprights also, but if an upright is cut off, the laterals at that position tend to thicken up. This is very desirable, as the lateral produces the flowers which seldom appear on the uprights. This fact is utilized in pruning the coffee tree, the uprights being cut back, the laterals then becoming more productive. Planters generally keep their trees pruned down to about 6 feet. The leaves are lanceolate or lance-shaped, being borne in pairs opposite each other. They are 3 to 6 inches in length, with an acuminate apex, somewhat attenuate at the base, with very short petioles which are united with the short interpetiolar stipules at the base. The coffee leaves are thin but of firm texture, slightly coriaceous. They are very dark green on the upper surface, but much lighter underneath. The margin of the leaf is entire and wavy. In some tropical countries, the natives brew a coffee tea from the leaves of the coffee tree. The coffee flowers are small, white, and very fragrant, having a delicate, characteristic odor. They are borne in the axils of the leaves in clusters, and several crops are produced in one season, depending on the conditions of heat and moisture that prevail in the particular season. The different blossomings are classed as main blossoming and smaller blossomings. In semi-dry high districts, as in Costa Rica or Guatemala, there is one blossoming season, about March, and the flowers and fruit are not found together, as a rule, on the trees. But in lowland plantations, where rain is perennial, blooming and fruiting continue practically all the year, and ripe fruits, green fruits, open flowers, and flower buds are to be found at the same time on the same branchlet, not mixed together, but in the order indicated. The flowers are also tubular, the tube of the corolla dividing into 5 white segments. Dr. P.J.S. Kramer, Chief of the Division of Plant Breeding, Department of Agriculture, Netherlands, India, says the number of petals is not at all constant, not even for flowers of the same tree. The corolla segments are about 1/2 inch in length, while the tube itself is about 3/8 of an inch long. The anthers of the stamens, which are 5 in number, protrude from the top of the corolla tube, together with the top of the 2 cleft pistil. The calyx, which is so small as to escape notice unless one is aware of its existence, is annular, with small, tooth-like indentations. While the usual color of the coffee flower is white, the fresh stamens and pistils may have a greenish tinge, and in some cultivated species, the corolla is pale pink. The size and condition of the flowers are entirely dependent on the weather. The flowers are sometimes very small, very fragrant, and very numerous, while at other times, when the weather is not hot and dry, they are very large but not so numerous. Both sets of flowers mentioned above set fruit, as it is called, but at times, especially in a very dry season, they bear flowers that are few in number, small, and imperfectly formed, the petals frequently being green instead of white. These flowers do not set fruit. The flowers that open on a dry, sunny day show a greater yield of fruit than those that open on a wet day, as the first mentioned have a better chance of being pollinated by the insects and the wind. The beauty of a coffee estate in flower is of a very fleeting character. One day it is a snowy expanse of fragrant white blossoms for miles and miles, as far as the eye can see, and 2 days later it reminds one of the lines from Villon's Des Dames du Temps Jadis. Quote, "Where are the snows of yesterday? The winter winds have blown them all away." End quote. But here, the winter winds are not to blame. The soft, gentle breezes of the perpetual summer have wrought the havoc, leaving, however, a not unpleasing picture of dark, cool, mossy green foliage. The flowers are beautiful, but the eye of the planter sees in them not alone beauty and fragrance. He looks far beyond, and in his mind's eye he sees bags and bags of green coffee, representing to him the goal and reward of all his toil. After the flowers droop, there appear what are commercially known as the coffee berries. Botanically speaking, berry is a misnomer. These little fruits are not berries, such as are well represented by the grape, but are drupes, which are better exemplified by the cherry and the peach. In the course of 6 or 7 months, these coffee drupes develop into little red balls about the size of an ordinary cherry, but instead of being round, they are somewhat ellipsoidal, having at the outer end a small umbilicus. The drupe of the coffee usually has 2 locules, each containing a little stone, the seed and its parchment covering, from which the coffee bean, seed, is obtained. Some few drupes contain 3, while others, at the outer ends of the branches, contain only 1 round bean, known as the pea-berry. The number of pickings corresponds to the different blossomings in the same season, and one tree of the species Arabica may yield from 1 to 12 pounds a year. In countries like India and Africa, the birds and monkeys eat the ripe coffee berries. The so-called monkey coffee of India, according to Arnold, is the undigested coffee beans passed through the alimentary canal of the animal. The pulp surrounding the coffee beans is at present of no commercial importance. Although efforts have been made at various times by natives to use it as a food, its flavor has not gained any great popularity, and the birds are permitted a monopoly of the pulp as a food. From the human standpoint, the pulp, or sarcocarp, as it is scientifically called, is rather an annoyance, as it must be removed in order to procure the beans. This is done in one of two ways. The first is known as the dry method, in which the entire fruit is allowed to dry and is then cracked open. The second way is called the wet method. The sarcocarp is removed by machine and 2 wet, slimy seed packets are obtained. These packets, which look for all the world like seeds, are allowed to dry in such a way that fermentation takes place. This rids them of all the slime, and, after they are thoroughly dry, the endocarp, the so-called parchment covering, is easily cracked open and removed. At the same time that the parchment is removed, a thin silvery membrane, the silver skin, beneath the parchment comes off too. There are always small fragments of this silver skin to be found in the groove of the coffee bean contained within the parchment packet. We have said that the coffee tree yields from 1 to 12 pounds a year, but of course this varies with the individual tree and also with the region. In some countries, the whole year's yield is less than 200 pounds per acre, while there is on record a patch in Brazil which yields about 17 pounds to the tree, bringing the yield per acre much higher. The beans do not retain their vitality for planting for any considerable length of time, and if they are thoroughly dried, or are kept for longer than 3 or 4 months, they are useless for that purpose. It takes the seed about 6 weeks to germinate and to appear above ground. Trees raised from seed begin to blossom in about 3 years, but a good crop cannot be expected of them for the first 5 or 6 years. Their usefulness, save in exceptional cases, is ended in about 30 years. The coffee tree can be propagated in a way other than by seeds. The upright branches can be used as slips, which, after taking root, will produce seed-bearing laterals. The laterals themselves cannot be used as slips. In Central America, the natives sometimes use coffee uprights for fences, and it is no uncommon sight to see the fence posts growing. The wood of the coffee tree is used also for cabinet work, as it is much stronger than many of the native woods, weighing about 43 pounds to the cubic foot, having a crushing strength of 5,800 pounds per square inch, and a breaking strength of 10,900 pounds per square inch. The propagation of the coffee plant by cutting has 2 distinct advantages over propagation by seed, in that it spares the expense of seed production, which is enormous, and it gives also a method of hybridization which, if used, might lead not only to very interesting, but also to very profitable results. The hybridization of the coffee plant was taken up in a thoroughly scientific manner by the Dutch government at the experimental garden established at Bangalan, Java, in 1900. In his studies, 12 varieties of Coffea arabica are recognized by Dr. P. J. S. Kramer, namely, Laurina, a hybrid of Coffea arabica with C. mauritiana, having small, narrow leaves, stiff, dense branches, young leaves almost white, berry long and narrow, and beans narrow and oblong. Myrta, having small leaves, dense branches, beans as in the typical Coffea arabica, and the plant able to stand bitter cold. Menosperma, a distinct type with narrow leaves and bent down branches resembling a willow, the berries seldom containing more than 1 seed. Mocha, Coffea mochae, having small leaves, dense foliage, small round berries, small round beans resembling split peas and possessed of a stronger flavour than Coffea arabica. Purpurescens, a red-leaved variety comparable with the red-leaved hazel and copper beech, a little less productive than the Coffea arabica. Variegata, having variegated leaves striped and spotted with white. Amarella, having yellow berries comparable with the white fruited variety of the strawberry, raspberry, etc. Bullata, having broad, curled leaves, stiff, thick, fragile branches, and round, fleshy berries containing a high percentage of empty beans. Angustifolia, a narrow-leaved variety with berries somewhat more oblong and, like the foregoing, a poor producer. Erecta, a variety that is sturdier than the typical Arabica, better suited to windy places and having a production as in the common Arabica. Maragogipe, a well-defined variety with light green leaves having coloured edges, berries large, broad, sometimes narrower in the middle, a light bearer, the whole crop sometimes being reduced to a couple of berries per tree. Columnaris, a vigorous variety, sometimes reaching a height of 25 feet, having leaves rounded at the base and rather broad, but a shy bearer, recommended for dry climates. Coffea stenophylla. Coffea arabica has a formidable rival in the species Stenophylla. The flavour of this variety is pronounced by some as surpassing that of arabica. The great disadvantage of this plant is the fact that it requires so long a time before a yield of any value can be secured. Although the time required for the maturing of the crop is so long, when once the plantation begins to yield, the crop is as large as that of Coffea arabica, and occasionally somewhat larger. The leaves are smaller than any of the species described, and the flowers bear their parts in numbers varying from 6 to 9. The tree is a native of Sierra Leone, where it grows wild. Coffea liberica. The bean of Coffea arabica, although the principal bean used in commerce, is not the only one, and it may not be out of place here to describe briefly some of the other varieties that are produced commercially. Coffea liberica is one of these plants. The quality of the beverage made from its berries is inferior to that of Coffea arabica, but the plant itself offers distinct advantages in its hardy growing qualities. This makes it attractive for hybridization. The Coffea liberica tree is much larger and sturdier than the Coffea arabica, and in its native haunts it reaches a height of 30 feet. It will grow in a much more torrid climate and can stand exposure to strong sunlight. The leaves are about twice as long as those of arabica, being 6 to 12 inches in length, and are very thick, tough, and leathery. The apex of the leaf is acute. The flowers are larger than those of arabica and are borne in dense clusters. At any time during the season, the same tree may bear flowers, white or pinkish, and fragrant, or even green, together with fruits, some green, some ripe, and of a brilliant red. The corolla has been known to have 7 segments, though as a rule it has 5. The fruits are large, round, and dull red. The pulps are not juicy and are somewhat bitter. Unlike Coffea arabica, the ripened drupes do not fall from the trees, and so the picking can be delayed at the planter's convenience. Among the allied Liberian species, Dr. Kramer recognizes Abiacute, having small leaves of a bright green, flower buds often pink just before opening, in Liberian coffee, never, fruit smaller with sharply striped red and yellow shiny skin, and producing somewhat smaller beans than Liberian coffee, but beans whose flavour and taste are praised by brokers. Duivray, having curled-edged leaves, stiff branches, thick-skinned berries, sometimes pink flowers, beans generally smaller than in C. liberica, but of little interest to the trade. Arnoldiana, a species near to Coffea abiacute, having darker foliage and the even-coloured small berries. Laurentii gilet, a species not to be confused with the C. laurentii belonging to the Robusta coffee, but standing near to C. liberica, characterized by oblong rather than thin-skinned berries. Excelsa, a vigorous, disease-resisting species discovered in 1905 by Auguste Chevalier in West Africa, in the region of the Chari River, not far from Lake Chad. The broad, dark green leaves have an underside of light green with a bluish tinge. The flowers are large and white, borne in axillary clusters of 1 to 5. The berries are short and broad, in color crimson, the bean smaller than Robusta, very like Mocha, but in color a bright yellow like Liberica. The caffeine content of the coffee is high, and the aroma is very pronounced. Dybowskii, another disease-resisting variety similar to Excelsa, but having different leaf and fruit characteristics. Lamborae, having bent, gutter-like leaves and soft-skinned oblong fruit. Wani rucula, having large leaves of vigorous growth and small berries. Coffea aruimensis, being a mixture of different types. The last 3 types were received by Dr. Kramer at Bangalan from Frère Gillet in the Belgian Congo, and were still under trial in Java in 1919. Coffea robusta. Émile Laurent, in 1898, discovered a species of coffee growing wild in Congo. This was taken up by a horticultural firm of Brussels and cultivated for the market. This firm gave to the coffee the name Coffea robusta, although it had already been given the name of the discoverer, being known as Coffea laurentii. The plant differs widely from both Arabica and Liberica, being considerably larger than either. The tree is umbrella-shaped, due to the fact that its branches are very long and bend toward the ground. The leaves of Robusta are much thinner than those of Liberica, though not as thin as those of Arabica. The tree, as a whole, is a very hardy variety and even bears blossoms when it is less than a year old. It blossoms throughout the entire year, with flowers having 6-parted corollas. The drupes are smaller than those of Liberica, but are much thinner skinned, so that the coffee bean is actually not any smaller. The drupes mature in 10 months. Although the plants bear as early as the first year, the yield for the first 2 years is of no account. But by the 4th year, the crop is large. Arno V. Hoover, pharmacognosist in charge of the Pharmacognosy Laboratory of the Bureau of Chemistry, United States Department of Agriculture, has recently announced findings confirming Hartwich which appear to permit of differentiation between Robusta, Arabica, and Liberica. These are mainly the peculiar folding of the endosperm, showing quite generally a distinct hook in the case of the Robusta coffee bean. The size of the embryo, and especially the relation of the rootlet to the hypocotyl, will be found useful in the differentiation of the species Coffea arabica, Liberica, and Robusta. V. Hoover and Lepper carried on a series of cup tests of Robusta, the results as to taste and flavor being distinctly favorable. They summarized their studies and tests as follows. Quote, "The time when coffee could be limited to beans obtained from plants of Coffea arabica and Coffea liberica has passed. Other species, with qualities which make them desirable, even in preference to the well-reputed name ones, have been discovered and cultivated. Among them, the species or group of Coffea robusta has attained a great economic significance and is grown in increasing amounts. While it has, as reports seem to indicate, not as yet been possible to obtain a strain that would be as desirable in flavor as the old standard Coffea arabica, well known as Java or Fancy Java coffee, its merits have been established. The botanical origin is not quite cleared up. and the classification of the varieties belonging to the Robusta group deserves further study. Anatomical means of differentiating Robusta coffee from other species or groups may be applied as distinctly helpful. As is usual in most of the coffee species, caffeine is present. The amount appears to be, on average, somewhat larger, even exceeding 2%, than in the South American coffee species. In no instance, however, did the amount exceed the maximum limits observed in coffee in general. Due to its rapid growth, early and prolific yield, resistance to coffee blight, and many other desirable qualities, Coffea robusta has established its own. In the writer's judgment, Robusta coffee deserves consideration and recognition. End quote. Among the Robusta varieties, Coffea canephora is a distinct species, well characterized by growth, leaves, and berries. The branches are slender and thinner than Robusta. The leaves are dark green and narrower. The flowers are often tinged with red, the unripe berries are purple, and the ripe berries bright red and oblong. The produce is like Robusta, only the shape of the bean, somewhat narrower and more oblong, makes it look more attractive. Coffea canephora, like C. robusta, seems better fitted to higher altitudes. Other canephora varieties include Madagascar, having small, slightly striped, bright red berries and small round beans. Quiluensis, having dark green foliage and reddish-brown young leaves, and Stenophylla paris, with purplish young berries. The last two named were under test at the Bangalan Gardens in 1919. Among other allied Robusta species are Ugandae, whose produce is said to possess a better flavor than Robusta. Bucobensis, different from Ugandae in the color of its berries, which are a dark red, and Quilu, having bright red fruit, a copper-colored silver skin, 3 pounds of fruit producing 1 pound of market coffee. Some people prefer Quilu to Robusta because of the difference in the taste of the roasted bean. Some interesting hybrids. The most popular hybrid belongs to a crossing of Liberica and Arabica. Kramer states that the beans of this hybrid make an excellent coffee combining the strong taste of the Liberica with the fine flavor of the old government Java, Arabica, adding, quote, "The hybrids are not only of value to the roaster, but also to the planter. They are vigorous trees, practically free from leaf disease. They stand drought well and also heavy rains. They are not particular in regard to shade and upkeep. Never fail to give a fair and often a rather heavy crop. The fruit ripens all the year around and does not fall so easily as in the case of Arabica." Among other hybrids, many were still under trial in 1919, may be mentioned Coffea excelsior cross Liberica, C. abiacute cross Liberica, C. dybauskii cross excelsa, C. stenophylla cross abiacute, C. congensis cross Ugandae, C. Ugandae cross congensis, and C. robusta cross Maragocipe. There are many species of Coffea that stand quite apart from the main groups Arabica, Robusta, and Liberica. But while some are of commercial value, most of them are interesting only from the scientific point of view. Among the latter may be mentioned Coffea bengalensis, C. perrieri, C. mauritiana, C. macrocarpa, C. madagascariensis, and C. schumaniana. Monsieur Tessonnier, of the experimental garden at Camienne, French Guinea, West Africa, has produced a promising species of coffee known as Affini. It is a hybrid of C. stenophylla with a species of Liberica. Among other promising species recognized by Dr. Kramer are Coffea congensis, whose berry resembles that of C. arabica, when well prepared for the market being green or bluish, and Coffea congensis variety charlottii, probably a hybrid of C. congensis with C. canephora. Caffeine-free coffee. Certain trees growing wild in the Comoro Islands and Madagascar are known as caffeine-free coffee trees. Just whether they are entitled to this classification or not is a question. Some of the French and German investigators have reported coffee from these regions that was absolutely devoid of caffeine. It was thought at first that they must represent an entirely new genus, but upon investigation it was found that they belong to the genus Coffea, to which all our common coffees belong. Professor Dubard of the French National Museum and Colonial Garden studied these trees botanically and classified them as C. gallienii, C. bonnieri, C. moganeti, and C. auganieri. The beans of berries from these trees were analyzed by Professor Bertrand and pronounced caffeine-free. But Labreuil, in writing of the same coffee, states that, while the bean is caffeine-free, it contains a very bitter substance, caffamarine, which makes the infusion unfit for use. Dr. O. W. Wilcox, in examining some specimens of wild coffee from Madagascar, found that the bean was not caffeine-free, and though the caffeine content was low, it was no lower than in some of the Puerto Rican varieties. Hartwich reports that Hanausek found no caffeine in C. mauritiana, C. humboldtiana, C. gallienii, C. bonnerii, and C. moganeti. Fungoid diseases of coffee. The coffee tree, like every other living thing, has specific diseases and enemies, the most common of which are certain fungoid diseases where the mycelium of the fungus grows into the tissue and spots the leaves, eventually causing them to fall, thus robbing the plant of its only means of elaborating food. Its most deadly enemy in the insect world is a small insect of the Lepidopterus variety, which is known as the coffee leaf miner. It is closely related to the clothes moth and, like the moth, bores in its larval stage, feeding on the mesophyll of the leaves. This gives the leaves an appearance of being shriveled or dried by heat. There are three principal diseases due to fungi from which the coffee plants suffer. The most common is known as the leaf blight fungus, Pellicularia tocoroga, which is a slow-spreading disease, but one that causes great loss. Although the fungus does not produce spores, the leaves die and dry and are blown away, carrying with them the dried mycelium of the fungus. This mycelium will start to grow as soon as it is supplied with a new moist coffee leaf to nourish it. The method of getting rid of this disease is to spray the trees in seasons of drought. It was a fungoid disease known as the Hemilea vastatrix that attacked Ceylon's coffee industry in 1869 and eventually destroyed it. It is a microscopic fungus whose spores, carried by the wind, adhere to and germinate upon the leaves of the coffee tree. Another common disease is known as the root disease, which eventually kills the tree by girdling it below the soil. It spreads slowly, but seems to be favored by collections of decaying matter around the base of the tree. Sometimes the digging of ditches around the roots is sufficient to protect it. The other common disease is due to Stilbium flavidum, and is found only in regions of great humidity. It affects both the leaf and the fruit, and is known as the spot of leaf and fruit. End of section 19.
Section 20 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. All About Coffee by William Ukers. Chapter 16. The Microscopy of the Coffee Fruit. The microscopy of the coffee fruit. How the beans may be examined under the microscope, and what is revealed: structure of the berry, the green and the roasted bean, the coffee leaf disease under the microscope, value of microscopic analysis in detecting adulteration. The microscopy of coffee is, on the whole, more important to the planter than to the consumer and the dealer, while on the other hand, the microscopy is of paramount importance to the consumer and the dealer as furnishing the best means of determining whether the product offered is adulterated or not. Also, from this standpoint, the microscopy of the plant is less important than that of the bean. The fruit and the bean. The fruit, as stated in Chapter 15, consists of two parts, each one containing a single seed or bean. These beans are flattened laterally so as to fit together, except in the following instances. In the pea berry, where one of the ovules never develops, the single ovule, having no pressure upon it, is spherical. In the rare instances where 3 seeds are found, the grains are angular. The coffee bean, with which the consumer is familiar, is only a small part of the fruit. The fruit, which is the size of a small cherry, has, like the cherry, an outer fleshy portion called the pericarp. Beneath this is a part like tissue paper, spoken of technically as the parchment, but known scientifically as the endocarp. Next in position to this, and covering the seed, is the so-called spermoderm, which means the seed skin, referred to in the trade as the silver skin. Small portions of this silver skin are always to be found in the cleft of the coffee bean. The coffee bean is the embryo and its food supply. The embryo is that part of the seed which, when supplied with food and moisture, develops into a new plant. The embryo of the coffee is very minute, and the greater part of the seed is taken up by the food supply, consisting of hard and soft endosperm. The minute embryo consists of 2 small thick leaves, the cotyledons, a short stem, invisible in the undissected embryo, and the small root, the radicle. Fruit structure. In order to examine the structure of these layers of the fruit under the microscope, it is necessary to use the pericarp dry, as it is not easily obtainable in its natural condition. If desired, an alcoholic specimen may be used, but it has been found that the dry method gives more satisfactory results. The dried pericarp is about 0.5 millimeters thick. Great difficulty is experienced in cutting microtome sections of pericarp when the specimen is embedded in paraffin, because the outer layers are soft and the endocarp is hard, and the 2 parts of the section separate at this point. To overcome this, the sections might also be embedded in celloidin. When the sections are satisfactory, they may be stained with any of the double stains ordinarily used in the study of plant histology. A section cut crosswise through the entire fruit would present the appearance shown in Figure 333. The cells of the epicarp are broad and polygonal, sometimes regularly 4-sided, about 15 to 35 mu broad. At intervals along the surface of the epicarp are stomata, or breathing pores, surrounded by guard cells. The next layer of the pericarp is the mesocarp, the cells of which are larger and more regular in outline than the epicarp. The cells of the mesocarp become as large as 100 mu broad, but in the inner parts of the layer, they become very much flattened. Fibrovascular bundles are scattered through the compressed cells of the mesocarp. The cell walls are thick and large, amorphous. Brown masses are found within the cell. Occasionally, large crystals are found in the outer part of the layer. The fibrovascular bundles consist mainly of bast and wood fibers and vessels. The bast fibers are as large as 1 millimeter long and 25 mu broad, with thick walls and very small lumina. Spiral and pitted vessels are also present. The layer next to this is a soft tissue, parenchyma. The parenchyma, or palisade cells as they are called, is a thin-walled tissue in which the cells are elongated, from which fact they receive their name. The walls of these cells, though very thin, are mucilaginous and capable of taking up large amounts of water. They stain well with the aniline stains. The endocarp is closely connected with the palisade layer and has thin-walled cells that closely resemble in all respects the endocarp of the apple. The outer layer consists of thick-walled fibers which are remarkably porous, while the fibers of the inner layer are thin-walled and run in the transverse direction. The bean structure. Spermoderm, or silver skin, is not difficult to secure for microscopic analysis because shreds of it remain in the grove of the berry, and these shreds are ample for examination. It can readily be removed without tearing if soaked in water for a few hours. The spermoderm is thin enough not to need sectioning. It consists of two elements, sclerenchyma and parenchyma cells. Sclerenchyma forms an uninterrupted covering in the early stages of the seed, but as the seed develops, surrounding tissues grow more rapidly than the sclerenchyma, and the cells are pushed apart and scattered. The cells occurring in the cleft of the berry are straight, narrow, and long, becoming as long as 1 millimeter, and resemble bast fibers somewhat. On the surface of the berry, and sometimes in the cleft, there are found smaller, thicker cells, which are irregular in outline, club-shaped, and vermiform types predominating. Parenchyma cells form the remainder of the spermoderm, and these are partially obliterated so that the structure is not easily seen, appearing almost like a solid membrane. The raft runs through the parenchyma found in the cleft of the berry. The endosperm consists of small cells in the outer part and large cells frequently as thick as 100 μ in the inner part. The cell walls are thickened and knotted. Certain of the inner cells have mucilaginous walls, which when treated with water disappear, leaving only the middle lamellae, which gives this section a peculiar appearance. The cells contain no starch, the reserve food supply being stored cellulose, protein, and aleurone grains. Various investigators report the presence of sugar, tannin, iron, salts, and caffeine. The embryo may be obtained by soaking the bean in water for several hours, cutting through the cleft, and carefully breaking apart the endosperm. If it is now soaked in diluted alkali, the embryo protrudes through the lower end of the endosperm. It is then cleared in alkali or in chloral hydrate. The cotyledons shown have 3 pairs of veins, which are slightly netted. The radicle is blunt and is about 3/4 millimeters in length, while the cotyledons are 0.5 millimeters long. The coffee leaf disease. The coffee tree has many pests and diseases, but the disease most feared by planters is that generally referred to as the coffee leaf disease, and by this is meant the fungoid Hemileia vastatrix, which, as told in Chapter 15, destroyed Ceylon's once prosperous coffee industry. As it has since been found in nearly all coffee-producing countries, it has become a nightmare in the dreams of all coffee planters. The microscope shows how the spores of this dreaded fungus, carried by winds upon a leaf of the coffee tree, proceed to germinate at the expense of the leaf, robbing it of its nourishment and causing it to droop and to die. A mixture of powdered lime and sulfur has been found to be an effective germicide if used in time and diligently applied. Value of microscopic analysis. The value of microscopic analysis of coffee may not be apparent at first sight, but when one realizes that in many cases the microscopic examination is the only way to detect adulteration in coffee, its importance at once becomes apparent. In many instances, the chemical analysis fails to get at the root of the trouble, and then the only method to which the tester has recourse is the examination of the suspected material under the scope. The mixing of chicory with coffee has, in the past, been one of the commonest forms of adulteration. The microscopic examination in this connection is the most reliable. The coffee grain will have the appearance already described. Microscopically, chicory shows numerous thin-walled parenchymatous cells, lactiferous vessels, and sieve tubes with transverse plates. There are also present large vessels with huge, well-defined pits. Roasted date stones have been used as adulterants, and these can be detected quite readily with the aid of the microscope, as they have a very characteristic microscopic appearance. The epidermal cells are almost oblong, while the parenchymatous cells are large, irregular, and contain large quantities of tannin. Adulteration and adulterants are considered more fully in Chapter 17. End of Section 20, recorded by Marcel Quay.
Section 21 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paul Lawley Jones. All About Coffee by William Ukers. Chapter 27, The Chemistry of the Coffee Bean, by Charles W. Trigg, Industrial Fellow of the Mellon Institute of Industrial Research, Pittsburgh, 1916 to 1920. Part 1. When the vast extent of the coffee business is considered, together with the intimate connection which coffee has with the daily life of the average human, the relatively small amount of accurate knowledge which we possess regarding the chemical constituents and the physiological action of coffee is productive of amazement. True, a painstaking compilation of all the scientific and semi-scientific work done upon coffee furnishes quite a compendium of data, the value of which is not commensurate with its quantity, because of the spasmodic nature of the investigations and the non-conclusive character of the results so far obtained. The following general survey of the field argues in favor of the promulgation of well-ordered and systematic research, of the type now in progress at several places in the United States, into the chemical behavior of coffee throughout the various processes to which it is subjected in the course of its preparation for human consumption. Green coffee. One of the few chemical investigations of the growing tree is the examination by Graf of flowers from 20-year-old coffee trees, in which he found 0.9% caffeine, a reducing sugar, cafetanic acid, and phytosterol. Power and Chestnut found 0.82% caffeine in air-dried coffee leaves, but only 0.087% of the alkaloid in the stems of the plant separated from the leaves. In the course of a study instituted for the purpose of determining the best fertilizers for coffee trees, it developed that the cherries in different stages of growth show a preponderance of potash throughout, while the proportion of P2O5 attains a maximum in the 4th month and then steadily declines. Experiments are still in progress to ascertain the precise mineral requirements of the crop as well as the most suitable stage at which to apply them. During the first 5 months, the moisture content undergoes a steady decrease, from 87.13% to 65.77%, but during the final ripening stage in the last month, there is a rise of nearly 1%. This may explain the premature falling and failure to ripen of the crop on certain soils, especially in years of low rainfall. Malnutrition of the trees may result also in the production of oily beans. The coffee berry comprises about 68% pulp, 6% parchment, and 26% clean coffee beans. The pulp is easily removed by mechanical means, but in order to separate the soft, glutinous saccharine parchment, it is necessary to resort to fermentation, which loosens the skin so that it may be removed easily, after which the coffee is properly dried and aged. There is first a yeast fermentation producing alcohol, and then a bacterial action giving mainly inactive lactic acid, which is the main factor in loosening the parchment. For the production of the best coffee, acetic acid fermentation, which changes the color of the bean, and temperature above 60 degrees should be avoided, as these inhibit subsequent enzymatic action. Various schemes have been proposed for utilizing the large amount of pulp so obtained in preparing coffee for market. Most of these depend upon using the pulp as fertilizer, since fresh pulp contains 2.61% nitrogen, 0.81% P2O5, 2.38% potassium, and 0.57% calcium. One procedure in particular is to mix pulp with sawdust, urine, and a little lime, and then to leave this mixture covered in a pit for a year before using. In addition to these mineral matters, the pulp also contains about 0.88% of caffeine and 18 to 37% sugars. Accordingly, it has been proposed to extract the caffeine with chloroform and the sugars with acidulated water. The aqueous solution so obtained is then fermented to alcohol. The insoluble portion left after extraction can be used as fuel and the resulting ash as fertilizer. The pulp has been dried and roasted for use in place of the berry and has been imported to England for this purpose. It is stated that the Arabs in the vicinity of Jeddah discard the kernel of the coffee berries and make an infusion of the husk. Quality of green coffee is largely dependent upon the methods used and the care taken in curing it, and upon the conditions obtaining in shipment and storage. True, the soil and climatic conditions play a determinative role in the creation of the characteristics of coffee, but these do not offer any greater opportunity for constructive research and remunerative improvement than does the development of methods and control in the processes employed in the preparation of green coffee for the market. Storage prior and subsequent to shipment and circumstances existing during transportation are not to be disregarded as factors contributory to the final quality of the coffee. The sweating of mules carrying bags of poorly packed coffee and the absorption of strong foreign aromas and flavors from odoriferous substances stored in too close proximity to the coffee beans are classic examples of damage that bear iterative mention. Damage by seawater, due more to the excessive moisture than to the salt, is not so common an occurrence now as heretofore. However, a cheap and thoroughly effective means of ethically renovating coffee which has been damaged in this manner would not go begging for commercial application. That green coffee improves with age is a tenet generally accepted by the trade. Shipments long in transport, subjected to the effects of tropical heat under closely battened hatches in poorly ventilated holds, have developed into much prized yellow matured coffee. Were it not for the large capital required and the attendant prohibitive carrying charges, many roasters would permit their coffees to age more thoroughly before roasting. In fact, some roasters do indulge this desire in regard to a portion of their stock. But were it feasible to treat and hold coffees for long enough to develop their attributes to a maximum, still the exact conditions which would favor such development are not definitively known. What are the optimum temperature and the correct humidity to maintain? And should the green coffee be well ventilated or not while in storage? How long should coffee be stored under the most favorable conditions best to develop it? Aging for too long a period will develop flavor at the expense of body, and the general cup efficiency of some coffees will suffer if they be kept too long. The exact reason for improvement upon aging is in no wise certain, but it is highly probable that the changes ensuing are somewhat analogous to those occurring in the aging of grain. Primarily, an undefined enzymatic and mold action most likely occurs, the nature of the enzymes and molds being largely dependent upon the previous treatment of the coffee. Along with this are a loss of moisture and an oxidation, all three actions having more evident effects with the passage of time. Artificial aging. In consideration of the higher prices which aged products demand, attempts have naturally been made to shorten by artificial means the time necessary for their natural production. Some of these methods depend upon obtaining the most favorable conditions for acceleration of the enzyme action, others upon the effects of microorganisms, and still others upon direct chemical reaction or physical alteration of the green bean. One of the first efforts towards artificial maturing was that of Ashcroft, who argued from the improved nature of coffee which had experienced a delayed voyage. His method consisted of enclosing the coffee in sweat boxes having perforated bottoms and subjecting it to the sweating action of steam, the boxes being enclosed in an oven or room maintained at the temperature of steam. Timby claimed to remove dusts, foreign odors, and impurities while attaining in a few hours or days a ripening effect normally secured only in several seasons. In this process, the bagged coffee is placed in autoclaves and subjected to the action of air at a pressure of 2 to 3 atmospheres and a temperature of 40 degrees to 100 degrees Fahrenheit. The temperature should seldom be allowed to rise above 150 degrees Fahrenheit. The pressure is then allowed to escape and a partial vacuum created in the apparatus. This alteration of pressure and vacuum is continued until the desired maturation is obtained. Devine employed a similar procedure, although he accomplishes seasoning by treating the coffee also with oxygen or ozone. First, the coffee is rendered porous by storage in a hot chamber, which is then exhausted prior to admission of the oxygen. The oxygen can be ozonized in the closed vessel while in contact with the coffee. Complete aging in a few days is claimed. Weitzman adopts a novel operation by exposing bags of raw coffee to the action of a powerful magnetic field, obtained with 2 adjustable electromagnets. The claim that a maturation naturally produced in several years is thus obtained in 1/2 to 2 hours is open to considerable doubt. A process that is probably attended with more commercial success is that of Graham, in which the coffee is treated with gaseous nitrogen dioxide. By far the most noticeable progress in this field, both scientifically and commercially, has been made by Robison with his culturing method. Here, the green coffee is washed with water and then inoculated with selected strains of microorganisms, such as Ocraceus or Aspergillus wintii. Incubation is then conducted for 6 to 7 days at 90 degrees Fahrenheit and 85% relative humidity. Subsequent to this incubation, the coffee is stored in bins for about 10 days, after which it is tumbled and scoured. With this process, it is possible to improve the cupping qualities of a coffee to a surprising degree. Renovating damaged coffees. Sophistication has often been resorted to in order, ostensibly, to improve damaged or cheap coffee. Glazing, colouring, and polishing of the green beans was openly and covertly practiced until restricted by law. The steps employed did not actually improve the coffee by any means, but merely put it into condition for more ready sale. An apparently sincere endeavour to renovate damaged coffee was made by Evans when he treated it with an aqueous solution of sulfuric acid having a density of 10.5 degrees Baume. After agitation in this solution, the beans were washed free from acid and dried. In this manner, discolorations and impurities were removed and the beans given a fuller appearance. The addition of glucose, sucrose, lactose, or dextrin to green coffees is practiced by von Neessen and by Winter, with the object of giving a mild taste and a strong aroma to hard coffees. The addition is accomplished by impregnating, with or without the aid of vacuum, the beans with a moderately concentrated solution of the sugar, the liquid being of insufficient quality to effect extraction. When the solution has completely disseminated through the kernels, they are removed and dried. Upon subsequent roasting, a decided amelioration of flavour is secured. Another method developed by von Neessen comprises the softening of the outer layers of the beans by steam, cold or warm water, or brine, and then surrounding them with an absorbent paste or powder, such as china clay, to which a neutralizing agent such as magnesium oxide may be added. After drying, the clay can be removed by brushing or by causing the beans to travel between oppositely reciprocated wet cloths. In the development of this process, von Neessen evidently argued that the so-called cafetanic acid is the harmful substance in coffee and that it is concentrated in the outer layers of the coffee beans. If these be his precepts, the question of their correctness and of the efficiency of this process becomes a moot one. A procedure which aims at cleaning and refining raw coffee, and which has become the subject of much polemical discussion, is that of thumb. It entails the placing of the green beans in a perforated drum, just covering them with water or a solution of sodium chloride or sodium carbonate at 65 degrees to 75 degrees centigrade, and subjecting them to a vigorous brushing for from 1 to 5 minutes, according to the grade of coffee being treated. The value of this method is somewhat doubtful, as it would not seem to accomplish any more than simple washing. In fact, if anything, the process is undesirable, as some of the extractive matters present in the coffee, and particularly caffeine, will be lost. Both Freund and Harnack hold briefs for the product produced by this method, and the latter endeavours analytically to prove its merits. But as his experimental data are questionable, his conclusions do not carry much weight. The acids of coffee. The study of the acids of coffee has been productive of much controversy and many contradictory results, few of which possess any value. The acid of coffee is generally spoken of as cafetanic acid. Quite a few attempts have been made to determine the composition and structure of this compound and to assign it a formula. Among them may be noted those of Allen, who gives it the empirical formula C14H16O7, Hlasewetz, who represents it as C15H18O8, Richter as C30H18O16, Griebel as C18H24O10, and Cazeneuve and Haddon as C21H28O14. It is variously supposed to exist in coffee as the potassium, calcium, or magnesium salt. In regard to the physical appearance of the isolated substance, there is also some doubt. Thorpe describing it as an amorphous powder, and Howard as a brownish, syrup-like mass having a slight acid and astringent taste. The chemical reactions of cafetanic acid are generally agreed upon. A dark green coloration is given with ferric chloride, and upon boiling it with alkalis or dilute acids, caffeic acid and glucose are formed. Fusion with alkali produces protocatacetic acid. K. Gorter has made an extensive and accurate investigation into the matter, and in reporting upon the same has made some very pertinent observations. His claim is that the name cafetanic acid is a misnomer and should be abandoned. The so-called cafetanic acid is really a mixture which has among its constituents chlorogenic acid, C32H38O19, which is not a tannic acid, and coffalic acid. Tatlock and Thompson have expressed the opinion that roasted coffee contains no tannin, and that the lead precipitate contains mostly colouring matter. They found only 4.5% of tannin, precipitable by gelatin or alkaloids, in raw coffee. Hanausek demonstrated the presence of oxalic acid in unripe beans, and citric acid has been isolated from Liberian coffee. It also has been claimed that viridic acid, C14H20O11, is present in coffee. In addition to these, the fat of coffee contains a certain percentage of free fatty acids. It is thus apparent that even in green coffee there is no definite compound cafetanic acid, and there is even less likelihood of its being present in roasted coffee. The conditions, high heat and oxidation, to which coffee is subjected in roasting would suffice to decompose this hypothetical acid if it were present. In the method of analysis for cafetanic acid, number 24, given at the end of this chapter, there are many chances of error, although this procedure is the best yet devised. Lead acetate forms 3 different compounds with cafetanic acid, so that this reagent must be added with extreme care in order to precipitate the compound desired. The precipitate, upon forming, mechanically carries down with it any fats which may be present, and which are removed from it only with difficulty. The majority of the mineral salts in the solution will come down simultaneously. All of the above-mentioned organic acids form insoluble salts with lead acetate, and there will also be a tendency toward precipitation of certain of the components of caramel, the acidic polymerization products of acrolein, glycerol, etc., and of the proteins and their decomposition products. In view of this condition of uncertainty in composition, necessity for great care in manipulation, and ever-present danger of contamination, the significance of cafetanic acid analysis fades. It is highly desirable that the nomenclature relevant to this analytical procedure be changed to one, such as lead number, which will be more truly indicative of its significance. The alkaloids of coffee. In addition to caffeine, the main alkaloid of coffee, trigonelin, the methylbetane of nicotinic acid, sometimes known as caffeine, has been isolated from coffee. This alkaloid, having the formula C14H16O4N2, is also found in fenugreek, Trigonella phenum graecum, in various leguminous plants, and in the seeds of Strophanthus. When pure, it forms colorless needles melting at 140 degrees centigrade and, as with all alkaloids, gives a weak basic reaction. It is very soluble in water, slightly soluble in alcohol, and only very slightly soluble in ether, chloroform, or benzol, so that it does not contaminate the caffeine in the determination of the latter. Its effects on the body have not been studied, but they are probably not very great, as Polstorff obtained only 0.23% from the coffee which he examined. Caffeine, thein, trimethylxanthin, or C5H open parenthesis CH3 close parenthesis 3 N4O2, in addition to being in the coffee bean, is also found in guarana leaves, the kola nut, mate or Paraguay tea, and, in small quantities, in cocoa. It is also found in other parts of these plants besides those commonly used for food purposes. A neat test for detecting the presence of caffeine is that of A. Vierhoever, in which the caffeine is sublimed directly from the plant tissue in a special apparatus. The presence of caffeine in the sublimate is verified by observing its melting point, determined on a special heating stage used in connection with a microscope. The chief commercial source of this alkaloid is waste and damaged tea, from which it is prepared by extraction with boiling water, the tannin precipitated from the solution with litharge, and the solution then concentrated to crystallize out the caffeine. It is further purified by sublimation or recrystallization from water. Coffee chaff and roaster flue dust have been proposed as sources for medicinal caffeine, but the extraction of the alkaloid from the former has not proven to be a commercial success. Several manufacturers of pharmaceuticals are now extracting caffeine from roaster flue dust, probably by an adaptation of the Faunce process. The recovery of caffeine from roaster flue gases may be facilitated and increased by the use of a condenser, such as proposed UA. Pure caffeine forms long, white, silky, flexible needles which readily felt together to form light, fleecy masses. It melts at 235 to 7 degrees centigrade and sublimes completely at 178 degrees centigrade, though the sublimation starts at 120 degrees. Salts of an unstable nature are formed with caffeine by most acids. The similarity between caffeine and theobromine, the chief alkaloid of cocoa, xanthin, one of the constituents of meat, and uric acid is shown by the accompanying structural formulae. Caffeine, C5H, open parenthesis, CH3, close parenthesis, 3, N4O2. Theobromine, C5H2, open parenthesis, CH3, close parenthesis, 2, N4O2. Xanthin, C5H4N4O2. Uric acid, C5H4N4O3. These formulae show merely the relative position occupied by caffeine in the purine group, and do not in any wise indicate, because of its similarity of structure to the other compounds, that it has the same physiological action. The presence and position of the methyl groups, CH3, in caffeine is probably the controlling factor which makes its action differ from the behavior of other members of the series. The structure of these compounds was established, and their syntheses accomplished, in the course of various classic researches by Emil Fischer. Gorter states that caffeine exists in coffee in combination with chlorogenic acid as a potassium chlorogenate. C32, H36, O19. K2, open parenthesis, C8, H10, O2, N4, close parenthesis, 2.2H2O, which he isolated in colorless prisms. This compound is water-soluble, but caffeine cannot be extracted from the crystals with anhydrous solvents. To this behavior can probably be attributed the difficulty experienced in extracting caffeine from coffee with dry organic solvents. However, the fact that a small percentage can be extracted from the green bean in this manner indicates that some of the caffeine content exists therein in a free state. This acid compound of caffeine will be largely decomposed during the process of torrefaction, so that in roasted coffee a larger percentage will be present in the free state. Microscopical examination of the roasted bean lends verisimilitude to this contention. The caffeine content of coffee varies with the different kinds, a fair average of the caffeine content being about 1.5% for C. arabica, to which class most of our coffees belong. However, aside from these may be mentioned C. canephora, which yields 1.97% caffeine, C. mauritiana, which contains 0.07% of the alkaloid, less than the average caffeine-free coffee, and C. humboldtiana, which contains no caffeine but a bitter principle, caffeimarin. Neither do the berries of C. gallienii, C. bonnieri, or C. mogenetti contain any caffeine, and there has also been reported a Congo coffee which contained no crystallizable alkaloid whatever. Apparently, the variation in caffeine content is largely due to the genus of the tree from which the berry comes, but it is also quite probable that the nature of the soil and climatic conditions play an important part. In the light of what has been accomplished in the field of agricultural research, it does not seem improbable that a man of Burbank's ability and foresight could successfully develop a series of coffee possessed of all the cup qualities inherent in those now used, but totally devoid of caffeine. Whether this is desirable or not is a question to be considered in an entirely different light from the possibility of its accomplishment. Table 3. Caffeine in different roasts. Rio Green, 1.68%. Rio Cinnamon, 1.7%. Rio Medium, 1.66%. Rio City, 1.36%. Santos Green, 1.85%. Santos Cinnamon, 1.72%. Santos Medium, 1.66%. Santos City, 1.66%. Guatemala Green, 1.82%. Guatemala Cinnamon, 1.8%. Guatemala Medium, 1.56%. Guatemala City, 1.46%. The variation in the caffeine content of coffee at different intensities of roasting, as shown in Table 3, is, of course, primarily dependent upon the original content of the green. A considerable portion of the caffeine is sublimed off during roasting, thus decreasing the amount in the bean. The higher the roast is carried, the greater the shrinkage, but, as the analyses in the above table show, the loss of caffeine proceeds out of proportion to the shrinkage, for the percentage of caffeine constantly decreases with the increase in color. If the roast be carried almost to the point of carbonization, as in the case of the Italian roast, the caffeine content will be almost nil. This is not a suitable coffee for one desiring an almost caffeine-free drink, for the empyreumatic products produced by this excessive roasting will be more toxic by far than the caffeine itself would have been. Caffeine-free coffee. The demand for a caffeine-free coffee may be attributed to two causes, namely, the objectionable effect which caffeine has upon neurasthenics, and the questionable advertising of the coffee substitute dealers who have by this means persuaded many normal persons into believing that they are decidedly subnormal. As a result of this demand, a variety of decaffeinated coffees have been placed on the market. Just why the coffee men have not taken advantage of naturally caffeine-free coffees, or of the possibility of obtaining coffees low in caffeine content by chemical selection from the lines now used, is a difficult question to answer. In the endeavour to develop a commercial decaffeinated coffee, the first method of procedure was to extract the caffeine from roasted coffee. This method had its advantages and its disadvantages, of which the latter predominated. The caffeine in the roasted coffee is not as tightly bound chemically as in the green coffee and is, therefore, more easily extracted. Also, the structure of the roasted bean renders it more readily penetrable by solvents than does that of the green bean. However, the great objection to this method arises from the fact that at the same time as the caffeine is extracted, the volatile aromatic and flavouring constituents of the coffee are removed also. These substances, which are essential for the maintenance of quality by the coffee, though readily separated from the caffeine, cannot be returned to the roasted bean with any degree of certainty. This virtually insurmountable obstacle forced the abandonment of this mode of attack. In order to avoid this action, the attention of investigators was directed to extraction of the alkaloid in question from the green bean. Because of the difficulty of causing the solvent to penetrate the bean, recourse to grinding resulted. This greatly facilitated the desired extraction, but a difficulty was encountered when the subsequent roasting was attempted. The irregular and broken character of the ground green beans resisted all attempts to produce, practically, a uniformly roasted, highly aromatic product from the ground material. Avoidance of this lack of uniformity in the product, and the great desirability to duplicate the normal bean as far as possible, necessitated the development of a method of extraction of the caffeine from the whole raw bean without a permanent alteration of the shape thereof. The close structure of the green bean, and its consequent resistance to penetration by solvents, and the existence of the caffeine in the bean as an acid salt, which is not easily soluble, offered resistance to successful extraction. As a means of overcoming the difficulty of structure, the beans were allowed to stand in water in order to swell, or the cells were expanded by treatment with steam, or the beans were subjected to the action of some cellulose softening acids, such as acetic acid or sulfur dioxide. As a method of facilitating the mechanical side of extraction without deleterious effects, the treatment of the coffee with steam under pressure, as utilized in the patented process of Meyer, Roselius, and Wimmer, is probably the safest. Many ingenious methods have been devised for the ready removal of the caffeine from this point on. Several processes employ an alkali, such as ammonium hydroxide, to free the caffeine from the acid, or an acid, such as acetic, hydrochloric, or sulfurous, is used to form a more soluble salt of caffeine. Other procedures effect the dissociation of the caffeine acid salt by dampening or immersion in a liquid and subjecting the mass to the action of an electric current. The caffeine is usually extracted from the beans by benzol or chloroform, but a variety of solvents may be employed, such as petrolic ether, water, alcohol, carbon tetrachloride, ethylene chloride, acetone, ethyl ether, or mixtures or emulsions of these. After extraction, the beans may be steam distilled to remove and to recover any residual traces of solvent, and then dried and roasted. It is said that by heating the beans before bringing them into contact with steam, not only is an economy of steam effected, but the quality of the resultant product is improved. One clever but expensive method of preparing caffeine-free coffee consists in heating the beans under pressure with some substance, such as sodium salicylate, with the resultant formation of a more soluble and more easily steam distillable compound of caffeine. The beans are then steam distilled to remove the caffeine, dried, and roasted. Another process of peculiar interest is that of Hubner, in which the coffee beans are well washed and then spread in layers and kept covered with water at 15 degrees centigrade until limited germination has taken place, whereupon the beans are removed and the caffeine extracted with water at 50 degrees centigrade. It is claimed by the inventor that sprouting serves to remove some of the caffeine, but it is quite probable that the process does nothing more than accomplish simple aqueous extraction. In the majority of these processes, the flavor of the resultant product should be very similar to natural roasted coffee. However, in the cases where aqueous extraction is employed, other substances beside caffeine are removed that are replaced in the bean only with difficulty. The resultant product accordingly is very likely to have a flavor not entirely natural. On the other hand, beans from which the caffeine is extracted with volatile solvents, if the operation be conducted carefully, should give a natural tasting roast. Any residual traces of the solvent left in the bean are volatilized upon roasting. Some of the caffeine-free coffees on the market show, upon analysis, almost as much caffeine as the natural bean. Those manufactured by reliable concerns, however, are virtually caffeine-free, their content of the alkaloid varying from 0.3 to 0.07% as opposed to 1.5% in the untreated coffee. Thus, although actually only caffeine-poor, in order to get the reaction of 1 cup of ordinary coffee, one would have to drink an unusual amount of the brew made from these coffees. The aromatic principles of coffee. To ascertain just what substance or substances gives the pleasing and charismatic aroma to coffee has long been the great desire of both practical and scientific men interested in the coffee business. This elusive material has variously been called caffeol, caffeone, the essential oil of coffee, etc., the terms having acquired an ambiguous and incorrect significance. It is now generally agreed that the aromatic constituent of coffee is not an essential oil, but a complex of compounds which usage has caused to be collectively called caffeol. These substances are not present in the green bean, but are produced during the process of roasting. Attempts at identification and location of origin have been numerous, and although not conclusive, still have not proven entirely futile. One of the first observations along this line was that of Benjamin Thompson in 1812. This fragrance of coffee is certainly owing to the escape of a volatile aromatic substance which did not originally exist as such in the grain, but which is formed in the process of roasting it. Later, Graham, Stenhouse, and Campbell started on the way to the identification of this aroma by noting that, in common with all the valuable constituents of coffee, caffeone is found to come from the soluble portion of the roasted seed. Comparison of the aroma given off by coffee during the roasting process with that of fresh ground roasted coffee shows that the two aromas, although somewhat different, may be attributed to the same substance present in different proportions in the two cases. Recovery and identification of the aromatic principles escaping from the roaster would go far toward answering the question regarding the nature of the aroma. Bernheimer reported water, caffeine, caffeol, acetic acid, quinol, methylamine, acetone, fatty acids, and pyrrole in the distillate coming from roasting coffee. The caffeol obtained by Bernheimer in this work was believed by him to be a methyl derivative of saligenin. Jekyll examined a similar product and found considerable quantities of caffeine, furfural, and acetic acid, together with small amounts of acetone, ammonia, trimethylamine, and formic acid. The caffeol of Bernheimer could not be detected. Another substance was separated also, but in too small a quantity to permit complete identification. This substance consisted of colorless crystals which readily sublimed, melted at 115 degrees to 117 degrees centigrade, and contained sulfur. The crystals were insoluble in water, almost insoluble in alcohol, but readily soluble in ether. By distilling roasted coffee with superheated steam, Erdmann obtained an oil consisting of an indifferent proportion of 58% and an acid proportion of 42%, consisting mainly of a valeric acid, probably alpha-methylbutyric acid. The indifferent portion was found to contain about 50% furfuryl alcohol, together with a number of phenols. The fraction containing the characteristic odorous constituent of coffee boiled at 93 degrees centigrade under 13 millimeters pressure. The yield of this latter principle was extremely small, only about 0.89 gram being procured from 65 kilos of coffee. Pyridine was also shown to be present in coffee by Bertrand and Weisweiler and by Sayer. As high as 200 to 500 milligrams of this toxic compound have been obtained from 1 kilogram of freshly roasted coffee. As stated above, the empyreumatic volatile aromatic constituents of the coffee are without question formed during and by the roasting process. According to Thorpe, the most favorable temperature for development of coffee odor and flavor is about 200 degrees centigrade. Erdmann claimed to have produced caffeol by gently heating together cafetanic acid, caffeine, and cane sugar. Other investigators have been unable to duplicate this work. Another authority, giving it the empirical formula C8H10O2, states that it is produced during roasting, probably at the expense of a portion of the caffeine. These conceptions are in the main incomplete and inaccurate. By means of careful work, Graf came closer to ascertaining the origin of the fugacious aromatic materials. His work with normal, caffeine-free coffee and with Thumb's purified coffee led him to state that a part of these substances was derived from the crude fiber, probably from the hemicellulose of the thick endosperm cells. Sayer makes the most plausible proposal regarding the origin of caffeol. He considers the roasting of coffee as a destructive distillation process, summarizing the results briefly as the production of furforaldehyde from the carbohydrates, acrylane from the fats, catechol and pyrogallol from the tannins, and ammonia, amines, and pyrols from the proteins. The products of roasting interreact to produce many compounds of varying degrees of complexity and toxicity. The great difficulty which arises in the attempt to identify the aromatic constituents of coffee is that the caffeols of no two coffees may be said to be the same. The reason for this is apparent, for the green coffees themselves vary in composition, and those of the same constitution are not roasted under identical conditions. Therefore, it is not to be expected that the decomposition products formed by the action of the different greens would be the same. Also, these volatile products occur in the roasted coffee in such a small amount that the ascertaining of their percentage relationship and the recognition of all that are present are not possible with the methods of analysis at present at our disposal. Until better analytical procedures have been developed, we cannot hope to establish a chemical basis for the grading of coffees from this standpoint. Coffee oil and fat. It is well to distinguish between the coffee oils, as they are termed by the trade, and true coffee oil. In speaking of the qualities of coffee, connoisseurs frequently use erroneous terms, particularly when they designate certain of the flavoring and aromatic constituents of coffee as oils or essential oils. Coffee does not contain any essential oils, the aromatic constituent corresponding to essential oil in coffee being caffeol, a complex which is water-soluble, a property not possessed by any true oil. True, the oil, when isolated from roasted coffee, does possess, before purification, considerable of the aromatic and flavoring constituents of coffee. They are, however, no part of the coffee fat, but are held in it no doubt by an enfleurage action in much the same way that perfumes of roses, etc., are absorbed and retained by fats and oils in the commercial preparation of pomades and perfumes. This affinity of the coffee oil for caffeol assists in the retention of aromatic substances by the whole roasted bean. However, upon extraction of ground roasted coffee with water, the caffeol shows a preferential solubility in water and is dissolved out from the oil going into the brew. The true oil of coffee has been investigated to a fair degree and has been found to be inodorous when purified. Analysis of green and roasted coffees shows them to possess between 12% and 20% fat. Warnier extracted ground unroasted coffee with petroleum ether, washed the extract with water, and distilled off the solvent, obtaining a yellow-brownish oil possessing a sharp taste. From his examination of this oil, he reported these constants: D sub 24-5, 0.942. Refraction at 25 degrees, 81.5. Solidifying point, 6 degrees to 5 degrees. Melting point, 8 degrees to 9 degrees. Saponification number, 177.9. Esterification number, 166.7. Acid number, 6.2. Acetyl number, 0. Iodine number, 84.5 to 86.3. Mayer and Eckert carefully purified coffee oil and saponified it with Li2O in alcohol. In the saponifiable portion, glycerol was the only alcohol present, the acids being carnaubic 10%, datarinic acid 1 to 1.5%, palmitic acid 25 to 28%, capric acid 0.5%, oleic acid 2%, and linoleic acid 50%. The unsaponifiable wax amounted to 21.2%, was nitrogen-free, gave a phytosterine reaction, and saponification and oxidation indicated that it was probably a tannol carnaubat. Von Bitto examined the fat extracted from the inner husk of the coffee berry and found it to be faint yellow in color and to solidify only gradually after melting. Upon analysis it showed saponification value 141.2, palmitic acid 37.84%, and glycerids as tripalmitin 28.03%. Carbohydrates of the coffee berry. There has been considerable diversity of opinion regarding the sugar of coffee. Bell believed the sugar to be of a peculiar species allied to melizitose, but Ewell, G. L. Spencer and others definitely proved the presence of sucrose in coffee. In fat-free coffee, 6% of sucrose was found extractable by 70% alcohol. Baker claimed that manoarabinose or manoxylose formed one of the most important constituents of the coffee berry substance and yielded mannose on hydrolysis. Schultz and Maxwell state that raw coffee contains galactan, mannan, and pentosans, the latter present to the extent of 5% in raw and 3% in roasted coffee. By distilling coffee with hydrochloric acid, Ewell obtained furfural equivalent to 9% pentose. He also obtained a gummy substance which, on hydrolysis, gave rise to a reducing sugar, and as it gave mucic acid and furfural on oxidation, he concluded that it was a compound of pentose and galactose. In undressed Mysore coffee, Kamel found 2.6% of glucose and no dextrin. This claim of the presence of glucose in coffee was substantiated by the work of Hlasewetz, who resolved a cafetinic acid which he had isolated into glucose and a peculiar crystallizable acid, CH-H8O4, which he named caffeic acid. The starch content of coffee is very low. Cereals may readily be detected and identified in coffee mixtures by the presence and characteristics of their starch, in view of the fact that coffee, chicory too, is practically free from starch. On this score, it is inadvisable for diabetics to use any of the many cereal substitutes for coffee. It is pertinent to note in this connection that persons suffering from diabetes may sweeten their coffee with saccharin, 1/2 to 1 grain per cup, or glycerol, thus obtaining perfect satisfaction without endangering their health. The cellulose in coffee is of a very hard and horny character in the green bean, but it is made softer and more brittle during the process of roasting. It is rather difficult to define under the microscope, particularly after roasting, even though the chief characteristics of the cellular tissue are more or less retained. Coffee cellulose gives a blue color with sulfuric acid and iodine and is dissolved by an ammoniacal solution of copper oxide. Even after roasting, remnants of the silver skin are always present, the structure of which, a thin membrane with adherent thick-walled spindle-shaped hollow cells, is peculiar to coffee. End of section 21. Section 22 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paul Lawley-Jones. All About Coffee by William Ukers. Chapter 27, The Chemistry of the Coffee Bean, by Charles W. Trigg, Industrial Fellow of the Mellon Institute of Industrial Research, Pittsburgh, 1916 to 1920. Part 2. The Chemistry of Roasting. The effect of the heat in the roasting of coffee is largely evidenced as a destructive distillation and also as a partial dehydration. At the same time, oxidizing and reducing reactions probably occur within the bean, as well as some polymerization and interreactions. A loss of water is to be expected as the natural outcome of the application of heat, and analyses show that the moisture content of raw coffee varies from 8 to 14%, while after roasting it rarely exceeds 3% and frequently falls as low as 0.5%. The loss of the original water content of the green bean is not the only moisture loss. For many of the constituents of coffee, notably the carbohydrates, are decomposed upon heating to give off water, so that analysis before and after roasting is no direct indication of the exact amount of water driven off in the process. If it be desired to ascertain this quantity accurately, catching of the products which are driven off and determination of their water content becomes necessary. The carbohydrates both dehydrate and decompose. The result of the dehydration is the formation of caramel and related products which comprise the principal coloring matters in coffee infusion. That portion of the carbohydrates known as pentosands gives rise to furforaldehyde, one of the important components of caffeol. The effect of roasting upon the fat content of the beans is to reduce its actual weight, but not to change appreciably the percentage present, since the decrease in quantity keeps pace fairly well with the shrinkage. Some of the more volatile fatty acids are driven off, and the fats break down to give a larger percentage of free fatty acids, some light esters, acrylane, and formic acid. If the roast be a very heavy one, or is brought up too rapidly, the fat will come to the surface, through breaking of the fat cells, with a decided alteration in the chemical nature of the fat and with a pronounced expansion and cracking. Decomposition of the caffeine acid salt and considerable sublimation of the caffeine also occur. The majority of the caffeine undergoes this volatilization unchanged, but a portion of it is probably oxidized with the formation of ammonia, methylamine, dimethylparabenic acid, and carbon dioxide. This reaction partly explains why the amount of caffeine recovered from the roaster flues is not commensurate with the amount lost from the roasting coffee, although incomplete condensation is also an important factor. Microscopic examination of the roasted beans will show occasional small crystals of caffeine in the indentations on the surface where they have been deposited during the cooling process. The compound or compounds known as cafetenic acid are probably the source of catechol, as the proteins are of ammonia, amines, and pyrols. The crude fiber and other unnamed constituents of the raw beans react analogously to similar compounds in the destructive distillation of wood, giving rise to acetone, various fatty acids, carbon dioxide, and other uncondensable gases, and many compounds of unknown identity. During the course of roasting and subsequent cooling, these decomposition products probably interact and polymerize to form aromatic tar-like materials and other complexes which play an important role among the delicate flavors of coffee. In fact, it is not unlikely that these reactions continue throughout the storage time after roasting, and that upon them the deterioration of roasted coffee is largely dependent. Speculation upon what complex compounds are thus formed offers much attraction. A notable one by Sayer postulates the reaction between acrylane and ammonia to give methylpyridine, which in turn with furfural forms furfural vinyl pyridine. This, upon reduction, would produce the alkaloid conin, traces of which have been found in coffee. Although furforaldehyde is the natural decomposition product of pentasands, furfuryl alcohol is the main furane body of coffee aroma. This would indicate that active reducing conditions prevail within the bean during roasting, and the further fact that carbon monoxide is given off during roasting makes this seem quite probable. If one admits that cafetanic acid exists in the green bean, that upon oxidization it gives viridic acid, and that it is concentrated in the outer layers of the bean, as certain investigators have claimed, then there is chemical proof of the existence of oxidizing conditions about the exterior of the bean. In any event, however, the fact that oxidizing conditions predominate on the external portion of the bean is obvious. Accordingly, our meager knowledge of the chemistry of roasting indicates that while external layers of the roasting beans are subjected to oxidizing conditions, reducing ones exist in the interior. Further experimentation, no doubt, will prove this to be the case. Attempts have been made to retain in the beans the volatile products, which normally escape, both by coating previous to roasting and by conducting the process under pressure. However, the results so obtained were not practical, since the cup values were decreased in the majority of cases, and the physiological effects produced were undesirable. In cases where the quality was improved, the gain was not sufficient to recompense the roaster for the additional expense and difficulty of operation. Various persons have essayed to control the roasting process automatically, but the extreme variance in composition of different coffees, the effect of changing atmospheric conditions, and the lack of consistency in the calorific power of fuels have conspired to defeat the automatic roasting machine. It is even doubtful whether DiMattia's process for roasting until the vapors evolved produce a violet color when passed into a solution of fuchsin decolorized with sulfur dioxide is commercially reliable. Many patents have been granted for the treatment of coffees immediately prior to or during roasting, with the object of thus improving the product. The majority of these depend upon adding solutions of sugar, calcium saccharate, or other carbohydrates, and in the case of Eckhart, of small percentages of tannic acid and fat. In direct opposition to this latter practice, Juergens and Westphal apply alkali, ostensibly to lessen the tannic acid content. Brugier sprays a solution containing caffeine upon the roasting berries, and Potter roasts the coffee together with chicory, effecting a separation at the end. The exact effect which roasting with sugars has upon the flavor is not well understood, but it is known that it causes the beans to absorb more moisture due to the hygroscopicity of the caramel formed. For instance, berries roasted with the addition of glucose syrup hold an additional 7% of water and give a darker infusion than normally roasted coffee. When the green coffee is glazed with cane sugar prior to roasting, the losses during the process are much higher than ordinarily, on account of the higher temperature required to attain the desired results. Losses for ordinary coffee taken to a 16% roast are 9.7% of the original fat and 21.1% of the original caffeine, while for sugar-glazed coffee, the losses were 18.3% of the original fat and 44.3% of the original caffeine, using 8 to 9% sugar with Java coffee. Grinding and packaging. It is a curious fact that green coffee improves upon aging, whereas after roasting it deteriorates with time. Even when packed in the best containers, age shows to a disadvantage on the roasted bean. This is due to a number of causes, among which are oxidation, volatilization of the aroma, absorption of moisture and consequent hydrolysis, and alteration in the character of the aromatic principles. Doolittle and Wright, in the course of some extensive experiments, found that roasted coffee showed a continual gain in weight throughout 60 weeks, this gain being mostly due to moisture absorption. An investigation by Gould also demonstrated that roasted coffee gives off carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide upon standing. The latter, apparently produced during roasting and retained by the cellular structure of the bean, diffuses therefrom, whereas the former comes from an anti-roasting decomposition of unstable compounds present. The surface of the whole bean forms a natural protection against atmospheric influences, and as soon as this is broken, deterioration sets in. On this account, coffee should be ground immediately before extraction if maximum efficiency is to be obtained. The cells of the beans tend to retain the fugacious aromatic principles to a certain extent, so that the more of these which are broken in grinding, the greater will be the initial loss and the more rapid the vitiation of the coffee. It might, therefore, seem desirable to grind coarsely in order to avoid this as much as possible. However, the coarser the grind, the slower and more incomplete will be the extraction. A patent has been granted for a grind which contains about 90% fine coffee and 10% coarse, the patentee's claim being that in his irregular grind, the coarse coffee retains enough of the volatile constituents to flavor the beverage, while the fine coffee gives a very high extraction, thus giving an efficient brew without sacrificing individuality. In packaging roasted coffee, the whole bean is naturally the best form to employ. But if the coffee is ground first, King found that deterioration is most rapid with the coarse ground coffee, the speed decreasing with the size of the ground particles. He explains this on the ground of ventilation. The finer the grind, the closer the particles packed together, the less the circulation of air through the mass, and the smaller the amount of aroma which is carried away. He also found that glass makes the best container for coffee, with the tin can and the foil-lined bag with an inner lining of glassine not greatly inferior. Considerable publicity has been given recently to the method of packing coffee in a sealed tin under reduced pressure. While thus packing in a partial vacuum undoubtedly retards oxidation and precludes escape of aroma from the original package, it would seem likely to hasten the initial volatilizing of the aroma. Also, it would appear from Gould's work that roasted coffee evolves carbon dioxide until a certain positive pressure is attained, regardless of the initial pressure in the container. Accordingly, vacuum packing apparently enhances the decomposition of certain constituents of coffee. Whether this result is beneficial or otherwise is not quite clear. Brewing. The old-time boiling method of making coffee has gone out of style because the average consumer is becoming aware of the fact that it does not give a drink of maximum efficiency. Boiling the ground coffee with water results in a large loss of aromatic principles by steam distillation, a partial hydrolysis of insoluble portions of the grounds, and a subsequent extraction of the products thus formed, which give a bitter flavor to the beverage. Also, the maintenance of a high temperature by the direct application of heat has a deleterious effect upon the substances in solution. This is also true in the case of the pumping percolator and any other device wherein the solution is caused to pass directly into steam at the point where heat is applied. Warm and cold water extract about the same amount of material from coffee, but with different rates of speed, an increase in temperature decreasing the time necessary to effect the desired result. It is a well-known fact that rewarming a coffee brew has an undesirable effect upon it. This is probably due to the precipitation of some of the water-soluble proteins when the solution cools, and their subsequent decomposition when heat is applied directly to them in reheating the solution. The absorption of air by the solution upon cooling, with attendant oxidation, which is accentuated by the application of heat in rewarming, must also be considered. It is likewise probable that when an extract of coffee cools upon standing, some of the aromatic principles separate out and are lost by volatilization. The method of extracting coffee which gives the most satisfaction is practiced by using a grind just coarse enough to retain the individualistic flavoring components, retaining the ground coffee in a fine cloth bag, as in the urn system, or on a filter paper, as in the trickolator, and pouring water at boiling temperature over the coffee. During the extraction, a top should be kept on the device to minimize volatilization, and the temperature of the extract should be maintained constant at about 200 degrees Fahrenheit after being made. Whether a repouring is necessary or not is dependent upon the speed with which the water passes through the coffee which in turn is controlled by the fineness of the grind and of the filtering medium. The water extract. Although many analyses of the whole coffee bean are available, but little work has been reported upon the aqueous extracts. The total water extract of roasted coffee varies from 20 to 31% in different kinds of coffee. The following analysis of the extract from a Santos coffee may be taken as a fair average example of the water-soluble material. Table 4. Analysis of Santos coffee extract, dry basis. Ether extract, fixed, 1.06%. Total nitrogen, 3.4%. Caffeine, 5.42%. Crude fiber, 0.25%. Total ash, 17.43%. Reducing sugar, 2.7%. Cafetanic acid, 15.33%. Protein, 7.71%. It is difficult to make the trade terms such as acidity, astringency, etc., used in describing a cup of coffee conform with the chemical meanings of the same terms. However, a fair explanation of the cause of some of these qualities can be made. Careful work by Warnier showed the actual acidities of some East India coffees to be Table 5. Acidity of some East India coffees. Coffee from Sinjai. Acid content 0.033%. Timor 0.028%. Botany 0.019%. Bungay 0.016%. Luwai 0.021%. Wallow Pengenten 0.018%. Kawi Rejo 0.015%. Palman Chasem 0.022%. Malang 0.013%. These figures may be taken as reliable examples of the true acid content of coffee, and though they seem very low, it is not at all incomprehensible that the acids which they indicate produce the acidity in a cup of coffee. They probably are mainly volatile organic acids together with other acidic-natured products of roasting. We know that very small quantities of acids are readily detected in fruit juices and beer, and that variation in their percentage is quickly noticed, while the neutralization of this small amount of acidity leaves an insipid drink. Hence, it seems quite likely that this small acid content gives to the coffee brew its essential acidity. A few minor experiments on neutralization have proven that a very insipid beverage is produced by thus treating a coffee infusion. The body, or what might be called the licorice-like character, of coffee is due conceivably to the presence of bodies of a glucosidic nature and to caramel. Astringency, or bitterness, is dependent upon the decomposition products of crude fiber and chlorogenic acid, and upon the soluble mineral content of the bean. The degree to which a coffee is sweet-tasting or not is, of course, dependent upon its other characteristics, but probably varies with the reducing sugar content. Aside from the effects of these constituents upon cup quality, the influence of volatile aromatic and flavoring constituents is always evident in the cup valuation and introduces a controlling factor in the production of an individualistic drink. Coffee extracts. The uncertainty of the quality of coffee brews as made from day to day, the inconvenience to the housewife of conducting the extraction, and the inevitable trend of the human race toward labor-saving devices have combined their influences to produce a demand for a substance which will give a good cup of coffee when added to water. This gave rise to a number of concentrated liquid and solid extracts of coffee which, because of their general poor quality, soon brought this type of product into disrepute. This is not surprising, for these preparations were mainly mixtures of caramel and carelessly prepared extracts of chicory, roasted cereals, and cheap coffee. Liquid extracts of coffee galore have appeared on the market only soon to disappear. Difficulty is experienced in having them maintain their quality over a protracted period of time, primarily due to the hydrolyzing action of water on the dissolved substances. They also ferment readily, although a small percentage of preservative, such as benzoate of soda, will halt spoilage. So much trouble is not encountered with coffee extract powders, the so-called soluble or instant coffees. The majority of these powdered dry extracts do, however, show great affinity for atmospheric moisture. Their hygroscopicity necessitates packing and keeping them in airtight containers to prevent them running into a solid, slowly soluble mass. The general method of procedure employed in the preparation of these powders is to extract ground roasted coffee with water and to evaporate the aqueous solution to dryness with great care. The major difficulty which seems to arise is that the heat needed to effect evaporation changes the character of the soluble material, at the same time driving off some volatile constituents which are essential to a natural flavor. Many complex and clever processes have been developed for avoiding these difficulties, and quite a number of patents on processes and several on the resultant product have been allowed. But the commercial production of a soluble coffee of freshly brewed coffee duplicating powder is yet to be accomplished. However, there are now on the market several coffee extract powders which dissolve readily in water, giving quite a fair approximation of freshly brewed coffee. The improvement shown since they first appeared augurs well for the eventual attainment of their ultimate goal. Adulterants and substitutes. There would appear to be three reasons why substitutes for coffee are sought: the high cost or absence of the real product, the acquiring of a preferential taste by the consumer for the substitute, and the injurious effects of coffee when used to excess. Makers of coffee substitutes usually emphasize the latter reason, but many substitutes which are, or have been, on the market seem to depend for their existence on the other two. Properly speaking, there are scarcely any real substitutes for coffee. The substances used to replace it are mostly like it only in appearance and barely simulate it in taste. Besides, many of them are not used alone, but are mixed with real coffee as adulterants. The two main coffee substitutes are chicory and cereals. Chicory, Succory, Sicorium intybus, is a perennial plant growing to a height of about 3 feet, bearing blue flowers, having a long tap root, and possessing a foliage which is sometimes used as cattle food. The plant is cultivated generally for the sake of its root, which is cut into slices, kiln-dried, and then roasted in the same manner as coffee, usually with the addition of a small proportion of some kind of fat. The preparation and use of roasted chicory originated in Holland about 1750. Fresh chicory contains about 77% water, 7.5 gummy matter, 1.1 of glucose, 4 of bitter extractive, 0.6 fat, 9.0 cellulose, inulin and fiber, and 0.8 ash. Pure roasted chicory contains 74.2% water-soluble material comprised of 16.3% water, 26.1 glucose, 9.6 dextrin and inulin, 3.2 protein, 16.4 coloring matter, and 2.6 ash, and 25.8% insoluble substances, namely 3.2% protein, 5.7 fat, 12.3 cellulose, and 4.6 ash. The effect of roasting upon chicory is to drive off a large percentage of water, increasing the reducing sugars, changing a large proportion of the bitter extractive and inulin, and forming dextrin and caramel, as well as the characteristic chicory flavor. The cereal substitutes contain almost every type of grain, mainly wheat, rye, oats, buckwheat, and bran. They are prepared in two general ways: by roasting the grains or the mixtures of grains with or without the addition of such substances as sugar, molasses, tannin, citric acid, etc., or by first making the floured grains into a dough and then baking, grinding, and roasting. Prior to these treatments, the grains may be subjected to a variety of other treatments, such as impregnation with various compounds or germination. The effect of roasting on these grains and other substitutes is the production of a destructive distillation, as in the case of coffee, the crude fiber, starches, and other carbohydrates, etc., being decomposed with the production of a flavor and an aroma faintly suggesting coffee. The number of other substitutes and imitations which have been employed are too numerous to warrant their complete description, but it will prove interesting to enumerate a few of the more important ones, such as malt, starch, acorns, soya, beans, beetroots, figs, prunes, date stones, ivory nuts, sweet potatoes, beets, carrots, peas, and other vegetables, bananas, dried pears, grape seeds, dandelion roots, rinds of citrus fruits, lupine seeds, whey, peanuts, juniper berries, rice, the fruit of the wax palm, kola nuts, chickpeas, cassia seeds, and the seeds of any trees and plants indigenous to the country in which the substitute is produced. Aside from adulteration by mixing substitutes with ground coffee, and an occasional case of factitious molded berries, the main sophistications of coffee comprise coating and coloring the whole beans. Coloring of green and roasted coffees is practiced to conceal damaged and inferior beans. Lead and zinc chromates, Prussian blue, ferric oxide, coal tar colors, and other substances of a harmful nature have been employed for this purpose, being made to adhere to the beans with adhesives. As glazes and coatings, a variety of substances have been employed, such as butter, margarine, vegetable oils, paraffin, Vaseline, gums, dextrin, gelatin, resins, glue, milk, glycerin, salt, sodium bicarbonate, vinegar, Irish moss, isinglass, albumen, etc. It is usually claimed that coating is applied to retain aroma and to act as a clarifying agent, but the real reasons are usually to increase weight through absorption of water, to render low-grade coffees more attractive, to eliminate byproducts, and to assist in advertising. Methods of analysis of coffees: official and tentative. Sole responsibility for any errors in compilation or printing of these methods is assumed by the author. Green coffee. Number 1. Macroscopic examination, tentative. A macroscopic examination is usually sufficient to show the presence of excessive amounts of black and blighted coffee beans, coffee hulls, stones, and other foreign matter. These can be separated by hand picking and determined gravimetrically. Number 2. Coloring matters, tentative. Shake vigorously 100 grams or more of the sample with cold water or 70% alcohol by volume. Strain through a coarse sieve and allow to settle. Identify soluble colors in the solution and insoluble pigments in the sediment. Roasted coffee. Number 3. Macroscopic examination, tentative. Artificial coffee beans are apparent from their exact regularity of form. Roasted legumes and lumps of chicory, when present in whole roasted coffee, can be picked out and identified microscopically. In the case of ground coffee, sprinkle some of the sample on cold water and stir lightly. Fragments of pure coffee, if not over-roasted, will float, while fragments of chicory, legumes, cereals, etc., will sink immediately, chicory coloring the water with a decided brown. In all cases, identify the particles that sink by microscopical examination. Number 4. Preparation of sample, official. Grind the sample to pass through a sieve having holes 0.5 mm in diameter and preserve in a tightly stoppered bottle. Number 5. Moisture, tentative. Dry 5 grams of the sample at 105 to 110 degrees centigrade for 5 hours and subsequent periods of an hour each until constant weight is obtained. The same procedure may be used, drying in vacuo, at the temperature of boiling water. In the case of whole coffee, grind rapidly to a coarse powder and weigh at once portions for the determination without sifting and without unnecessary exposure to the air. Number 6. Soluble solids. Tentative. Place 4 grams of the sample in a 200 cubic centimeter flask, add water to the mark, and allow the mass to infuse for 8 hours with occasional shaking. Let stand 16 hours longer without shaking, filter, evaporate 50 cubic centimeters of filtrate to dryness in a flat-bottomed dish, dry at 100 degrees centigrade, cool, and weigh. Number 7. Ash. Official. Chart a quantity of the substance, representing about 2 grams of the dry material, and burn it until free of carbon at a low heat, not to exceed dull redness. If a carbon-free ash cannot be obtained in this manner, exhaust the charred mass with hot water, collect the insoluble residue on a filter, burn till the ash is white or nearly so, and then add the filtrate to the ash and evaporate to dryness. Heat to low redness until ash is white or greyish-white, and weigh. Number 8. Ash insoluble in acid. Official. Boil the water-insoluble residue obtained as directed under 9, or the total ash obtained as directed under 7, with 25 cubic centimeters of 10% hydrochloric acid, specific gravity 1.050, for 5 minutes. Collect the insoluble matter on a Gooch crucible or an ashless filter, wash with hot water, ignite, and weigh. Number 9. Soluble and insoluble ash. Official. Heat 5 to 10 grams of the sample in a platinum dish of from 50 to 100 cubic centimeters capacity at 100 degrees centigrade until the water is expelled, and add a few drops of pure olive oil and heat slowly over a flame until swelling ceases. Then place the dish in a muffle and heat at low redness until a white ash is obtained. Add water to the ash in the platinum dish, heat nearly to boiling, filter through ash-free filter paper, and wash with hot water until the combined filtrate and washings measure to about 60 cubic centimeters. Return the filter and contents to the platinum dish, carefully ignite, cool, and weigh. Compute percentages of water-insoluble ash and water-soluble ash. Number 10. Alkalinity of the soluble ash. Official. Cool the filtrate from 9 and titrate with N/10 hydrochloric acid using methyl orange as an indicator. Express the alkalinity in terms of the number of cubic centimeters of N/10 acid per 1 gram of the sample. Number 11. Soluble phosphoric acid in the ash. Official. Acidify the solution of soluble ash obtained in 9 with dilute nitric acid and determine phosphoric acid, P2O5. For percentages up to 5, use an aliquot corresponding to 0.4 gram of substance. For percentages between 5 and 20, use an aliquot corresponding to 0.2 gram of substance, and for percentages above 20, use an aliquot corresponding to 0.1 gram of substance. Dilute to 75 to 100 cubic centimeters, heat in a water bath to 60 to 65 degrees centigrade, and for percentages below 5, add 20 to 25 cubic centimeters of freshly filtered molybdate solution. For percentages between 5 and 20, add 30 to 35 cubic centimeters of molybdate solution. For percentages greater than 20, add sufficient molybdate solution to ensure complete precipitation. Stir, let stand in the bath for about 15 minutes, filter at once, wash once or twice with water by decantation using 25 to 30 cubic centimeters each time, agitate the precipitate thoroughly and allow to settle. Transfer to the filter and wash with cold water until the filtrate from 2 fillings of the filter yields a pink color upon the addition of phenolphthalein and 1 drop of the standard alkali. Transfer the precipitate and filter to the beaker or precipitating vessel. Dissolve the precipitate in a small excess of the standard alkali. Add a few drops of phenolphthalein solution and titrate with the standard acid. Number 12. Insoluble phosphoric acid in the ash. Official. Determine phosphoric acid, P2O5, in the insoluble ash by the foregoing method. 13. Chlorides. Official. Moisten 5 grams of the substance in a platinum dish with 20 cubic centimeters of a 5% solution of sodium carbonate, evaporate to dryness and ignite as thoroughly as possible at a temperature not exceeding dull redness. Extract with hot water, filter, and wash. Return the residue to the platinum dish and ignite to an ash. Dissolve in nitric acid and add this solution to the water extract. Add a known volume of N/10 silver nitrate in slight excess to the combined solutions. Stir well, filter, and wash the silver chloride precipitate thoroughly. To the filtrate and washings, add 5 cubic centimeters of a saturated solution of ferric alum and a few cubic centimeters of nitric acid. Titrate the excess silver with N/10 ammonium or potassium thiocyanate until a permanent light brown color appears. Calculate the amount of chlorine. 14. Caffeine. The Fendler and Stuber method. Tentative. Pulverize the coffee to pass without residue through a sieve having circular openings 1 mm in diameter. Treat a 10-gram sample with 10 grams of 10% ammonium hydroxide and 200 grams of chloroform in a glass stoppered bottle and shake continuously by machine or hand for 1/2 hour. Pour the entire contents of the bottle on a 12.5 centimeter folded filter, covering with a watch glass. Weigh 150 grams of the filtrate into a 250 cubic centimeter flask and evaporate on the steam bath, removing the last chloroform with a blast of air. Digest the residue with 80 cubic centimeters of hot water for 10 minutes on a steam bath with frequent shaking and let cool. Treat the solution with 20 cubic centimeters for roasted coffee or 10 cubic centimeters for unroasted coffee of 1% potassium permanganate and let stand for 15 minutes at room temperature. Add 2 cubic centimeters of 3% hydrogen peroxide containing 1 cubic centimeter of glacial acetic acid in 100 cubic centimeters. If the liquid is still red or reddish, add hydrogen peroxide 1 cubic centimeter at a time until the excess of potassium permanganate is destroyed. Place the flask on the steam bath for 15 minutes, adding hydrogen peroxide in 0.5 cubic centimeter portions until the liquid becomes no lighter in color. Cool and filter into separatory funnel, washing with cold water. Extract 4 times with 25 cubic centimeters of chloroform. Evaporate the chloroform extract from a weighed flask with aid of an air blast and dry at 100 degrees centigrade to constant weight. 1/2 hour is usually sufficient. Weigh the residue as caffeine and calculate on 7.5 grams of coffee. Test the purity of the residue by determining nitrogen and multiplying by 3.464 to obtain caffeine. 15. Caffeine. Power chestnut method. Official. Moisten 10 grams of the finely powdered sample with alcohol, transfer to a soxhlet or similar extraction apparatus, and extract with alcohol for 8 hours. Care should be exercised to assure complete extraction. Transfer the extract with the aid of hot water to a porcelain dish containing 10 grams of heavy magnesium oxide in suspension in 100 cubic centimeters of water. This reagent should meet the USP requirements. Evaporate slowly on the steam bath with frequent stirring to a dry, powdery mass. Rub the residue with a pestle into a paste with boiling water. Transfer with hot water to a smooth filter, cleaning the dish with a rubber-tipped glass rod. Collect the filtrate into a liter flask marked at 250 cubic centimeters and wash with boiling water until the filtrate reaches the mark. Add 10 cubic centimeters of 10% sulfuric acid and boil gently for 30 minutes with a funnel in the neck of the flask. Cool and filter through a moistened double paper into a separatory funnel and wash with small portions of 0.5% sulfuric acid. Extract with 6 successive 25 cubic centimeter portions of chloroform. Wash the combined chloroform extracts in a separatory funnel with 5 cubic centimeters of 1% potassium hydroxide solution. Filter the chloroform into an Erlenmeyer flask. Wash the potassium hydroxide with 2 portions of chloroform of 10 cubic centimeters each, adding them to the flask together with the chloroform washings of the filter paper. Evaporate or distill on the steam bath to a small volume, 10 to 15 cubic centimeters. Transfer with chloroform to a tared beaker. Evaporate carefully. Dry for 30 minutes in a water oven, and weigh. The purity of the residue can be tested by determining nitrogen and multiplying by the factor 3.464. 16. Crude fiber. Official. Prepare solutions of sulfuric acid and sodium hydroxide of exactly 1.25% strength, determined by titration. Extract a quantity of the substance representing about 2 grams of the dry material with ordinary ether, or use residue from the determination of the ether extract. To this residue, in a 500 cubic centimeter flask, add 200 cubic centimeters of boiling 1.25% sulfuric acid. Connect the flask with a reflux condenser, the tube of which passes only a short distance beyond the rubber stopper into the flask, or simply cover a tall conical flask, which is well suited for this determination, with a watch glass or short-stemmed funnel. Boil at once and continue boiling gently for 30 minutes. A blast of air conducted into the flask may serve to reduce the frothing of the liquid. Filter through linen and wash with boiling water until the washings are no longer acid. Rinse the substance back into the flask with 200 cubic centimeters of the boiling 1.25% solution of sodium hydroxide, free, or nearly so, of sodium carbonate. Boil at once and continue boiling gently for 30 minutes in the same manner as directed above for the treatment with acid. Filter at once rapidly. Wash with boiling water until the washings are neutral. The last filtration may be performed upon a Gooch crucible, a linen filter, or a tared filter paper. If a linen filter is used, rinse the crude fiber after washing is completed into a flat-bottomed platinum dish by means of a jet of water. Evaporate to dryness on a steam bath, dry to constant weight at 110 degrees centigrade, weigh, incinerate completely, and weigh again. The loss in weight is considered to be crude fiber. If a tared filter paper is used, weigh in a weighing bottle. In any case, the crude fiber after drying to constant weight at 110 degrees centigrade must be incinerated and the amount of the ash deducted from the original weight. 17. Starch. Tentative. Extract 5 grams of the finely pulverized sample on a hardened filter with 5 successive portions, 10 cubic centimeters each, of ether. Wash with small portions of 95% alcohol by volume until a total of 200 cubic centimeters have passed through. Place the residue in a beaker with 50 cubic centimeters of water. Immerse the beaker in boiling water and stir constantly for 15 minutes or until all the starch is gelatinized. Cool to 55 degrees centigrade. Add 20 cubic centimeters of malt extract and maintain at this temperature for an hour or until the residue, treated with iodine, shows no blue color upon microscopic examination. Cool, make up directly to 250 cubic centimeters and filter. Place 200 cubic centimeters of the filtrate in a flask with 20 cubic centimeters of hydrochloric acid, specific gravity 1.125. Connect with a reflux condenser and heat in a boiling water bath for 2.5 hours. Cool, nearly neutralize with sodium hydroxide solution, and make up to 500 cubic centimeters. Mix the solution well, pour through a dry filter and determine the dextrose in an aliquot. Conduct a blank determination upon the same volume of the malt extract as used upon the sample, and correct the weight of reduced copper accordingly. The weight of the dextrose obtained multiplied by 0.9 gives the weight of starch. 18. Sugars. Tentative. See original Association of Official Agricultural Chemists, September 1920. 19. Petroleum ether extract, official. Dry 2 grams of coffee at 100 degrees centigrade, extract with petroleum ether boiling point 35 to 50 degrees centigrade for 16 hours, evaporate the solvent, dry the residue at 100 degrees centigrade, cool, and weigh. 20. Total acidity, tentative. Treat 10 grams of the sample, prepared as directed under 4, with 75 cubic centimeters of 80% alcohol by volume in an Erlenmeyer flask, stopper, and allow to stand 16 hours, shaking occasionally. Filter and transfer an aliquot of the filtrate, 25 cubic centimeters in the case of green coffee, 10 cubic centimeters in the case of roasted coffee, to a beaker, dilute to about 100 cubic centimeters with water and titrate with N/10 alkali using phenolphthalein as an indicator. Express the result as the number of cubic centimeters of N/10 alkali required to neutralize the acidity of 100 grams of the sample. 21. Volatile acidity, tentative. Into a volatile acid apparatus, introduce a few glass beads, and over these place 20 grams of the unground sample. Add 100 cubic centimeters of recently boiled water to the sample. Place a sufficient quantity of recently boiled water in the outer flask and distill until the distillate is no longer acid to litmus paper. Usually, 100 cubic centimeters of distillate will be collected. Titrate the distillate with N/10 alkali using phenolphthalein as an indicator. Express the result as a number of cubic centimeters of N/10 alkali required to neutralize the acidity of 100 grams of the sample. Unofficial methods. 22. Protein. Determine nitrogen in 3 grams of the sample by the Kjeldahl or Gunning method. This gives the total nitrogen due to both the proteids and the caffeine. To obtain the protein nitrogen, subtract from the total nitrogen the nitrogen due to caffeine, obtained by direct determination on the separated caffeine or by calculation. Caffeine divided by 3.464 gives nitrogen. Multiply by 6.25 to obtain the amount of protein. 23. 10% extract, McGill method. Weigh into a tared flask the equivalent of 10 grains of the dried substance, add water until the contents of the flask weigh 110 grams, connect with a reflux condenser and heat, beginning the boiling in 10 to 15 minutes. Boil for 1 hour, cool for 15 minutes, weigh again, making up any loss by the addition of water, filter, and take the specific gravity of the filtrate at 15 degrees centigrade. According to McGill, a 10% extract of pure coffee has a specific gravity of 1.00986 at 15 degrees centigrade, and under the same treatment, chicory gives an extract with a specific gravity of 1.02821. In mixtures of coffee and chicory, the approximate percentage of chicory may be calculated by the following formula. 1.0281 specific gravity. Percent of chicory equals 100 over 0.01835. The index of refraction of the above solution may be taken with the Zeiss immersion refractometer or with the Aber refractometer. With a 10% coffee extract, ND 20 degrees equals 1.3377. With a 10% chicory extract, ND 20 degrees equals 1.3448. Determinations of the solids, ash, sugar, nitrogen, etc., may be made in the 10% extract if desired. 24. Cafetanic acid, Krug's method. Treat 2 grains of the coffee with 10 cubic centimeters of water and digest for 36 hours. Add 25 cubic centimeters of 90% alcohol and digest 24 hours more. Filter and wash with 90% alcohol. The filtrate contains tannin, caffeine, color, and fat. Heat the filtrate to the boiling point and add a saturated solution of lead acetate. If this is carefully done, a cafetanate of lead will be precipitated containing 49% of lead. As soon as the precipitate has become flocculent, collect on a tared filter, wash with 90% alcohol until free from lead, Wash with ether, dry and weigh. The precipitate multiplied by 0.51597 gives the weight of the cafetanic acid. End of section 22.
Section 23 of All About Coffee.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. All About Coffee by William Ukers. Pharmacology of the coffee drink. General physiological action. Effect on children. Effect on longevity. Behavior in the alimentary regime. Place in dietary. Action on bacteria. Use in medicine. Physiological action of cafetanic acid. Of caffeol. Of caffeine. Effect of caffeine on mental and motor efficiency. Conclusions. By Charles W. Trigg, Industrial Fellow of the Mellon Institute of Industrial Research, Pittsburgh, 1916 to 1920. The published information regarding the effects of coffee drinking on the human system is so contradictory in its nature that it is hazardous to make many generalizations about the physiological behavior of coffee. Most of the investigations that have been conducted to date have been characterized by incompleteness and a failure to be sufficiently comprehensive to eliminate the element of individual idiosyncrasy from the results obtained. Accordingly, it is possible to select statements from literature to the effect either that coffee is an elixir of life or even a poison. This is a deplorable state of affairs, not calculated to promote the dissemination of accurate knowledge among the consuming public, but it may be partly excused upon the grounds that experimental apparatus has not always been at the level of perfection that it now occupies. Also, to do justice to some of the able men who have interested themselves in this problem, it should be said that some of their results were obtained in researches, distinguished by painstaking accuracy, which have affected the establishment of the major reactions of ingested coffee. The physiological action of coffee. Drinking of coffee by mankind may be attributed to three causes: the demand for and the pleasing effects of a hot drink, bracket open, a very small percentage of the coffee consumed is taken cold, bracket close, the pleasing reaction which its flavors excite on the gustatory nerve, and the stimulating effect which it has upon the body. The flavor is due largely to the volatile aromatic constituents, caffeol, which, when isolated, have a general depressant action on the system, and the stimulation is caused by the caffeine. The general and specific actions of these individual components, together with that of the hypothetical cafetanic acid, are considered under separate headings. Coffee may be considered a member of the general class of adjuvant or auxiliary foods, to which other beverages and condiments of negligible inherent food value belong. Its position on the average menu may be attributed largely to its palatability and comforting effects. However, the medicinal value of coffee in the dietary and per se must not be overlooked. The ingestion of coffee infusion is always followed by evidences of stimulation. It acts upon the nervous system as a powerful cerebrospinal stimulant, increasing mental activity and quickening the power of perception, thus making the thoughts more precise and clear, and intellectual work easier without any evident subsequent depression. The muscles are caused to contract more vigorously, increasing their working power without there being any secondary reaction leading to a diminished capacity for work. Its action upon the circulation is somewhat antagonistic, for while it tends to increase the rate of the heart by acting directly on the heart muscle,
it tends to decrease it by stimulating the inhibitory center in the medulla. The effect on the kidneys is more marked, the diuretic effect being shown by an increase in water, soluble solids, and of uric acid, directly attributable to the caffeine content of the coffee taken. In the alimentary tract, coffee seems to stimulate the oxyntic cells, and slightly to increase the secretion of hydrochloric acid, as well as to favor intestinal peristalsis. It is difficult to accept reports of coffee accomplishing both a decrease in metabolism and an increase in body heat. But if the production of heat by the demethylation of caffeine to form uric acid and a possible repression of perspiration by coffee be considered, the simultaneous occurrence of these two physiological reactions may be credited. The disagreement of medical authorities over the physiological effects of coffee is quite pronounced. This may be observed by a careful perusal of the following statements made by these men. It will be noticed that the majority opinion is that coffee in moderation is not harmful. Just how much coffee a person may drink and still remain within the limits of moderation and temperance is dependent solely upon the individual constitution and should be decided from personal experience rather than by accepting an arbitrary standard set by someone who professes to be an authority on the matter. A writer in the British Homeopathic Review says that, quote, "The exciting effects of coffee upon the nervous system exhibit themselves in all its departments as a temporary exaltation. The emotions are raised in pitch, the fancies are lively and vivid, benevolence is excited, the religious sense is stimulated, there is great loquacity. The intellectual powers are stimulated, both memory and judgment are rendered more keen, and unusual vivacity of verbal expression rules for a short time." Unquote. He continues, Hahnemann gives a characteristically careful account of the coffee headache. If the quantity of coffee taken be immoderately great, and the body be very excitable and quite unused to coffee, there occurs a semilateral headache from the upper part of the parietal bone to the base of the brain. The cerebral membranes of this side also seem to be painfully sensitive, the hands and feet becoming cold, and sweat appears on the brows and palms. The disposition becomes irritable and intolerant. Anxiety, trembling, and restlessness are apparent. I have met with headaches of this type which yielded readily to coffee, and with many more in which the indicated remedy failed to act until the use of coffee as a beverage was abandoned. The eyes and ears suffer alike from the superexcitation of coffee. There is a characteristic toothache associated with coffee. In apparent contradiction of this opinion, Dr. Valentin Nalpas, of the Faculty of Medicine of Paris, states, "When coffee is properly made and taken in moderation, it is a most valuable drink. It facilitates the digestion because it produces a local excitement. Its principal action gives clear and stable imaginative power to the brain. By doing that, it makes intellectual work easy and, to a certain extent, regulates the functions of the brain. The thoughts become more precise and clear, and mental combinations are formed with much greater rapidity. Under the influence of coffee, the memory is sometimes surprisingly active, and ideas and words flow with ease and elegance. Many people abuse coffee without feeling any bad effect." Discussing the use and abuse of coffee, Ian Love says, "The world has in the infusion of coffee one of its most valuable beverages. It is a prompt diffusible stimulant, antiseptic, and encourager of elimination. In season it supports, tides over danger, helps the appropriate powers of the system, whips up the flagging energies, enhances the endurance. But it is in no sense a food, and for this reason it should be used temperately." Also, Dr. Jonathan Hutchinson makes the following weighty pronouncement. In reference to my suggestion to give children tea and coffee, I may explain that it is done advisedly. There is probably no objection to their use even at early ages. They arouse the dull, calm the excitable, prevent headaches, and fit the brain for work. They preserve the teeth, keep them tight in their place, strengthen the vocal cords, and prevent sore throat. To stigmatize these invaluable articles of diet as nerve stimulants is an erroneous expression, for they undoubtedly have a right to rank as nerve nutrients. But Dr. Harvey Wiley comes forth with evidence on the other side, saying, "The effects of the excessive use of coffee, tea, and other natural caffeine beverages is well known. Although the caffeine is combined in these beverages naturally, and they are as a rule taken at mealtimes, which mitigates the effects of the caffeine, they are recognized by everyone as tending to produce sleeplessness, and often indigestion, stomach disorders, and a condition which, for lack of a better term, is described as nervousness. The excessive drinking of tea and coffee is acknowledged to be injurious by practically all specialists." Dr. V.C. Vaughan of the University of Michigan, speaking of tea and coffee, expresses this opinion: "I believe that caffeine used as a beverage and in moderation not only is harmless to the majority of adults, but is beneficial." This verdict is upheld by the results of a symposium conducted by the Medical Times, in which a large majority of the medical experts participating, among whom may be enumerated Drs. Lockwood, Wood, Hollingworth, Robinson, and Barnes, agreed that the drinking of coffee is not harmful per se, but that overindulgence is the real cause of any ill effects. This is also true of any ingested material. Insomnia is a condition frequently attributed to coffee, but that the authorities disagree on this ground is shown by Wiley's contention. Quote, "We know beyond doubt that the caffeine in coffee makes a direct attack on the nerves and causes insomnia." End quote. While Woods Hutchinson observes, "Oddly enough, a cup of hot, weak tea or coffee with plenty of cream and sugar will often help you to sleep, for the grateful warmth and stimulus to the lining of the stomach, drawing the blood into it and away from the head, will produce more soothing effects than the small amount of caffeine will produce stimulating and wakeful ones." The writer has often had people remark to him that while black coffee sometimes kept them awake, coffee with cream or sugar, or both, made them drowsy. In the course of experiments conducted by Montuori and Politzer, it was found that coffee prepared by hot infusion when given by mouth or hypodermically with the addition of a small dose of alcohol proved an efficient means of combating the pernicious effects of low temperatures. Coffee prepared by boiling and tea showed negative effects. The value of coffee as a strength conserver and its function of increasing endurance, morale, and healthfulness was demonstrated by the great stress which the military authorities, in the late and in previous wars, placed upon furnishing the soldiers with plenty of good coffee, particularly at times when they were under the greatest strain. Various articles record this fact, and these statements are further borne out by the data given below in the discussion of the physiological effects of caffeine, to which the majority of the stimulating effects of coffee may be attributed. According to Fauvel, with a healthy patient on a vegetable diet, chocolate and coffee increase the excretion of purines, diminishing the excretion of uric acid and apparently hindering the precipitation of uric acid in the organism. This diminution, however, was not due to retention of uric acid in the organism. Habit forming is one of the adjectives often used in describing coffee, but it is a fact that coffee is much less likely than alcoholic liquors to cause ill effects. A man rarely becomes a slave of coffee, and excessive drinking of this beverage never produces a state of moral irresponsibility or leads to the commission of crime. Dr. J. W. Mallet, in testimony given before a federal court, stated that caffeine and coffee were not habit-forming in the correct sense of the term. His definition of the expression is that the habit formed must be a detrimental and injurious one which becomes so firmly fixed upon a person forming it that it is thrown off with great difficulty and with considerable suffering, continuous exercise of the habit increasing the demand for the habit-forming drug. It is well known that the desire ceases in a very short period of time after cessation of use of caffeine-containing beverages, so that, in that sense, coffee is not habit-forming. It has been shown by Gurevich that the daily administration of coffee produces a certain degree of tolerance, and that the doses must be increased to obtain toxic results. Harkness has been quoted as stating that, quote, "Taken in moderation, coffee is one of the most wholesome beverages known. It assists digestion, exhilarates the spirits, and counteracts the tendency to sleep." End quote. Carl V. Voigt, the German physiological chemist, says this about coffee. "The effect of coffee is that we are bothered less by unpleasant experiences and become more able to conquer difficulties. Therefore, for the feasting rich, it makes intestinal work after a meal less evident and drives away the deadly ennui. For the student, it is a means to keep wide awake and fresh. For the worker, it makes the day's fatigue more bearable." Dr. Brady believes that the so-called harmfulness of coffee is mainly psychological, as evidenced by his expression, quote, "Most of the prejudice which exists against coffee as a beverage is based upon nothing more than morbid fancy. People of dyspeptic or neurotic temperament are fond of assuming that coffee must be bad because it is so good, and accordingly denying themselves the pleasure of drinking it." End quote. The recounting of evidence, both pro and con, relevant to the general effects of coffee could continue almost ad infinitum, but the fairest unification of the various opinions is best quoted from Woods Hutchinson. "Somewhere from 1 to 3% of the community are distinctly injured or poisoned by tea or coffee, even small amounts producing burning of the stomach, palpitation of the heart, headache, eruptions of the skin, sensations of extreme nervousness, and so on, though the remaining 97% are not injured by them in any appreciable way if consumed in moderation." So, if one is personally satisfied that he belongs to the abnormal minority, and has not been argued by fallacious reasoning into his belief that coffee injures him, he should either reduce his consumption of coffee or let it alone. Even those most vitally interested in the commercial side of coffee will admit that this is the logical procedure. Effects of coffee on children. The same sort of controversy has raged around the question of the advisability of giving coffee to children as has occurred regarding its general action. Dr. J. Hutchinson advocates furnishing children with coffee, while Dr. Charlotte Abbey is strongly against such a practice, claiming that the use of caffeine-containing beverages before the attainment of full growth will weaken nerve power. Nalpas observes that, until fully developed, the young are immoderately excited by coffee, and Hawke is of the opinion that to give such a stimulant to an active schoolchild is both logically and dietetically incorrect. Dr. Vaughan advances this scientific argument against the drinking of coffee by children under 7 years of age. In proportion to body weight, the young contain more of the xanthin bases than adults. They are already laden with these physiological stimulants, and the additional dose given in tea or coffee may be harmful. In a study of the effects of coffee drinking upon 464 school children, C.K. Taylor found a slight difference in mental ability and behavior unfavorable to coffee. About 29% of these children drank no coffee, 46% drank a cup a day, 12% 2 cups, 8% 3 cups, and the remainder 4 or more cups a day. The measurements of height, weight, and hand strength also showed a slight advantage in favor of the non-coffee drinkers. If these results be taken as truly representative, their indication is obvious. However, it seems desirable to repeat these experiments upon other groups, at the same time noting carefully the factors of environment and other diet before any criterion is made. As a refutation to this experimental evidence is the practical experience of the inhabitants of the island of Gras off the Brittany coast, whose annual consumption of coffee is nearly £30 per capita, being ingested both as the roasted bean and as an infusion. It is reported that many of the children are nourished almost entirely on coffee soup up to 10 years of age, yet the mentality and physique of the populace does not fall below that of others of the same stock and educational opportunities. Pertinent in this connection is Hawke's statement that young mothers should refrain from the use of coffee, as caffeine stimulates the action of the kidneys and tends to bring about a loss from the body of some of the salts necessary to the development of the unborn child, as well as for the proper production of milk during the nursing period. The caffeine of coffee also increases the flow of milk, but the milk produced is correspondingly dilute, and a later decreased secretion may be expected. Furthermore, some of the caffeine of the coffee may pass into the mother's milk, thus reaching the child, so that the use of coffee during the nursing period is undesirable on this ground also. Naturally, the question arises as to whether this arraignment is purely theoretical or based upon analytical and clinical data. It is a difficult matter, definitely, to set an age below which coffee should not be drunk, as the time of reaching maturity varies with climate and ancestral origin. Yet, from a theoretical standpoint, children before or during the adolescent period should be limited to the use of a rather small amount of tea and coffee as beverages, as their poise and nerve control have not reached a stage of development sufficient to warrant the stimulation incident to the consumption of an appreciable quantity of caffeine. Coffee drinking and longevity. There are many who would have us believe that the use of coffee is only a means toward the end of quickly reaching the great beyond. But it is known that the habitual coffee drinker generally enjoys good health, and some of the longest lived people have used it from their earliest youth without any apparent injury to their health. Nearly everyone has an acquaintance who has lived to a ripe old age despite the use of coffee. Quoting Mechnikov, "In some cases, centenarians have been much addicted to the drinking of coffee. The reader will recall Voltaire's reply when his doctor describes the grave harm that comes from the abuse of coffee, which acts as a real poison. 'Well,' said Voltaire, 'I have been poisoning myself for nearly 80 years. There are centenarians who have lived longer than Voltaire and have drunk still more coffee. Elizabeth Durier, a native of Savoy, reached the age of 114. Her principal food was coffee, of which she took daily as many as 40 small cups. She was jovial and a boon table companion, and used black coffee in quantities that would have surprised an Arab. Her coffee pot was always on the fire, like the teapot in an English cottage.' In brackets, Lijoncourt, page 84, Kemin, page 147. The entire matter resolves itself into one of individual tolerance, resistivity, and constitution. Numerous examples of young abstainers who have died and coffee drinkers who have still lived on can be found, and vice versa, the preponderance of instances being in neither direction. Bodies of persons killed by accident have been painstakingly examined for physiological changes attributable to coffee, but no difference between those of coffee and of non-coffee drinkers, ascertained by careful investigation of their life history, could be discerned. In the long run, it is safe to say that the effect of coffee drinking upon the prolongation or shortening of life is neutral. Coffee in the alimentary tract. When coffee is taken per os, it passes directly to the stomach, where its sole immediate action is to dilute the previous contents, just as other ingested liquids do. Eventually, the caffeine content is absorbed by the system, and from thence on, a stimulation is apparent. Considerable conjecture has occurred over the difference in the effects of tea and coffee, the most feasible explanation advanced being one appearing in the London Lancet. The caffeine tannate of tea is precipitated by weak acids, and the presumption is that it is precipitated by the gastric juice, and therefore the caffeine is probably not absorbed until it reaches the alkaline alimentary tract. In the case of coffee, however, in whatever form the caffeine may be present, it is soluble in both alkaline and acid fluids, and therefore the absorption of the alkaloid probably takes place in the stomach. This theory, if true, goes far toward explaining the more rapid stimulation of coffee. The statement has sometimes been made that milk or cream causes the coffee liquid to become coagulated when it comes into contact with the acids of the stomach. This is true, but does not carry with it the inference that indigestibility accompanies this coagulation. Milk and cream, upon reaching the stomach, are coagulated by the gastric juice, but the casein product formed is not indigestible. These liquids, when added to coffee, are partially acted upon by the small acid content of the brew, so that the gastric juice action is not so pronounced, for the coagulation was started before ingestion, and the coagulable constituent, casein, is more dilute in the cup as consumed than it is in milk. Accordingly, the particles formed by it in the stomach will be relatively smaller and more quickly and easily digested than milk per se. It has been observed that coffee containing milk or cream is not as stimulating as black coffee. The writer believes that this is probably due to mechanical inclusion of caffeine in the casein and fat particles, and also to some adsorption of the alkaloid by them. This would materially retard the absorption of the caffeine by the body, spread the action over a longer period of time, and hence decrease the maximum stimulation attained. In a few instances, a small fraction of 1% of coffee users, there is a certain type of distress localized chiefly in the alimentary tract caused by coffee, which cannot be blamed upon the much maligned caffeine. The irritating elements may be generally classified as compounds formed upon the addition of cream or milk to the coffee liquor, volatile constituents, and products formed by hydrolysis of the fibrous part of the grounds. It may be generally postulated that the main causation of this discomfort is due to substances formed in the incorrect brewing of coffee, the effect of which is accentuated by the addition of cream or milk, when the condition of individual idiosyncrasy is present. Without enlarging upon his reason, Laurent concludes that neither tea nor coffee is advisable for weak stomachs. Nalpas, however, believes that coffee taken after meals makes the digestion more perfect and more rapid, augmenting the secretions, and that it agrees equally well with people inclined to embonpoint and heavy eaters whose digestion is slow and difficult. Thompson also observes that coffee drunk in moderation is a mild stimulant to gastric digestion. Eder reported, as the result of an inquiry into the action of coffee on the activity of the stomachs of ruminants, that coffee infusions produced a transitory increase in the number and intensity of the movements of the paunch, but that the influence exercised was very irregular. An elaborate investigation of the action of tea and coffee on digestion in the stomach was made by Frazier, in which he found that both retard peptic digestion, the former to a greater degree than the latter. The digestion of white of egg, ham, salt beef, and roast beef was much less affected than that of lamb, fowl, or bread. Coffee seemed actually to aid the digestion of egg and ham. He attributed the retarding effect to the tannic acid of the tea and the volatile constituents of the coffee, the caffeine itself favoring digestion rather than otherwise. Tea increased the production of gas in all but salt foods, whereas coffee did not. Coffee is therefore to be preferred in cases of flatulent dyspepsia. Hutchinson, in his Food and Dietetics, opines, as regards the practical inferences to be drawn from experiences and observations, it may be said that in health the disturbance of digestion produced by the infused beverages, in brackets tea and coffee, is negligible. Roberts indeed goes so far as to suggest that the slight slowing of digestion which they produce may be favoured rather than otherwise, as tending to compensate for too rapid digestibility, which refinements of manufacture and preparation have made characteristic of modern foods. Regarding increase in secretory activity, Moore and Allenston report that in their experience, meat extracts, tea, caffeine solution, and coffee call forth a greater gastric secretion than does water, while with milk the flow of gastric juice seems to be retarded. Cushing and others support this statement. This action is partially explained by Voigt on the grounds that all tasty foods increase gastric secretion, the action being partly psychological. But Cushing observed the same effects upon introducing coffee directly into the stomachs of animals. In general, a moderate amount of coffee stimulates appetite, improves digestion, and relieves the sense of plenitude in the stomach. It increases intestinal peristalsis, acts as a mild laxative, and slightly stimulates secretion of bile. Excessive use, however, profoundly disturbs digestive function and promotes constipation and hemorrhoids. There is much evidence to support the view that neither tea, coffee, nor chicory in dilute solutions has any deleterious action on the digestive ferments, although in strong solutions such an action may be manifest. After conducting exhaustive experiments with various types of coffee, Lehmann concluded that ordinary coffee is without effect on the digestion of the majority of sound persons and may be used with impunity. Coffee in the dietary food value. There are three things to be considered in deciding upon the inclusion of a substance in the dietary: palatability, digestibility without toxicity or disarrangement, and calorific value. Coffee is as satisfactory from these viewpoints as any other food product. The palatability of a well-made cup of good coffee needs no eulogizing. It speaks for itself. It adds enormously to the attractiveness of the meal and to our ability to eat with relish and appetite large amounts of solid foods without a subsequent uncomfortable feeling. Wiley says that the feeling of drowsiness after a full meal is a natural condition incidental to the proper conduct of digestion, and that to drive away this natural feeling with coffee must be an interference with the normal condition. However, if by so doing we can increase our overall efficiency without material harm to our digestive organs, and we can and do, the procedure has much in its favour, both psychologically and dietetically. The fact that coffee favours digestion without eventual disarrangement has been demonstrated above. On the subject of the relative agreement with the constitution of foods of daily consumption, Dr. English said, "It is well known that there is no species of diet which invariably suits all constitutions, nor will that which is palatable and salutary at one time be equally palatable and salutary at another time to the same individual. I think the most natural food provided for us is milk, yet I will engage to show 20 instances where milk disagrees more than coffee." Further in this regard, Hutchinson considers that 90% of the dyspepsias attributed to coffee are due to malnutrition or to food simultaneously ingested, no disease known to the medical profession being directly attributable to it. No one cognizant of the facts will contend that a cup of black coffee has any direct food value, but not so with the roasted bean. This has quite an appreciable content of protein and fat, both substances of high calorific value. The inhabitants of the island of Gra eat the whole roasted coffee bean in considerable quantity and seem to obtain considerable nourishment therefrom. Also, the Gala, a wandering tribe of Africa, make large use of food balls, about the size of billiard balls, consisting of pulverized coffee held in shape with fat. One ball is said to contain a day's ration, and because of its food content and stimulating power, serves to sustain them on long marches of days' duration. When an infusion or decoction of roasted coffee is made, about 1.25% of the extracted matter is protein, it being accompanied by traces of dextrin and sugar. The same dearth of extraction of food materials occurs upon infusing coffee substitutes. This small amount can have but little dietetic significance. However, upon addition of sugar and of milk or cream, with their content of protein, fat, and lactose, the calorific value of the cup of coffee rises. Lusk and Gebhardt give the food value of an ordinary restaurant cup of coffee as 195.5 calories, and Locke gives it as 156. Mattei found that 8 cubic centimeters of an infusion of roasted mocha coffee of 5% strength suppressed incipient polyneuritis in pigeons within a few hours' time. Their weight did not improve, but otherwise they were completely restored to health. However, in from 4 to 6 weeks after the apparent cure, the symptoms rapidly returned and the pigeons perished, with symptoms of paralysis and cerebral complications. The temporary cure was probably due to caffeine stimulation and secondary actions of the volatile constituents of coffee, which may be related to the vitamins, for it is not likely that the vitamins would withstand the heat of roasting. If B vitamin does occur in roasted coffee, it is present only in traces. The inclusion of coffee in the average dietary is warranted because of its evident worth as an aid to digestion and for its assimilating power, thus earning its characterization as an adjuvant food. End of section 23. Read by Sadir Bindir, Abuja, March 2022.
Section 24 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cheryl Holmes, MD. All About Coffee by William Ukers. Pharmacology of the Coffee Drink, Part 2. Action of coffee on bacteria. The employment of coffee as an aid to sanitation has been but little considered. Coffee, when freshly roasted and ground, is deodorant, antiseptic, and germicidal, probably due to the empyreumatic products developed during the process of roasting. An infusion of 0.5% inhibits the growth of many pathogenic organisms, and those of 10% kill anthrax bacteria in 3 hours, cholera spirilla in 4 hours, and many other bacteria, including those producing typhoid, in 2 to 6 days. The maintenance of a low rate of contraction of typhoid fever has often been attributed to drinking of coffee instead of water, the action of the coffee being partly due to the bactericidal effect of the caffeol and partly to the boiling of the water before infusion. The stimulating tendency of the caffeine to sustain and to tide over those of low vitalities is also evidenced. Use of coffee in medicine. Coffee has been employed in medicinal practice as a direct specific, as a preventative, and as an antidote. The United States Dispensatory summarizes the uses of caffeine and coffee as follows. Caffeine is a valuable remedy in practical medicine as a cerebral and cardiac stimulant and as a diuretic, in undue somnolence, in nervous headache, in narcotism. Also, at times when the exigencies of life require excessively prolonged wakefulness, caffeine may be used as the most powerful agent known for producing wakefulness. In a series of experiments, J. Hughes Bennett found that within narrow limits there is a direct physiological antagonism between caffeine and morphine. Coffee and caffeine in narcotic poisoning are of value as a means of keeping the patient awake, and of stimulating the respiratory centers. As a cardiac stimulant, caffeine may be used in any form of heart failure. The indications for its use are those which call for the employment of digitalis. It is superior to digitalis in never disagreeing with the stomach, in having no distinctive cumulative tendency, and in the promptness of its action. It is pronouncedly inferior to digitalis in the power and certainty of its action, and in the permanence of its influence once asserted. As a diuretic, it is superior. It is very valuable in the treatment of cardiac dropsies, and is often useful in chronic Bright's disease, when there is no irritation of the kidneys. On account of its tendency to produce wakefulness, it is usually better to mass the doses early in the day, at least 6 hours being left between the last dose and the ordinary time for sleep. From 8 to 15 grams of caffeine may be given in the course of a day in severe cases. If tried, it would probably prove a useful drug in cases of sudden collapse from various causes. Good effects of coffee are recounted by Thomson. It removes the sensation of fatigue in the muscles and increases their functional activity. It allays hunger to a limited extent. It strengthens the heart action. It acts as a diuretic and increases the excretion of urea. It has a mildly sudorific influence. It counteracts nervous exhaustion and stimulates nerve centers. It is used sometimes as a nervine in cases of migraine, and there are many persons who can sustain prolonged mental fatigue and strain from anxiety and worry much better by the use of strong black coffee. In low delirium, or when the nervous system is overcome by the use of narcotics, or by excessive hemorrhage, strong black coffee is serviceable to keep the patient from falling into the drowsiness, which soon merges into coma. In such cases, as much as half a pint of strong black coffee may be injected into the rectum. Strong coffee with a little lemon juice or brandy is often useful in overcoming a malarial chill or a paroxysm of asthma. It is a useful temporary cardiac stimulant for children suffering collapse. Dr. Restrepo of Medellin, Colombia, claims to have cured many cases of chronic malaria and related diseases with infusion of green coffee after quinine has failed. Wallace states that tincture of green coffee is a natural and efficacious specific for cholera, and that she knows of more than 1,000 cases of cholera and diarrhea which have been treated with it without an isolated case of failure. Landana-Bileo has been quoted as using raw coffee infusion in hepatic and nephritic diseases, venal and hepatic colics, and in diabetes. In the Civil War, surgeons utilized coffee in allaying malarial fever and other maladies with which they had to contend, often under the most trying conditions, and with severely limited means of combating disease. Its effect is to counteract the depressant action of low and miasmatic atmospheres, opening the secretions which they have checked. Travelers from the colder climes soon find that the fragrant cup of coffee is a corrective to derangements of the liver resulting from climatic conditions. Dr. Guillas of the French Navy, in a paper on typhoid fever, says, "Coffee has given us unhoped for satisfaction, and after having dispensed it, we find, to our great surprise, that its action is as prompt as it is decisive. No sooner have our patients taken a few tablespoonfuls of it than their features become relaxed and they come to their senses. The next day the improvement is such that we are tempted to look upon coffee as a specific against typhoid fever. Under its influence the stupor is dispelled, and the patient arouses from the state of somnolency in which he has been since the invasion of the disease. Soon all the functions take their natural course, and he enters upon convalescence. Also, it has been reported that in extreme cases of yellow fever, coffee has been used most effectively by many physicians as the main reliance after all other well-known remedies have been administered and failed." According to Laurent, the use of coffee in gout is strictly prohibited by Humbert and Chittenham, but he considered it a mistake absolutely to forbid coffee, as, when a person has good kidneys, the small amount of uric acid furnished by the caffeine can readily be eliminated. A curious remedy for gout and rheumatism, the efficacy of which the writer scouts, is said to be a pint of hot, strong black coffee, which must be perfectly pure and seasoned with a teaspoonful of pure black pepper, thoroughly mixed before drinking, and the preparation taken just before going to bed. If this has any value, it is probably purely psychological in its function. Several writers attribute amblyopia and other affections of the sight to coffee and chicory, without giving much conclusive experimental data. Beer, a Vienna oculist, however, held that the vapor from pure, hot, freshly made coffee is beneficial to the eyes. Coffee and caffeine are physiologically antagonistic to the common narcotics, nicotine, morphine, opium, alcohol, etc., and are frequently used as antidotes for these poisons. Binns found that dogs that have been stupefied with alcohol could be awakened with coffee. It may thus be prescribed for hard drinkers to counteract the baleful excitability produced by alcohol. In fact, many topers taper off after a long debauch with coffee containing small amounts of alcoholic beverages. Considering its ability to counteract the slow intoxication of tobacco, it may be inferred that coffee is indispensable for hard smokers. In general, the medicinal value of coffee may be said to be directly attributable to its caffeine content, although its antiseptic properties are dependent upon the volatile aromatic constituents. Its function is to raise and to sustain vitalities which have been lowered by disease or drugs. Although some of the cures attributed to it are probably purely traditional, still it must be admitted that by utilizing its stimulating qualities in many illnesses, the patient may be carried past the danger point into convalescence. Physiological action of cafetanic acid. It has been demonstrated in Chapter 17 that there is no definite compound, cafetanic acid, and that the heterogeneous material designated by this name does not possess the properties of tanning. Further substantiation of this contention, and more evidence of the innocuous character of the tannin-like compounds in coffee, are contained in the testimony of Salmon. Tannins precipitate proteins, gelatin, and connective tissue, and thus act as astringents, styptics, and antiseptics. The different tannins are not equivalent in these respects. Some, which are perhaps misnamed, such as those of coffee and ipecac, are practically non-precipitate. On the whole, one may say that small quantities of tannin ordinarily taken with the food and drink are not injurious, but that large quantities, excessive tea drinking, are certainly deleterious. The tannin of coffee is scarcely astringent, and therefore lacks this action, which is proven by the fact that it does not precipitate proteins. It has been claimed that cafetanic acid injures the stomach walls, but there is no evidence that this is so. Wiley, in reporting some of his experiments, says, "Apparently the efforts to settle the injurious effects of coffee drinking upon cafetanic acid, in any form in which it may exist in the coffee extract, are not supported by these recent data. The fact that tannins retard intestinal peristalsis, whereas coffee promotes this digestive action, lends further proof to the non-existence of tannin in coffee. These statements by eminent authorities may be consolidated into the verity that there is no tannin, in the true sense of the term, in coffee, and that the constituents of the coffee brew, which have been so designated, are physiologically harmless." Physiological action of caffeol. The evidence regarding the physiological action of caffeol is contradictory in many cases. J. Lehman found in 1853 that the empyreumatic oil of coffee, caffeone, is active, but more recent investigations have yielded results at variance with this. Hare and Marshall believe that they proved it to be active. E.T. Reichert, however, found it inactive in dogs, excepting insofar that, when given intravenously, it mechanically interfered with the circulation. With it, Binns was able to produce in man only feeble nervous excitement, with restlessness and increase in the rate and depth of respirations. The general effects, as summated by Salmon, are, for small doses, pleasant stimulation, increased respiration, increased heart rate, but fall of blood pressure, muscular restlessness, insomnia, perspiration, congestion. For large doses, increased peristalsis and defecation, depression of respiration and heart, fall of blood pressure and temperature, paralytic phenomena. It is doubtful whether the quantities taken in the beverage cause any direct central stimulation. Investigations have also been conducted with the various known constituents of this coffee oil. Erdmann found that in doses of between 0.5 and 0.6 gram per kilo of body weight, furan alcohol kills a rabbit by respiratory paralysis, and that the symptoms of poisoning are a short primary excitement, salivation, diarrhea, respiratory depression, continuous fall of the body temperature, and death from collapse with respiratory failure. In man, doses of from 0.6 to 1 gram of furan alcohol increased respiratory activity without producing other symptoms. However, man is not as susceptible to these compounds as are the smaller animals. But even if the relative susceptibility be assumed to be the same, the lethal dose given the rabbit is equivalent to giving a 140-pound man one dose containing the furan alcohol content of over 5,000 cups of coffee. Thus, in view of the very apparent minuteness of the quantity of this compound present in 1 cup of coffee, together with the fact that it is not cumulative in its physiological action, the importance of its toxic properties becomes very inconsequential to even the most profuse and inveterate coffee drinkers. Berman reported the volatile principle to have a reducing action on the hemoglobin, a depressing effect on the blood pressure, a depressant action on the central nervous system, disturbing the cardiac rhythm, and an action on the respiratory centers, causing dyspnea. The report of Serre regarding the minimum lethal dose of the concentrated combined active principles of coffee obtained from dry distillation is, for frogs, administered intraperitoneally and subcutaneously, 0.03 cubic centimeters per gram of body weight. For guinea pigs per stomach, 7.0 cubic centimeters per kilogram of body weight, and administered intravenously and intraperitoneally about 1.0 cubic centimeters per kilogram. This evidence regarding the physiological action of caffeol can not in any wise be construed to indicate a harmfulness of coffee. The percentage of these volatile substances in a cup of coffee infusion is so low as to be relatively negligible in its action. And, again, the caffeine content of the brew, as will be seen, tends to counteract any possible desultory effects of the caffeol. General physiological action of caffeine. More attention has been given to the study of the physiological action of caffeine than to that of the other individual constituents of coffee. Since certain of the effects of coffee drinking have been attributed to this alkaloid, a brief presentment of the pharmacology of caffeine will be given as an exposition of the many statements made regarding it. According to the British Pharmaceutical Codex, caffeine exerts 3 important actions: 1 on the central nervous system, 2 on muscles, including cardiac, and 3 on the kidney. The action on the central nervous system is mainly on that part of the brain connected with psychical functions. It produces a condition of wakefulness and increased mental activity. The interpretation of sensory impressions is more perfect and correct, and thought becomes clearer and quicker. With larger doses of caffeine, the action extends from the psychical areas to the motor area and to the cord, and the patient becomes at first restless and noisy, and later may show convulsive movements. Caffeine facilitates the performance of all forms of physical work, and actually increases the total work which can be obtained from muscle. On the normal man, however, it is impossible to say how much of the action on the muscle is central and how much peripheral, but, as fatigue shows itself first by an action on the center, it is probable that the action of caffeine in diminishing fatigue is mainly central. Caffeine accelerates the pulse and slightly raises blood pressure. It has no action in any way resembling digitalis. By increasing the irritability of the cardiac muscle, its prolonged use rather tends to fatigue than to rest the heart. Caffeine and its allies form a very important group of diuretics. The urine is generally of a lower specific gravity than normal, since it contains a lesser proportion of salt and urea, but the total excretion of solids, both as regards urea, uric acid, and salts, is increased. Caffeine, by exciting the medulla, produces an initial vasoconstriction of the kidneys, which tends at first to retard the flow of urine. So in recent years, other drugs have been introduced, allies of caffeine, which act like it on the kidneys, but are without the stimulant action on the brain. Theobromine is such a drug. Another authority states that One of the most constant symptoms produced in man by overdoses of caffeine is excessive diuresis, and experiments made upon the lower animals show that caffeine acts as a diuretic, not only by influencing the circulation, but also by directly affecting the secreting cells, the probabilities being in favor of the first of these theories of action. According to Schroeder, not only the water but also the solids of the urine are increased. The question whether caffeine has an influence upon tissue changes and the consequent nitrogenous elimination cannot be considered as distinctly answered, though the most probable conclusion is that the action of caffeine upon urea elimination and upon general nutrition is not direct or pronounced. While the therapeutic dose of caffeine is broken up in the body with the formation of methylxanthine, which escapes with the urine, the toxic dose is at least in part eliminated by the kidney unchanged. The metabolism of methylpurines, of which group caffeine is a member, appears to vary with the quantity ingested. The manner in which the methyl group is liberated by the cell protoplasm is said to determine the amount of stimulus which the tissues receive from these substances. The xanthine group is almost without any excitatory action, and its metabolic end products are constant. Perhaps the variation in the excretions of unchanged methylpurines is dependent upon the amount of total reactive energy they invoke. Baldi found that caffeine in small doses increases muscular excitability in dogs and frogs. The spinal and muscular hyperic excitability produced by caffeine is, in his opinion, due to the methyl groups attached to the xanthine nucleus. Frederick states that caffeine increases the irritability of the cardiac vagus and accelerates the appearance of pseudofatigue of the vagus, which is produced by prolonged stimulation of the nerve. The action of caffeine on the mammalian heart has also been investigated by Pilker, who found that, following the rapid intravenous injection of caffeine, there is an acute fall of blood pressure, and with a maximal quantity of caffeine, 10 milligrams per kilogram, the cardiac volume and the amplitude of the excursions are usually unchanged. With larger quantities, the volume progressively increases and the amplitude of the excursion decreases. Salant found that the intravenous injection of 15 to 25 milligrams of caffeine per kilogram in animals was followed by a fall of blood pressure amounting to 7 to 35% in most cases, which was transitory, although in some animals it remained unchanged. A moderate rise was rarely observed. Caffeine aids the action of nitrates, acetanilide, ethyl alcohol, and amyl alcohol, and increases the toxicity of barium chloride. In a very thorough study of the toxicity of caffeine, which he made with Reiger, a greater toxicity of about 15 to 20% by subcutaneous injection than by mouth, and but about one-half of this when injected peritoneally, was found. Intramuscularly, the toxicity is 30% greater than subcutaneously. In making the tests on animals, they found that individuality, season, age, species, and certain pathological conditions caused variation in the toxic effect of the administered caffeine. Low-protein diet tends to decrease resistance to caffeine in dogs, and a milk or meat diet does the same for growing dogs. Caffeine is not cumulative for the rabbit or dog. As a result of experiments on the action of caffeine on the bronchospasm caused by peptone, wit, sucpeptone, B-amidoazoleethylamine, curare, vasodilation, and mucarine, Pell concluded that caffeine stimulates certain branches of the peripheral sympathetic and is thus enabled to widen the bronchi or remove bronchospasm. According to Lapique, caffeine produces a change in the excitability of the medulla of the frog, similar to that produced by raising the temperature of the nerve centers. Scherhoff has pointed out that the continued use of large quantities of caffeine will produce cardiac irregularity and sleeplessness. Cochrane cited 3 cases where caffeine was hypodermically administered in cases of acute indigestion, etc., and concluded that the cases prove that caffeine, or a compound containing it as a synergist, does indirectly make the injection of morphia a safe proceeding, and directly increases the force of the heart and arterial tension. However, Wood found that medium doses of caffeine do not produce any marked rise in blood pressure and cause a reduction in pulse rate. He attributes the contradictory results which prior investigations gave to employment of unusually large doses and to inaccurate experimental methods. Caffeine was found by Nonnenbruch and Sasiska to have a slight action toward accelerating the coagulation time of the blood, being active over several hours. It inhibits coagulation in vitro. Its action in the body apparently rests on an increase of the fibrin ferment. There is no reason to believe that the behavior is dependent on a toxic action, but there is probably an action on the spleen, for in several rabbits from which the spleen was removed, no action was observed. Experiments conducted by Leventhal gave no positive information as to the formation of uric acid from caffeine in the human organism. The elimination of caffeine has also been studied by Salant and Reiger, who found that larger amounts of caffeine are demethylated in carnivora than in herbivora, and resistance to caffeine is inversely as demethylation, caffeine being much more toxic in the former class. In a similar investigation, Zenitz observed that caffeine is very slightly eliminated from the system by the kidneys, and that its action on the heart is cumulative. Therefore, he concludes that it is contraindicated in all renal diseases, in arteriosclerosis, and in cardiac affections secondary to them. The inaccuracy of these conclusions regarding the non-elimination of caffeine and those of Albanese, Bonzinski and Gottlieb, Levin, Schutzque, and Minkowski has been shown by Mendel and Wardell, who point out that many of these experimenters worked with dogs, in which the chief end product of purine metabolism is not uric acid, but allantoin. They observe that the increase in excretion of uric acid after the addition of caffeine to the diet seems to be proportional to the quantity of caffeine taken, and equivalent to from 10 to 15% of the ingested caffeine. The remainder of the caffeine is probably eliminated as monomethylpurines. Regarding the alleged cumulative action of caffeine, Pletzer, Liebreich, Zikacs, Pawinski, and Seifert all concluded from their investigations that the action of caffeine is usually of brief duration and does not have a cumulative effect because of its rapid elimination, so that there is no danger of intoxication. Dr. Oswald Schmiedberg says, caffeine is a means of refreshing bodily and mental activity, so that this may be prolonged when the condition of fatigue has already begun to produce restraint, and to call for more severe exertion of the will, a state which, as is well known, is painful or disagreeable. This advantageous effect, in conditions of fatigue, of small quantities of caffeine, as it is commonly taken in coffee or tea, might, however, by continued use become injurious, if it were in all cases necessarily exerted. That is to say, if by caffeine the muscles and nerves were directly spurred on to increased activity. This is not the case, however, and just in this lies the peculiarity of the effect in question. The muscles and the simultaneously acting nerves only under the influence of caffeine respond more easily to the impulse of the will, but do not develop spontaneous activity, that is, without the cooperation of the will. The character of caffeine action makes plain that these food materials do not injure the organism by their caffeine content, and do not by continued use cause any chronic form of illness. According to Dr. Hollingworth's deductions, caffeine is the only known stimulant that quickens the functions of the human body without a subsequent period of depression. His explanation for this behavior is that caffeine acts as a lubricator for the nervous system, having an actual physical action whereby the nerves are enabled to do their work more easily. Other stimulants act on the nerves themselves, causing a waste of energy, and consequently, according to nature's law, a period of depression follows, and the whole process tends to injure the human machine. In not a single instance during his experiments at Columbia University did depression follow the use of caffeine. Of course, caffeine, like any other alkaloid, if used to excess, will prove harmful, due to the overstimulation induced by it. However, taken in moderate quantities, as in coffee and tea by normal persons, the conclusions of Hirsch may be taken as correct. Namely, caffeine is a mild stimulant, without direct effect on the muscles, the effect resulting from its own destruction and being temporary and transitory. It is not a depressant, either initially or eventually, and is not habit-forming, but a true stimulant, as distinguished from sedatives and habit-forming drugs. Caffeine and mental and motor efficiency. The literature on the influence of caffeine on fatigue has been summarized, and the older experiments clearly pointed out by Rivers. A summary of the most important researches which have had as their object the determination of the influence of caffeine on mental and motor processes has been made by Hollingworth, from whose monograph much of the following material has been taken. Increase in the force of muscular contractions was demonstrated in 1892 by De Sarlo and Bernardini for caffeine and by Kraepelin for tea. These investigators used the dynamometer as a measure of the force of contraction. However, most of the subsequent work on motor processes has been by the ergographic method. Ugolino Mosso, Koch, Rossi, Sobiransky, Hoch and Kraepelin, Destree, Benedicenti, Schumberg, Hellstein, and Joltico have all observed a stimulating effect of caffeine on ergographic performance. Only one investigation of those reported by Rivers failed to find an appreciable effect, that of Oreskowski and Kraepelin, while Ferret affirms that the effect is only an acceleration of fatigue. In spite of the general agreement as to the presence of stimulation, there is some dissension regarding whether only the height of the contractions or their number or both are affected. As might be expected from the great diversity of methods employed, the quantitative results also have varied considerably. Carefully controlled experiments by Rivers and Weber confirm in general the conclusion reached by all previous workers that caffeine stimulates the capacity for muscular work, and it is clear that this increase is not due to the various psychical factors of interest, sensory stimulation, and suggestion which the experiments were especially designed to exclude. The greatest increase falls, however, far short of that described by some previous workers, such as Mosso, and it is probable that part of the effect described by these workers was due to the factors in question. Investigations of mental processes under the influence of caffeine have been much less frequent, most notable among which are those of Dietl and Winschgau, Dehio, Kraepelin and Hoch, Ack, Langfeld and Rivers. Kraepelin observes, "We know that tea and coffee increase our mental efficiency in a definite way, and we use these as a means of overcoming mental fatigue. In the morning, these drinks remove the last traces of sleepiness, and in the evening, when we still have intellectual tasks to dispose of, they aid in keeping us awake. Their use induces a greater briskness and clearness of thought, after which secondary fatigue is either entirely absent or is very slight." Tendency toward habituation of the psychic functions to caffeine has been studied by Wedemeyer, who found that in the regular administration of it in the course of 4 to 5 weeks, there is a measurable weakening of its action on psychic processes. Rivers, who seems to have been the first to appreciate fully the genuine and practical importance of thoroughly controlling the psychological factors that are likely to play a role in such experiments, concludes that caffeine increases the capacity for both muscular and mental work, this stimulating action persisting for a considerable time after the substance has been taken, without there being any evidence, with moderate doses, of reaction leading to diminished capacity for work, the substance thus really diminishing and not merely obscuring the effects of fatigue. Subsequent to these investigations was that of Hollingworth, which is at once the most comprehensive, carefully conducted, and scientifically accurate one yet performed. He employed an ample number of subjects in his experimentation, and both his subjects and the assistants who recorded the observations were in no wise cognizant of the character or quantity of the dose of caffeine administered, the other experimental conditions being similarly rigorous and extensive. The purpose of his study was to determine both qualitatively and quantitatively the effect of caffeine on a wide range of mental and motor processes by studying the performance of a considerable number of individuals for a long period of time under controlled conditions. To study the way in which this influence is modified by such factors as the age, sex, weight, idiosyncrasy, and previous caffeine habits of the subjects, and the degree to which it depends on the amount of the dose and the time and conditions of its administration, and to investigate the influence of caffeine on the general health, quality and amount of sleep, and food habits of the individual tested. To obtain this information, the chief tests employed were the steadiness, tapping, coordination, typewriting, color naming, calculations, opposites, cancellation, and discrimination tests, the familiar size-weight illusion, quality and amount of sleep, and general health and feeling of well-being. A brief review of the results of these tests is given in the tabular summary. From these, Hollingworth concluded that caffeine influenced all the tests in a given group in much the same way. The effect on motor processes comes quickly and is transient, while the effect on higher mental processes comes more slowly and is more persistent. Whether this result is due to quicker reaction on the part of motor nerve centers, or whether it is due to a direct peripheral effect on the muscle tissue is uncertain. But the indications are that caffeine has a direct action on the muscle tissue and that this effect is fairly rapid in appearance. The two principal factors which seem to modify the degree of caffeine influence are body weight and presence of food in the stomach at the time of ingestion of the caffeine. In practically all of the tests, the magnitude of the caffeine influence varied inversely with the body weight, and was most marked when taken on an empty stomach or without food substance. This variance in action was also true for both the quality and amount of sleep, and seemed to be accentuated when taken on successive days, but it did not appear to depend on the age, sex, or previous caffeine habits of the individual. Those who had given up the use of caffeine-containing beverages during the experiment did not report any craving for the drinks as such, but several expressed a feeling of annoyance at not having some sort of a warm drink for breakfast. It is interesting to note that he also found a complete absence of any trace of secondary depression or of any sort of secondary reaction consequent upon the stimulation which was so strikingly present in many of the tests. The production of an increased capacity for work was clearly demonstrated, the same being a genuine drug effect, and not merely the effect of excitement, interest, sensory stimulation, expectation, or suggestion. However, this study does not show whether this increased capacity comes from a new supply of energy introduced or rendered available by the drug action, or whether energy already available comes to be employed more effectively, or whether fatigue sensations are weakened and the individual's standard of performance thereby raised. But they do show that from a standpoint of mental and productive physical efficiency, the widespread consumption of caffeinic beverages, even under circumstances in which and by individuals for whom the use of other drugs is stringently prohibited or decried, is justified. Conclusion. Brief summarization of the information available on the pharmacology of coffee indicates that it should be used in moderation, particularly by children, the permissible quantity varying with the individual and ascertainable only through personal observation. Used in moderation, it will prove a valuable stimulant increasing personal efficiency in mental and physical labor. Its action in the alimentary regime is that of an adjuvant food, aiding digestion, favoring increased flow of the digestive juices, promoting intestinal peristalsis, and not tanning any portion of the digestive organs. It reacts on the kidneys as a diuretic and increases the excretion of uric acid, which, however, is not to be taken as evidence that it is harmful in gout. Coffee has been indicated as a specific for various diseases, its functions therein being the raising and sustaining of low vitalities. Its effect on longevity is virtually nil. A small proportion of humans who are very nervous may find coffee undesirable, but sensible consumption of coffee by the average, normal, non-neurasthenic person will not prove harmful but beneficial. End of section 24.
Section 25 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. All About Coffee by William Ukers, The Commercial Coffees of the World. Chapter 19. The Commercial Coffees of the World. The geographical distribution of the coffees grown in North America, Central America, South America, the West India Islands, Asia, Africa, the Pacific Islands, and the East Indies, a statistical study of the distribution of the principal kinds, a commercial coffee chart of the world's leading growths, with market names and general trade characteristics. A study of the geographical distribution of the coffee tree shows that it is grown in well-defined tropical limits. The coffee belt of the world lies between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn. The principal coffee-consuming countries are nearly all to be found in the North Temperate Zone between the Tropic of Cancer and the Arctic Circle. The leading commercial coffees of the world are listed in the accompanying commercial coffee chart, which shows at a glance their general trade character. The cultural methods of the producing countries are discussed in Chapter 20, statistics in Chapter 22, and the trade characteristics in detail in Chapter 24, which considers also countries and coffees not so important in a commercial sense. Mexico is the principal producing country in the northern part of the western continent, and Brazil in the southern part. In Africa, the eastern coast furnishes the greater part of the supply, while in Asia, the Netherlands, Indies, British India, and Arabia lead. Within the last 2 decades, there has been an expansion of the production areas in South America, Africa, and in southeastern Asia, and a contraction in British India and the Netherlands, Indies. The shifting coffee currents of the world. Seldom does the coffee drinker realize how the ends of the earth are drawn upon to bring the perfected beverage to his lips. The trail that ends in his breakfast cup, if followed back, would be found to go a devious and winding way, soon splitting up into a half a dozen or more straggling branches that would lead to as many widely scattered regions. If he could mount to a point where he could enjoy a bird's-eye view of these and 100 kindred trails, he would find an intricate crisscross of streamlets and rivers of coffee forming a tangled pattern over the tropics and reaching out north and south to all civilized countries. This would be a picture of the coffee trade of the world. It would be a motion picture, with the rivulets swelling larger at certain seasons, but seldom drying up entirely at any time. In the main, the streamlets and rivers keep pretty much the same direction and volume one year after another, but then there is also a quiet shifting of these currents. Some grow larger, and others diminish gradually until they fade out entirely. In one of the regions from which they take their source, a tree disease may cause a decline. In another, a hurricane may lay the industry low at one quick stroke, and in still another, a rival crop may drain away the lifeblood of capital. But for the most part, when times are normal, the shift is gradual, for international trade is conservative and likes to run where it finds a well-worn channel. In recent times, of course, the big disturbing element in the coffee trade was the World War. Whole countries were cut out of the market. Shipping was drained away from every sea lane. Stocks were piled high in exporting ports, prices were fixed, imports were sharply restricted, and the whole business of coffee trading was thrown out of joint. To what extent has the world returned to normal in this trade? Were the stoppages in trade merely temporary suspensions, or are they to prove permanent? How are the old, long-worn channels filling up again now that the dams have been taken away? We are now far enough removed from the war to begin to answer these questions. We find our answer in the export figures of the chief producing countries, which for the most part are now available in detail for 1 or 2 post-war years. These figures are given in the tables below, and for comparison, there are also given figures showing the distribution of exports in 1913 and in an earlier year near the beginning of the century. These figures, of course, do not necessarily give an accurate index to normal trade. As in any given year, some abnormal happening, such as an exceptionally large crop or a revolution, may affect exports drastically as compared with years before and after. But normally, the proportions of a country's exports going to its various customers are fairly constant one year after another, and can be taken for any given year as showing approximately the coffee currents of that period. The figures following are for the calendar year, unless the fiscal year is indicated. Where figures could not be obtained from the original statistical publications, they have been supplied as far as possible from consular reports. Brazil. The war naturally increased the dependence of Brazil on its chief customer, and the proportion of the total crop coming to this country since the war has continued to be large. Shipments to the United States ports in 1920 represented about 54% of the total exports. Figures for that year indicate also that France and Belgium were working back to their normal trade, but that Spain, Great Britain, and the Netherlands were taking much less coffee than in the year just before the war. Germany was buying strongly again, her purchases of 72 million pounds being about half as much as in 1913. Shipments to Italy were 4 times as heavy as in 1913. The natural return to normal was much interfered with by speculation and valorization. Brazil seems to have come through the cataclysmic period of the war in better style than might have been expected. Venezuela. Venezuela's coffee trade was deeply affected by the war, both because the Germans were prominent in the industry and because the regular shipping service to Europe was discontinued. Large amounts of coffee were piled up at the ports and elsewhere, and when the restrictions were swept away in 1919, an abnormal exportation resulted. Although Germany had been one of the chief buyers before the war, Venezuela was by no means dependent on the German market. In fact, her combined shipments to France and the United States just before the war were 3 times as great as her exports to Germany. These 2 countries took 2/3 of her total exports in 1920. Spain and the Netherlands were also prominent buyers. Colombia. Colombian statistics of foreign trade are issued very irregularly, and no figures are available to afford comparison between pre-war and post-war trade. The figures below, however, will show the comparative amounts of coffee going to the chief buying countries at different periods. From these it will be seen that the countries mainly interested in the trade in Colombian coffee are those prominent in the trade in other tropical American sections. England, France, Germany, and the United States took the great bulk of the exports. A consular report written after the outbreak of the war says, "Prior to the war, the United States took about 70% of Colombia's coffee crop, the remainder being about equally divided between England, France, and Germany, with England taking the largest share." Central America. The 3 largest producing countries of Central America, Guatemala, Salvador, and Costa Rica, were all closely linked to Germany by the coffee trade before the war. German capital was heavily invested in coffee plantations. German houses had branches in the principal cities, and German ships regularly served the chief ports. Accordingly, when the blockade became effective, these countries were placed in a difficult position. But fortunately for them, a special effort had been made shortly before by Pacific Coast interests in the United States to divert a part of the coffee trade to San Francisco. The market to the east being shut off, these countries turned naturally to the north. This trade with the United States has apparently been firmly established, and there has not been much of a return to German ports. Guatemala. Of the 3 countries named, Guatemala was the most heavily involved in German trade. In 1913, she sent to Germany 53 million pounds of coffee, a fifth more than in 1900. Her shipments of more than 10 million pounds to the United Kingdom were about the same as at the beginning of the century. The war turned both these currents into United States ports, and they continued to flow in that direction through 1920. The figures follow. Salvador. Salvador is one of the countries in which the publication of foreign trade statistics has been irregular in the past, and none is available to show the full trade in coffee at the beginning of the century. A consular report gives figures for the first half of 1900. The most recent statistics show that the United States still holds much of the trade gained during the war, although Salvador is sending to Scandinavian countries many millions of pounds of her coffee that came to the United States in wartime. Costa Rica. English, French, and German capital was heavily invested in Costa Rica before the war, and all 3 nations were interested in the coffee trade. For many years, England had maintained the lead as a coffee customer, and shipments continued in large volume after the war. The following figures are for the crop year ending September 30. Mexico. Mexico has naturally sent most of her coffee across the border into the United States, and she continued to do so during and after the war. But she had worked up a very important trade with Europe, chiefly with Germany, and German capital and German planters and merchants were prominent in the industry. France and England were also interested in the trade and purchased annually several million pounds. During the war, as shown by the exports in its final year, this trade almost entirely ceased, and the United States and Spain remained as the only customers of Mexican coffee. Details of the after-war trade are not yet available in published statistics. In the following table, 1900 and 1918 are calendar years, and 1913 is a fiscal year. Jamaica. The French, more than any other peoples in Europe, have cultivated a taste for coffee from the West Indies, and France normally has led all other countries in shipments from the larger producing islands, including Jamaica, although the island is a British possession. In the year before the war, France bought nearly 4 million pounds of Jamaican coffee, more than half the total production. In the year 1900 to 1901, she also took about 4 million pounds, leading all other countries. This trade was very much cut down during the war, but was not wiped out. As shown in the figures for 1918, England largely took the place of France in that year, and Canada increased her purchases several 100%. Haiti. Prior to the taking over of the administration of the customs of Haiti by the United States, detailed statistics of the exports are almost wholly lacking. France took most of the annual production, continuing a trade that dated back to old colonial times. An American consular report says, "Before the war, there was no market for Haitian coffee in the United States, practically the entire crop going to Europe, with France as the largest consumer. However, there has been for some time past a determined effort made to create a demand in the United States, and this is said to be meeting with ever-increasing success. The actual success achieved can be measured by the following figures for the fiscal year ended September 30, 1920. Dominican Republic. The comparatively small production of the Dominican Republic was divided among the United States and 3 or 4 European countries before the war. Since the war, the exports have been scattered among the former customers in varying amounts. Germany is again a buyer, although her purchases have not come back to anything like the pre-war level. Puerto Rico. In spite of several attempts on the part of Puerto Rican planters to make their product popular in the markets of the United States, the American consumer has never found the taste of that coffee to his liking. The big market for the Puerto Rican product has been Cuba, which has depended on her neighbor for most of her supply. This demand takes a large part of the annual crop, including the lower grades. The better grades before the war went largely to Europe, mostly to the Latin countries. During the war, the Cuban market carried the Puerto Rican planters through, although shipments of considerable size continued to go to France and Spain. Recovery of the pre-war trade with Europe, however, has been slow, Spain being the only country to take over 1 million pounds in 1920. Shipments to that country totaled 3,472,204 pounds. Those to France, 900,868 pounds. Both countries increased their purchases considerably in 1921. Hawaii. The war disarranged Hawaii's coffee trade very little, as she had for many years been shipping chiefly to the continental United States. Recently, a considerable trade with the Philippines has developed. Aden. Lying on the edge of the war area and on the road to India, Aden felt the full force of the disarrangement of commercial traffic by the war. Ordinarily, Aden is not only the chief outlet for the coffee of the interior of Arabia, the original mocha, but it is also the transshipping point for large amounts from Africa and India. The figures given below relate for the most part to this transshipped coffee. Exports of coffee from Aden go chiefly to the United Kingdom, France, and the United States, and to other ports of Arabia and Africa. Before the war, no great proportion went to the Central Powers. The following figures apply to fiscal years ending March 31. British India. As India's trade before the war was chiefly with the mother country, with France, and with Ceylon, the return to normal has been rapid. In the year following the war, these 3 customers were again credited with the largest amounts exported from India, except for shipments to Greece, which took little before the war. The following figures are for the fiscal years ending March 31. Dutch East Indies. The war played havoc with the coffee trade of the Dutch East Indies, taking away shipping, closing trade routes, and causing immense quantities of coffee to pile up in the warehouses. When the war ended, this coffee was released, and trade was consequently again abnormal, although in the opposite direction from that it took during the war years. The 1920 figures indicate that the trade is working back into its old channels. End of section 25. Read by Andy Vox, Seattle, April 14, 2022.
Section 26 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. All About Coffee by William Ukers. Chapter 20. Cultivation of the Coffee Plant. The early days of coffee culture in Abyssinia and Arabia. Coffee cultivation in general. Soil, climate, rainfall, altitude, propagation, preparing the plantation, shade and windbreaks, fertilizing, pruning, catch crops, pests and diseases. How coffee is grown around the world. Cultivation in all the principal producing countries. For the beginnings of coffee culture, we must go back to the Arabian colony of Harar in Abyssinia, for here it was, about the 15th century, that the Arabs, having found the plant growing wild in the Abyssinian highlands, first gave it intensive cultivation. The complete story of the early cultivation of coffee in the Old and New Worlds is told in Chapter 2, which deals with the history of the propagation of the coffee plant. Larocque was the first to tell how the plant was cultivated and the berries prepared for market in Arabia, where it was brought from Abyssinia. The Arabs raised it from seed grown in nurseries, transplanting it to plantations laid out in the foothills of the mountains, to which they conducted the mountain streams by ingeniously constructed small channels to water the roots. They built trenches 3 feet wide and 5 feet deep, lining them with pebbles to cause the water to sink deep into the earth, with which the trenches were filled to preserve the moisture from too rapid evaporation. These were so constructed that the water could be turned off into other channels when the fruit began to ripen. In plantations exposed to the south, a kind of poplar tree was planted along the trenches to supply needful shade. Larocque noted that the coffee trees in Yemen were planted in lines, like the apple trees in Normandy, and that when they were much exposed to the sun, the shade poplars were regularly introduced between the rows. Such cultivation as the plant received in the early Abyssinia and Arabia was crude and primitive at best. Throughout the intervening centuries, there has been little improvement in Yemen, but modern cultural methods obtain in the Harar district in Abyssinia. Like the Arabs in Yemen, the Harari cultivated in small gardens, employing the same ingenious system of irrigation from mountain springs to water the roots of the plants at least once a week during the dry season. In Yemen and in Abyssinia, the ripened berries were sun-dried on beaten earth barbecues. The European planters who carried the cultivation of the bean to the Far East and to the America followed the best Arabian practice, changing and sometimes improving it in order to adapt it to local conditions. Coffee cultivation in general. Today, the commercial growers of coffee on a large scale practice intensive cultivation methods, giving the same care to preparing their plantations and maintaining their trees as do other growers of grains and fruits. As in the more advanced methods of arboriculture, every effort is made to obtain the maximum production of quality coffee consistent with the smallest outlay of money and labor. Experimental stations in various parts of the world are constantly working to improve methods and products and to develop types that will resist disease and adverse climate conditions. While cultivation methods in the different producing countries vary in detail of practice, the principles are unchanging. While methods do differ, it is owing principally to local economic conditions, such as the supply and cost of labor, machinery, fertilizers, and similar essential factors. Soil. Rocky ground that pulverizes easily, and if possible, of volcanic origin, is best for coffee. Also, soil rich in decomposed mold. In Brazil, the best soil is known as terra roxa, a topsoil of red clay, 3 or 4 feet thick with a gravel subsoil. Climate. The natural habitat of the coffee tree, all species, is tropical Africa, where the climate is hot and humid and the soil rich and moist, yet sufficiently friable to furnish well-drained seed beds. These conditions must be approximated when the tree is grown in other countries. Because the trees and fruit generally cannot withstand frost, they are restricted to regions where the mean annual temperature is about 70 degrees Fahrenheit, with an average minimum about 55 degrees and an average maximum of about 80 degrees. Where grown in regions subject to more or less frost, as in the northernmost parts of Brazil's coffee-producing district, which lie almost within the South Temperate Zone, the coffee trees are sometimes frosted, as was the case in 1918, when about 40% of the São Paulo crop and trees suffered. Generally speaking, the most suitable climate for coffee is a temperate one within the tropics. However, it has been successfully cultivated between latitudes 28 degrees north and 38 degrees south. Rainfall. Although able to grow satisfactorily only on well-drained land, the coffee tree requires an abundance of water, about 70 inches of rainfall annually, and must have it supplied evenly throughout the year. Prolonged droughts are fatal, while, on the other hand, too great a supply of water tends to develop the wood of the tree at the expense of the flowers and fruit, especially in low-lying regions. Altitude. Coffee is found growing at all altitudes, from sea level up to the frost line, which is about 6,000 feet in the tropics. Robusta and Liberica varieties of coffee do best in regions from sea level up to 3,000 feet, while Arabica flourishes better at the higher levels. Carvalho says that the coffee plant needs sun, but that a few hours daily exposure is sufficient. Hilly ground has the advantage of offering the choice of a suitable exposure, as the sun shines on it for only a part of the day. Whether it is the early morning or the afternoon sun that enables the plant to attain its optimum conditions is a question of locality. The first steps in coffee growing. In Mexico, Romero tells us, the highlands of Soconusco have the advantage that the sun does not shine on the trees during the whole of the day. On the higher slopes of the Cordilleras, from 2,500 feet above sea level, clouds prevail during the summer season, where the sun is hottest, and are frequently present in the other seasons after 10 o'clock in the morning. These keep the trees from being exposed to the heat of the sun during the whole of the day. Perhaps to this circumstance is due the superior excellence of certain coffees grown in Mexico, Colombia, and Sumatra at an altitude of 3,000 feet up to 4,000 feet above sea level. Richard Spruce, the botanist, in his notes on South America, as quoted by Alfred Russel Wallace, refers to a, quote, zone of equatorial Andes ranging between 4,000 and 6,000 feet altitude, where the best flavored coffee is grown, unquote. Propagation. Coffee trees are grown most generally from seeds selected from trees of known productivity and longevity, although in some parts of the world propagation is done from shoots or cuttings. The seed method is most general, however, the seeds being either propagated in nursery beds or planted at once in the spot where the mature tree is to stand. In the latter case, called planting at stake, 4 or 5 seeds are planted, much as corn is sown, and after germination, all but the strongest plant are removed. Where the nursery method is followed, the choicest land of the plantation is chosen for its site, and the seeds are planted in forcing beds, sometimes called cold frames. When the plants are to be transplanted directly to the plantation, the seeds are generally sown 6 inches apart in rows, separated by the same distance, and are covered with only a slight sprinkling of earth. When the plants are to be transferred from the first bed to another, and then to the plantation, the seeds are sown more thickly, and the plants are pricked out as needed, and set out in another forcing bed. During the 6 to 7 weeks required for the coffee seed to germinate, the soil must be kept moist and shaded and thoroughly weeded. If the trees are to be grown without shade, the young plants are gradually exposed to the sun to harden them before they begin their existence in the plantation proper. Coffee scenes in Java, Netherlands East Indies. Considerable experimental work has been done in renewing trees by grafting, notably in Java, but practically all commercial planters follow the seed method. Preparing the plantation. Before transplanting time has come, the plantation itself has been made ready to receive the young plants. Coffee plantations are generally laid out on heavily wooded and sloping lands, most often in forests or mountainsides and plateaus, where there is an abundance of water, of which large quantities are used in cultivating the trees and in preparing the coffee beans for market. The soil most suitable is friable, sandy, or even gravelly, with an abundance of rocks to keep the soil comparatively cool and well drained, as well as to supply a source of food by action of the weather. The ideal soil is one that contains a large portion of potassium and phosphoric acid, and for that reason, the general practice is to burn off the foliage and trees covering the land to use the ashes as fertilizer. In preparing the soil for the new plantation under the intensive cultivation method, the surface of the land is lightly plowed and then followed up with a thorough cultivation. When transplanting time comes, which is when the plant is about a year old and stands from 12 to 18 inches high with its first pairs of primary branches, the plants are set out in shallow holes at regular intervals of from 8 to 12 or even 14 feet apart. This gives room for the root system to develop, provides space for sunlight to reach each tree, and makes for convenience in cultivating and harvesting. Liberica and Robusta type trees require more room than Arabica. When set 12 feet apart, which is the general practice, with the same distance maintained between rows, there are approximately 450 trees to the acre. In the triangle or hexagon system, the trees are planted in the form of an equilateral triangle, each tree being the same distance, usually 8 or 9 feet, from its 6 nearest neighbors. This system permits of 600 to 800 trees per acre. Shade and windbreaks. Strong, chilly winds and intensely hot sunlight are foes of coffee trees, especially of the Arabica variety. Accordingly, in most countries, it is customary to protect the plantation with windbreaks, consisting of rugged trees, and to shade the coffee by growing trees of other kinds between the rows. The shade trees serve also to check soil erosion, and in the case of the leguminous kind, to furnish nutriment to the soil. Coffee does best in shade, such as afforded by the silk oak, Grevillea robusta. In Shade of Coffee Culture, Bulletin 25, 1901, Division of Botany, United States Department of Agriculture, O.F. Cook goes extensively into this subject. The methods employed in the care of a coffee plantation do not differ materially from those followed by advanced orchardists in the colder fruit belts of the world. After the young plants have gained their start, they are cultivated frequently, principally to keep out the weeds, to destroy pests, and to aerate the earth. The implements used range from crude hand plows to horse-drawn cultivators. Fertilizing. Comparatively little fertilizing is done on plantations established on virgin soil until the trees begin to bear, which occurs when they are about 3 years of age. Because the coffee tree takes potash, nitrogen, and phosphoric acid from the soil, the scheme of fertilizing is to restore those elements. The materials used to replace the soil constituents consist of stable manure, leguminous plants, coffee tree prunings, leaves, certain weeds, oil cake, bone and fish meal, guano, wood ash, coffee pulp and parchment, and such chemical fertilizers as superphosphate of lime, basic slag, sulfate of ammonia, nitrate of lime, sulfate of potash, nitrate of potash, and similar materials. The relative values of these fertilizers depend largely upon local climate and soil conditions, the supply, cost, and other like factors. The chemical fertilizers are coming into increasing use in the larger and more economically advanced producing countries. Brazil particularly is showing in late years a tendency toward their adoption to make up for the dwindling supply of the so-called natural manures. As the coffee tree grows older, it requires a larger supply of fertilizer. Pruning. On the larger plantations, pruning is an important part of the cultivation processes. If left to their own devices, coffee trees sometimes grow as high as 40 feet, the strength being absorbed by the wood, with the consequent scanty production of fruit. To prevent this undesirable result, and to facilitate picking, the trees on the more modern plantations are pruned down to heights ranging from 6 to 12 feet. Except for pruning the roots, when transplanting, the tree is permitted to grow until after producing its first full crop before any cutting takes place. Then, the branches are severely cut back, and thereafter, pruning is carried on annually. Topping and pruning begins between the first and second years. Coffee trees, as a rule, produce full crops from the 6th to the 15th year, although some trees have given a paying crop until 20 or 30 years old. Ordinarily, the trees bear from 1/2 pound to 8 pounds of coffee annually, although there are accounts of 12-pound bags being obtained per tree. Production is mostly governed by the cultivation given the tree and by climate, soil, and location. When too old to bear profitable yields, the trees on commercial plantations are cut down to the level of the ground and are renewed by permitting only the strongest sprouts springing out of the stump to mature. Catch crops. On some plantations, it has become the practice to grow catch crops between the rows of coffee trees, both as a means of obtaining additional revenue and to shade the young coffee plants. Corn, beans, cotton, peanuts, and similar plants are most generally used. Pests and diseases. The coffee tree, its wood, foliage, and fruit have their enemies, chief among them which are insects, fungi, rodents, the coffee rat, birds, squirrels, and, according to Rosignon, elephants, buffalo, and native cattle, which have a special liking for the tender leaves of the coffee plant. Insects and fungi are the most bothersome pests on the most plantations. Among the insects, the several varieties of borers are the principal foes, boring into the wood of the trunk and branches to lay larvae, which sap the life from the tree. There are scale insects whose excretion forms a black mold on the leaves and affects the nutrition by cutting off sunlight. Numerous kinds of beetles, caterpillars, grasshoppers, and crickets attack the coffee tree leaves, and so-called leaf miner being especially troublesome. The Mediterranean fruit fly deposits larvae, which destroy or lessen the worth of the coffee berry by tunneling within and eating the contents of the parchment. The coffee berry beetle and its grub also live within the coffee berry. Among the most destructive fungoid diseases is the so-called Ceylon leaf disease, which is caused by the Hemilea vastatrix, a fungus related to the wheat rust. It was this disease which ruined the coffee industry in Ceylon, where it first appeared in 1869, and since has been found in other coffee-producing regions of Asia and Africa. America has a similar disease, caused by the Phaerostobe flavida, that is equally destructive if not vigilantly guarded against. See chapters 15 and 16. The coffee tree roots also are subject to attack. There is the root disease, prevalent in all countries, and for which no cause has yet been definitely assigned, although it has been determined that it is of fungoid nature. Brazil and some other American coffee-producing countries have a serious disease caused by the eelworm, and for that reason called the eelworm disease. Coffee planters combat pests and diseases principally with sprays, as in other lines of advanced arboriculture. It is a constant battle, especially on the large commercial plantations, and constitutes a large item on the expense sheet. Cultivation by countries. Coffee cultivation methods vary somewhat in detail in the different producing countries. The foregoing description covers the underlying principles in practice throughout the world, while the following is intended to show the local variations in vogue in the principal countries of production, together with brief descriptions of the main producing districts, the altitudes, character of soil, climate, and other factors that are particular to each country. In general, they are considered in the order of their relative importance as producing countries. Brazil. In Brazil, the giant of South America and the world's largest coffee producer, the methods of cultivation naturally have reached a high point of development, although the soil and the climate were not at first regarded as favorable. The year 1723 is generally accepted as the date of the introduction of the coffee plant into Brazil from French Guiana. Coffee planting was slow in developing, however, until 1732, when the governor of the states of Pará and Maranhão urged its cultivation. 16 years later, there were 17,000 trees in Pará. From that year on, slow but steady progress was made, and by 1770, an export trade had begun from the port of Pará to the countries in Europe. The spread of the industry began about this time. The coffee tree was introduced into the state of Rio de Janeiro in 1770. From there, its cultivation was gradually extended into the states of São Paulo, Minas Gerais, Bahia, and Espírito Santo, which have become the great coffee-producing sections of Brazil. The cultivation of the plant did not become especially noteworthy until the third decade of the 19th century. Large crops were gathered in the season of 1842 to 43, and by the middle of the century, the plantations were producing annually more than 2 million bags. Brazil's commercial coffee growing region has an estimated area of approximately 1,158,000 square miles and extends from the River Amazon to the southern border of the state of São Paulo and from the Atlantic coast to the western boundary of the state of Mato Grosso. This area is larger than that section of the United States lying east of the Mississippi River, with Texas added. In every state of the Republic, from Ceará in the north to Santa Catarina in the south, the coffee tree can be cultivated profitably and is, in fact, more or less grown in every state, if only for domestic use. However, little attention is given to the coffee growing in the north, except in the state of Pernambuco, which has only about 1,500,000 trees, as compared with 764 million trees of São Paulo in 1922. The chief coffee-growing plantations in Brazil are situated on plateaus seldom less than 1,800 feet above sea level and ranging up to 4,000 feet. The mean annual temperature is approximately 70 degrees Fahrenheit, ranging from a mean of 60.8 degrees in winter to a mean of 72 degrees in summer. The temperature has been known, however, to register 32 degrees in winter and 97.7 degrees in summer. While coffee trees will grow in almost any part of Brazil, experience indicates that the two most fertile soils, the terra roxa and the masape, lie in the coffee belts. The terra roxa is a dark red earth and is particularly confined to São Paulo, and it is due to the predominant coffee productivity of that state. Masape is a yellow, dark red, or even black soil and occurs more or less contiguous to the terra rossa. With a covering of loose sand, it makes excellent coffee land. Brazil planters follow the nursery-propagated method of planting and cultivate, prune, and spray their trees liberally. Transplanting is done in the month from November to February. Coffee growing profits have shown a decided falling off in Brazil in recent years. In 1900, it was not uncommon for a coffee estate to yield an annual profit from 100 to 250%. 10 years later, the average return did not exceed 12%. In Brazil's coffee belt, there are two seasons, the wet, running from September to March, and the dry, running from April to August. The coffee trees are in bloom from September to December. The blossoms last about 4 days and are easily beaten off by light rains or winds. If the rains or winds are violent, the green berries may be similarly destroyed, so that great damage may be caused by unseasonable rains and storms. The harvest usually begins in April or May and extends well into the dry season. Even in the picking season, heavy rains and strong winds, especially the latter, may do considerable damage. For in Brazil, shade trees and windbreaks are the exception. Approximately 25% of the São Paulo plantations are cultivated by machinery. A type of cultivator very common is similar to the small corn plow used in the United States. The Planet Junior, manufactured by a well-known United States agricultural machinery firm, is the most popular cultivator. It is drawn by a small mule, with a boy to lead it and a man to drive and to guide the plow. The preponderance of the coffee over other industries in São Paulo is shown in many ways. A few years ago, the registration of laborers in all of industries was about 450,000, and of this total, 420,000 were employed in the production and transportation of coffee alone. Of the capital invested in all industries, about 85% was in coffee production and commerce, including the railroads that depended upon it directly. An estimated value of $482,500,000 was placed upon the plantations in the state, including land, machinery, the residencies of owners, and laborers' quarters. In all Brazil, there are approximately 1,200,000,000 coffee trees. The number of bearing coffee trees in São Paulo alone increased from 735 million in 1914-15 to 834 million in 1917-18. The crop in 1917-18 was 1,615,000,000 pounds, one of the largest on record. In the agricultural year of 1922-23, there were 764,969,500 coffee trees in bearing in São Paulo, and in São Paulo, Minas, and Paraná, 824,194,500. Plantations having from 300,000 to 400,000 trees are common. One plantation near Ribeirão Preto has 5 million trees and requires an army of 6,000 laborers to work it. Another planter owns 32 adjacent plantations containing in all from 7,500,000 to 8 million coffee trees and gives employment to 8,000 persons. There are 15 plantations having more than 1 million trees each, and 5 of these have more than 2 million trees each. In the municipality of Ribeirão Preto, there were 30 million trees in 1922. The largest coffee plantations in the world are the Fazendas Dumas and the Fazendas Schmidt. The Fazendas Dumas were valued in 1915 in cost of land and improvements at $5,920,007. And since those figures were given out, the value of the investment has much increased. Of the various Fazenda Schmidt, the largest, owned by Colonel Francisco Schmidt in 1918, had 9 million trees with an annual yield of 200,000 bags, or 26,400,000 pounds of coffee. Other large plantations in Sao Paulo with 1 million or more trees are the Companhia Agricola Fazenda Dumas, 2,420,000 trees, Companhia São Martinho, 2,300,000 trees, Companhia Dumas, 2 million trees, Sao Paulo Coffee Company, 1,860,000 trees, Cristiana Osório de Oliveira, 1,790,000 trees, Companhia Guatapara, 1,550,000 trees, Dr. Alfredo Ellis, 1,271,000 trees, Companhia Agricola Araca, 1,200,000 trees, Companhia Agricola Ribeirão Preto, 1,138,000 trees, Rodrigues Alves e Ramos, 1,060,000 trees, Francisca Silveira de Val, 1,050,000 trees, Luisa de Oliveira Azevedo, 1,045,000 trees, and the Companhia Cafeína Sao Paulo, 1 million trees. The average annual yield in Sao Paulo is estimated at from 1,750 to 4,000 pounds from 1,000 trees, while in exceptional instances it is said that as much as 6,000 pounds per 1,000 trees has been gathered. Differences in local climatic conditions, in ages of trees, in richness of soil, and in the care exercised in cultivation are given as the reasons for the wide variation. The oldest coffee-growing district in Sao Paulo is Campinas. There are 136 others. Bahia coffee is not so carefully cultivated and harvested as the Santos coffee. The introduction of capital and modern methods would do much for Bahia, which has the advantage of a shorter haul to the New York and the European markets. On the average, something like 70% of the world's coffee crop is grown in Brazil, and 2/3 of this is produced in Sao Paulo. Coffee culture in many districts of Sao Paulo has been brought to the point of highest development, and yet its product is essentially a quantity, not a quality one. Colombia. In Colombia, coffee is the principal crop grown for export. It is produced in nearly all departments at elevations ranging from 3,500 feet to 6,500 feet. Chief among the coffee-growing departments, Antioquia, capital, Medellin, Caldas, capital, Manizales, Magdalena, capital, Santa Marta, Santander, capital, Bucaramanga, Tolima, capital, Ibagué, and the Federal District, capital, Bogotá. The Department of Cundinamarca produces a coffee that is counted one of the best of Colombian grades. The finest grades are grown in the foothills of the Andes in altitudes from 3,500 to 4,500 feet above sea level. Methods of planting, cultivation, gathering, and preparing the Colombian coffee crop for the market are substantially those that are common in all coffee-producing countries, although they differ in some small particulars. About 700 trees are usually planted to the acre, and native trees furnish the necessary shade. The average yield is 1 pound per tree per year. While Coffea arabica has been mostly cultivated in Colombia, as in the other countries of South America, the Liberica variety has not been neglected. Seeds of the Liberica tree were planted here soon after 1880 and were moderately successful. Since 1900, more attention has been given to Liberica, and attempts have been made to grow it upon banana and rubber plantations, which seem to provide all the shade protection that is needed. Liberica coffee trees begin to bear in their third year. From the fifth year, when a crop of about 650 pounds to the acre can reasonably be expected, the productiveness steadily increases until after 15 or 16 years, when a maximum of over 1,000 pounds an acre is attained. Antioquia is the largest coffee-producing department in the Republic, and its coffee is of the highest grade grown. Medellin, the capital, where the business interests of the industry are concentrated, is a handsome, white city located on the banks of the Abura River in a picturesque valley that is overlooked by the high peaks of the Andean Range. It is a town of about 80,000 inhabitants, thriving as a manufacturing center, abundant in modern improvements, and is the center of a coffee production of 500,000 bags known in the market as Medellin and Manizales. Another center in this coffee region is the town of Manizales, perched on the crest of the Andean spurs to dominate the valley extending to Medellin and the Cauca Valley to the Pacific. Thereabout, many small coffee growers are settled, and several 100,000 bags of beans pass through annually. One of the most interesting plantations of the country was started a few years ago in a remote region by an enterprising American investor. It was located on the slopes of the Sierra Nevada mountains, 3,000 to 5,000 feet above sea level, about 25 miles from the city of Santa Marta. An extended acreage of forest-covered land was acquired, about 600 acres of which were cleared and either planted in coffee or reserved for pasturage and other kinds of agriculture. When the plantation came to maturity, it had nearly 300,000 trees. In 1919, there were 425,000 trees producing 3,600 hundredweight of coffee. A typical Colombian plantation is the Namé, owned by one of the bankers of the Banco de Colombia of Bogota. It is located a good half-day's travel by rail and horseback from the city, about 5,000 feet above the level of the sea. There are 1,000 acres in the plantation, with 250,000 trees having an ultimate productive capacity of nearly 2,000 bags a year. During crop times, which are from May to July, about 200 families are needed on an estate of this size. Venezuela. Seeds of the coffee plant were brought to Venezuela from Martinique in 1784 by a priest who started a small plantation near Caracas. 5 years later, the first export of the bean was made, 233 bags, or about 30,000 pounds. Within 50 years, production had increased to upwards of 50 million pounds annually, and by the end of the 19th century to more than 100 million pounds. Situated between the equator and the 12th parallel of the north latitude is the world's coffee belt. This country has an area equal to that of all the United States east of the Mississippi River and north of the Ohio and Potomac rivers, or greater than that of France, Germany, and the Netherlands combined. 599,533 square miles. The chain of the maritime Andes, reaching eastward across Colombia and Venezuela, approaches the Caribbean coast in the latter country. Along the slopes and foothills of these mountains are produced some of the finest grades of South American coffee. Here, the best coffee grows in the Tierra Templada and in the lower part of the Tierra Fria, and is known as the Café de Tierra Fria, or Coffee of the Cold, or Highland. In these regions, the equable climate, the constant and adequate moisture, the rich and well-drained soil, and the protecting forest shade afford the conditions under which the plant grows and thrives best. On the fertile lowland valleys near the coast grows the Café de Tierra Caliente, or Coffee of the Hot Land. Coffee growing has become the main agricultural pursuit of the country. In 1839, it was estimated that there were 8,900 acres of land planted in coffee, and in 1888, there were 168 million coffee trees in the country on 346,000 acres of land. In the opening years of the 20th century, not far from 250,000 acres were devoted to this cultivation, comprised in upwards of 33,000 plantations. The average yield per acre is about 250 pounds. The trees are usually planted from 2 to 2¼ meters apart, and this gives about 800 trees to the acre. The triangle system is unknown. In this country, the coffee tree bears its first crop when 4 or 5 years old. The trees are not subject to unusual hazards from the attacks of injurious insects and animals or from serious parasitic diseases. Nature is kind to them, and their only serious contention for existence arises from the luxuriant tropical vegetation by which they are surrounded. On the whole, their cultivation is comparatively easy. On the best managed estates, there are not more than 1,000 trees to a fanegada, about 1 3/4 acres of land, and it is calculated that the average annual yield for such a fanegada should be about 20 quintals, a little more than 2,032 pounds of merchantable coffee. It is to be noted, however, that the average yield per tree throughout Venezuela is low, not more than 4 ounces. There are no great coffee belts as in Mexico and Central America. Many districts are days' rides apart. The plantations are isolated, and there is lacking a cooperative spirit among the growers. Methods of cultivating and preparing the berry for the market are substantially those that prevail elsewhere in South America. Most plantations are handled in ordinary, old-fashioned ways, but the better estates employ machinery and methods of the most advanced and improved character at all points in their operation, from the planting of the seed to the final marketing of the berry. End of section 26. Read by Trish Rutter, San Diego, February 15, 2022. Section 27 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. All About Coffee by William Ukers. Chapter 20. Cultivation of the Coffee Plant. Part 2. Java. Java, the oldest coffee-producing country in which the tree is not indigenous, was producing a high-grade coffee long before Brazil, Colombia, and Venezuela entered the industry, and it held the supremacy in the world's trade for many years before the younger American-producing countries were able to surpass its annual output. The first attempt to introduce the plant into Java took place in 1696, the seedlings being brought from Malabar in India and planted at Karawang near Batavia. Earthquake and floods soon destroyed the plants, and in 1699 Henriques Zwaardekun brought the second lot of seedlings from Malabar. These became the progenitors of all the Arabica coffees of the Dutch East Indies. The industry grew, and in 1711 the first Java coffee was sold at public auction in Amsterdam. Exports amounted to 116,587 pounds in 1720, and in 1724 the Amsterdam market sold 1,396,486 pounds of coffee from Java. From the early part of the 19th century up to 1905, cultivation was carried on under a Dutch government monopoly, excepting for the 5 years, 1811 through 16, when the British had control of the island. The government monopoly was first established when Marshal Daendels, acting for the Crown of Holland, took control of the islands from the Netherlands East India Company. Before that time, the princes of Prenanger had raised all the coffee under the provisions of a treaty made in the middle of the 18th century, by which they paid an annual tribute in coffee to the company for the privilege of retaining their land revenues. When the Dutch government recovered the islands from the British, the plantations, which had been permitted to go to ruin, were put in order again and the government system re-established. A modification of the first monopoly plan of the government was put into effect later in the regime of Governor van den Bosch and was maintained until into the 20th century. Under the Daendels plan, each native family was required to keep 1,000 coffee trees in bearing on village lands and to give the government 2/5 of the crop, delivered cleaned and sorted at the government store. The natives retained the other 3/5. Under the Van de Bosch system, Each family was required to raise and care for 650 trees and to deliver the crop cleaned and sorted to the government stores at a fixed price. The government then sold the coffee at public auctions in Batavia, Padang, Amsterdam, or Rotterdam. This method of fostering the new industry resulted in government control of fully 4/5 of the area under the crop, only the small balance being owned or worked independently by private enterprise. For many years after the cultivation had been fully started, this condition of the business persisted. Most of the privately owned plantations had been in existence before the government had set up its monopoly system. Others were on the estates of native princes, who, in treating with the Dutch, had been able to retain some of their original sovereign rights. While these plans worked well into encouraging the industry at the outset, they were not conducive to the fullest possibilities in production. Forced labor on the government plantations was naturally apt to be slow, careless, and indifferent. Private ownership and operation bettered this somewhat, the private estates being able to show annual yields of from 1 to 2 pounds per tree, as compared with only a little more than 1/2 pound per tree on government-controlled estates. In the course of time, the system of private ownership gradually expanded beyond that of the government, and before the end of the 19th century, private owners were growing and exporting more coffee than did the Javanese government. The government withdrew from the coffee business in Java in 1905, and the last government auction was held in June of that year. The monopoly in Sumatra was given up in 1908. After that, however, coffee continued to be grown on government lands, but in much less quantity than in the years immediately preceding. The Dutch government withdrew from all coffee cultivation in 1918-19. According to statistics, the ground under cultivation for all kinds of coffee in Java and the other islands of the Dutch East Indies in 1919 was 142,272 acres, of which 112,138 acres were in Java. Of this area, 110,903 acres were planted with Robusta, 15,314 acres with Arabica, 4,940 with Liberica, and 11,115 with other varieties. There were more than 400 European-managed estates in 1915, covering a planted area of about 209,000 acres. 330 of these estates, representing 165,000 acres, were in Java. On that island, production in 1904 was 47,927,000 pounds. In 1905, 59,092,000 pounds. In 1906, 66,953,000 pounds. In 1907, 31,044,000 pounds. 1908, 39,349,000 pounds. The total crop in 1919 for all the Netherlands East Indies was 97,361,000 pounds, as against 140,764,800 pounds for 1918. Intensive cultivation methods on the European-operated plantations in Java have been practiced for many years, and the Netherlands East Indies government has long maintained experimental stations for the purpose of improving strains and cultivation methods. In some parts of the island, especially in the highlands, the climate and soil are ideal for coffee culture. The Robusta tree grows satisfactorily even at altitudes of less than 1,000 feet in some regions. But its bearing life is only about 10 years as compared with the 30 years of the Arabica at altitudes of from 3,000 to 4,000 feet. The low ground trees generally produce earlier and more abundantly. On some of the highland plantations, pruning is not practiced to any great extent, and the trees often reach 30 or 40 feet in height. This necessitates the use of ladders in picking, but frequently the yield per tree has been from 6 to 7 pounds. Coffee is produced commercially in nearly every political district in Java, and the bulk of the yield is obtained from East Java. The names best known to European and American traders are those of the regencies of Bisoeki, Passoer-Oyen, because their coffees make up 87% of Java's production. Some of the other better-known districts are Penanggur, Cirebon, Kadoe, Samarang, Surabaya, and Tegal. The Arabica variety has practically been driven out of the districts below 3,500 feet altitude by the leaf disease, and has been succeeded by the more hardy Robusta and Liberica coffees and their hybrids. Illustrating the importance of Robusta coffee, Netherlands East India government, in a statement issued August 1919, estimated the area under cultivation on all islands as follows: Robusta, 84%, Arabica, 5.5%, Liberica, 4.5%. The balance, 6%, was made up of scores of other varieties, among the most important being the Canephora, Ugandre, Bucobensis, Suacarensis, Quillot, Stenophilia, and Rude Besige. All of these are similar to Robusta and are exported as Robusta Achtigen, Robusta-like. The Liberica group includes the Excelsa, Abeokuta, Duevrai, Arnoldiana, Aruwimiensis, and Dybowski. Sumatra. Practically all the coffee districts in Sumatra are on the west coast, where the plant was first propagated early in the 18th century. Padang, the capital city, is the headquarters for Sumatra coffee. With climate and soil similar to Java, the island of Sumatra has the added advantage that its land is not, quote, coffee moe, unquote, or coffee tired, as is the case in parts of Java. Some of the world's best coffees are still coming from Sumatra, and the island has possibilities that could make it an important factor in production. Sumatra produced 287,179 pickles of coffee in 1920. The total production of all the islands that year was 807,591 pickles. The districts of Ankola, Siboga, Ayer Bangis, Mandheling, Palembang, Padang, and Bangkoelen on the west coast have some of the largest estates on the island, and their products are well known in the international trade. The east coast has recently gone in for heavy plantings of Robusta. As in Java, coffee for the century or more was cultivated under a government monopoly scheme. The compulsory system was given up in this island in 1908, 3 years after it was abandoned in Java. Other East Indies. Coffee is grown in several of the other islands in the Dutch East Indian archipelago, chiefly on the Celebes, Bali, Lombok, the Moluccas, and Timor. Most of the estates are under native control, and the methods of cultivation are not up to the standard of the European-owned plantations on the larger islands of Java and Sumatra. The most important of these islands is Celebes, where the first coffee plant was introduced from Java about 1750, but where cultivation was not carried on to any great extent until about 75 years later. In 1822, the production amounted to 10,000 pounds. In 1917, the yield was 1,322,328 pounds. Salvador. Coffee, which is far and away the most important crop in Salvador, constitutes in value more than one-half the total exports. It has been cultivated since about 1852, when plants were brought from Havana, but the development of the industry in its early years was not rapid. The first large plantations were established in 1876 in La Paz, and that department has become the leading coffee-producing section of the country. The berry is grown in all districts that have altitudes of from 1,500 to 4,000 feet. Besides those of La Paz, the most productive plantations are in the departments of Santa Ana, San Sonate, San Salvador, San Vicente, San Miguel, San Tecla, and Huacachapan. In contrast with several of the adjoining Central American republics, native Salvadorians are the owners of most of the coffee farms, very few having passed into the hands of foreigners. The laborers are almost entirely native Indians. A considerable part of the work of cultivating and preparing the berry for the market is still done by hand, but in recent years machinery has been set up on the large estates and for general use in the receiving centers. It is estimated that now about 166,000 acres are under coffee, nearly all the land in the country suitable for that purpose. As in most other coffee-raising countries, the trees begin bearing when they are 2 to 3 years old, reach full maturity at the age of 7 or 8 years, and continue to bear for about 30 years. Intensive cultivation and a more extensive use of fertilizers have been urged as necessary in order to increase the crop, but so far with not much effect, the importance of fertilizer being still very small. Crop gathering begins in the lowlands in November and gradually proceeds into the higher regions month by month until the picking in the highest altitudes is finished in the following March. Guatemala. Guatemala began intensive coffee growing about 1875. Coffee had been known in the country in a small way from about 1850, but now serious attention began to be given to its cultivation, and it quickly advanced to an industrial position of importance. Within a generation, it became the great staple crop of the country. Guatemala has an area of 48,250 square miles, about the size of the state of Ohio. Its population is about 2 million. 3 mountain ranges intersecting magnificent tablelands traverse the country from north to south, and there is the greatest coffee territory. The tablelands are from 2,500 to 5,000 feet above sea level and have a temperate climate most agreeable to the coffee tree. On the lower heights, it is necessary to protect the younger trees from the extreme heat of the sun, and the banana is most approved for this purpose, since it raises its own crop at the same time that it is giving shade to its companion tree. On the higher levels, the plantations need protection from the cold north winds that blow strongly across the country, especially in December, January, and February. The range of hills to the north is the best protection and generally is all sufficient. When the weather becomes too severe, heaps of rubbish mixed with pitch are thrown up to the north of the fields of coffee trees and set afire, the resultant dense smoke driving down between the rows of trees and saving them from the frost. Named in the order of their productivity, the coffee districts are Costa Cuaca, Costa Grande, Barbernea, Tumbador, Coban, Costa de Cucho, Chicacao, Xohuitz, Pochuta, Malacatan, San Marcos, Chuva, Panan, Turgo, Escuintla, San Vicente, Pacaya, Antigua, Moran, Amatitlan, Sumatan, Palmor, Zunil, and Motagua. Estimates of coffee acreage vary. One authority, too conservatively perhaps, puts the figure at 145,000. Another estimate is 260,000 acres. Under cultivation are from 70 million to 100 million trees, from which an annual crop averaging about 75 million pounds is raised, and the exceptional amounts of nearly 90 million and 97 million pounds have been harvested. Several plantations of size can be counted upon for an annual production of more than 1 million pounds each. Before the World War, German interests dominated the coffee industry, handling fully 80% of the crop and growing nearly half of it. Planting and cultivation methods in Guatemala are about the same as those prevailing in other countries. The trees are usually in flower in February, March, and April, and the harvesting season extends from August to January. All work on the plantation is done by Indian laborers under a peonage system. Families working in companies, wages are small but sufficient, conditions of living being easy. As elsewhere in these tropical and subtropical countries, scarcity of labor is severely felt and is a grave obstacle to the development of the industry in a land that is regarded as particularly well adapted to it. Haiti, the magic isle of the Indies, has grown coffee almost from the beginning of the introduction of the tree into the Western Hemisphere. Its cultivation was started there about 1715, but the trees were largely permitted to fall into a wild natural state, and little attention was given to them or to the handling of the crop. Fertility of soil, climate, and moisture are favorable, and the advancement of the industry has been retarded only by the political conditions of the Negro Republic and a general lack of industry and enterprise on part of the people. Haiti is an island with 3 names. Haiti is used to describe the island as a whole and to denote the Republic of Haiti, which occupies the western third of its area. The island, also known as Santo Domingo and San Domingo, names likewise applied to the Dominican Republic, which occupies the eastern 2/3 of the island unit. Plantations now existing in Haiti have had, with rare exceptions, a life of more than 10 or 20 years. It is estimated that they cover about 125,000 acres with about 400 trees to the acre. When the French acquired the island in 1789, the annual production was 88,360,502 pounds. During the following century, that amount was not approached in any year, the nearest to it being 72,637,716 pounds in 1875. The lowest annual production was 20,280,589 pounds in 1818. The range during the 100 years, 1789 through 1890, was, with the exception noted, from 45 million to 71 million pounds. Mexico. Opinions differ as to the exact date when coffee was introduced into Mexico. It is said to have been transplanted there from the West Indies near the end of the 18th century. A story is current that a Spaniard set out a few trees on trial in southern Mexico in 1800, and that his experiments started other Mexican planters along the same line. Coffee was grown in the state of Veracruz early in the 19th century, and the books of the Veracruz Custom House record that 1,101 quintals of coffee were exported through that port during the years 1802, 1803, and 1805. In the Coatepec district, which eventually became famous in the annals of Mexican coffee growing, trees were planted about the year 1808. Local history says that seeds were brought from Cuba by Arias, a partner of the house of Pedro Lopez, owners of the large hacienda of Orduna and Coatepec. The seeds were given to a priest, Andres Dominguez, who sowed them near Tiacello. When he had succeeded in starting seedlings, he gave them away to other planters thereabout. The plants thrived, and this was the beginning of coffee cultivation in that section of the country. It was, however, nearly 10 years later before the cultivation was on a scale approaching industrial and commercial importance. About 1816 or 1818, a Spaniard named Juan Antonio Gomez introduced the plant into the neighborhood of Cordoba. This city, now on the line of the Mexican and Veracruz Railroad, 200 miles from Mexico City and 60 miles from Veracruz, is 2,500 feet above sea level and is situated in the most productive tropical region of the country. Having been started in Coatepec and Cordoba, the industry was centered for a long time in the state of Veracruz. For many years, practically all the coffee grown commercially in Mexico was produced in that state. Gradually, the new pursuit spread to the mountains in the adjacent states of Oaxaca and Puebla, where it was taken up by the Indians almost entirely, and is still followed by them, but not on a large scale. Although cultivation is now widely distributed in most of the more southern states of the Republic, the principal coffee territory is still in Veracruz, where lie the districts of Cordoba, Orizaba, Huatusco, and Coatepec. In the same region, there are Jalapa district and the mountains of Puebla, where a great deal of coffee is grown. Farther south are the Oaxaca districts on the mountain slopes of the Pacific coast, and still further south, the districts of the state of Chiapas. Planting in the Pluma district in Oaxaca was begun about 50 years ago, and it now produces annually, in good years, nearly 1 million pounds. The youngest district in this section is Soconusco, one of the most prolific in the Republic, having been developed within the last 30 years. The region is near the border of Guatemala, and the coffee is held by many to possess some of the quality of the coffee of that country. The influence of Guatemalan methods has been felt also in its cultivation and handling, especially in increasing plantation productiveness. On the Gulf slope of Oaxaca, there are plantations that annually produce 222,000 to 550,000 pounds. Several United States companies have become interested in coffee growing in this state, and their output in recent years has been put upon the market in St. Louis. Two principal varieties of coffee are recognized in Mexico. A sub-variety of Coffea arabica is mostly cultivated. This is an evergreen, growing only from 5 to 7 feet. It flourishes well at different altitudes and in different climes, from the temperate plains of Puebla to the hot, damp lower lands of Veracruz and Oaxaca and other Pacific coast regions. The range of elevation for it is from 1,500 to 5,000 feet, and it is satisfied with a temperature as low as 55 degrees or as high as 80 degrees, with plenty of natural humidity or with irrigation in dry season. The other variety is called myrtle and is widely grown, although not in large quantities. It is distinguished from Arabica by the larger leaf of the tree and by the smaller corolla of the flower. It is a hardier plant than the Arabica and will stand the higher temperature of low altitudes, thriving at an elevation of from 500 to 3,000 feet above sea level. Mostly it is cultivated in the Cordoba district. It is claimed by many that the Mexican coffee of best quality is grown in the western regions of the tablelands of Colima and Michoacán, but only a small quantity of that is available for export. The state of Michoacán is especially favored by climate, altitude, soil, and surroundings to produce coffee of exceptional high grade, and the Uruapan is considered to be its best. Trees flower in January and March, and in high altitudes as late as June or July. Berries appear in July and are ripe for gathering in October or November, the picking season lasting until February. Trees begin to yield when 2 or 3 years old, producing from 2 to 4 ounces. They reach full production, which is about 1.5 pounds, at the age of 6 or 7 years, though in the districts of Chiapas, Michoacán, Oaxaca, and Puebla, annual yields of 3 to 5 pounds per tree have been reported. Since the World War, American buyers have shown greater interest in the Tapachula coffee grown in Chiapas. Puerto Rico. Coffee culture in Puerto Rico dates from 1755 or even earlier, having been introduced from the neighboring islands of Martinique and Haiti. Count O'Reilly, writing of the island in the 18th century, mentions that the coffee exports for 5 years previous to 1765 amounted in value to $2,078. Old records show that in 1770 there was a crop of 700,000 pounds, and that seems to be the first evidence that the new industry was growing to any noticeable proportions. For 100 years at least, only slow progress was made. In 1768, the King of Spain issued a royal decree exempting coffee growers on the island from the payment of taxes or charges for a period of 5 years. But even that measure was not materially successful in stimulating interest and in developing cultivation. Puerto Rico is a good coffee growing country. Soil, climate, and temperature are well adapted to the berry. The coffee belt extends through the western half of the island, beginning in the hills along the south coast around Ponce and extending north through the center of the island almost to Arecibo, near the west end of the north coast. But some coffee is grown in the other parts of the island, in 64 of the 68 municipalities. Mountain sections are considered to be superior. The largest plantations are in the region which includes the municipalities of Utuado, Adjuntas, Lares, Las Marias, Yauco, Maricao, and San Sebastian, and Mayagüez, Ciales, and Ponce. With the exception of Ponce and Mayagüez, all these districts are back from the coast, but insular roads of recent construction make them now easily accessible, and there is no point on the island more than 20 miles distant from the sea. From the Sierra Luquillo Range, which rises to a height of 1,500 feet, and from Yauco, Utuado, and Lares, come excellent coffees. And on the whole, these are considered to be the best coffee regions on the island. A fine grade of coffee is also grown in the Ciales district. Figures compiled by the Treasury Department of the insular government for the purpose of taxation showed that for the tax year 1915 to 16, there were 167,137 acres of land planted to coffee and valued at $10,341,592. An average of $61.87 per acre. In 1910, there were 151,000 acres planted in coffee. In 1916, there were more than 5,000 separate coffee plantations. Originally, the coffee trees of Puerto Rico were all of the Arabica variety. In recent years, numerous others have been introduced, until, in 1917, there were more than 2,500 trees of new descriptions on the island. The virgin land in the interior of the island is admirably adapted to the coffee tree, and less labor is required to prepare it for plantation purposes than in many other coffee-growing countries. It is cleared in the usual manner, and the trees are planted about 8 feet apart, an average of 680 trees to the acre. The seeds are planted in February, and if the seedlings are transplanted, that is done when they are a year or a year and a half old. The guama, a big strong tree of dense foliage, is used for a windbreak on the ridges, and the guava for shade in the plantation. Plow cultivation is generally impossible on the account of the lay of the land, and only hoeing and spade work are done. Pruning is carefully attended to as the trees become full grown. Flowering is generally in February and March, or even later. Heavy rains in April make a poor crop. Harvesting begins in September and extends into January, during which time 10 pickings are made. The average yield per acre is between 200 and 300 pounds, but expert authority, Professor O.F. Cook, in a statement made to the Committee on Insular Affairs of the United States House of Representatives in 1900, held that under better cultural methods, the yield could be increased to 800 or 900 pounds per acre. One estimator has calculated that an average plantation of 100 acres has cost its owner at the end of 6 or 7 years, the bearing age, about $13,100, with yields of 75 pounds per acre in the third and in the fourth years, 400 pounds per acre in the fifth year, and 500 pounds in the sixth year, the income from which would practically have met the cost to that time. It is held by the same authority that an intensively cultivated, well-situated farm of selected trees, 880 to the acre, should yield some 880 pounds of cleaned coffee to the acre. Costa Rica. Costa Rica ranks next to Guatemala and Salvador among the Central American countries as a producer of coffee, showing an average annual yield in recent years of 35 million pounds as compared with Guatemala's 80 million and Salvador's 75 million pounds. Nicaragua has an average annual production of 30 million pounds. Coffee was introduced into Costa Rica in the latter part of the 18th century, one authority saying that the plants were brought from Cuba in 1779 by a Spanish voyager, Navarro, and another saying that the first trees were planted several years later by Padre Carazo, a Spanish missionary coming from Jamaica. For more than a century, 6 big coffee trees standing in the courtyard in the city of Cartago were pointed out to visitors as the very trees that Carazo had planted. The coffee-producing districts are principally on the Pacific slope and in the central plateaus of the interior. Plantations are located in the provinces of Cartago, Tres Rios, San Jose, Heredia, and Alajuela. In the province of Cartago are several extensive new estates on the slope of the Atlantic coast. The San Jose and the Cartago districts are considered by many to be the best naturally for the coffee tree. The soil is exceedingly rich, black loam made up of continuous layers of volcanic ashes and dust from 3 to 15 feet deep. Preferable altitudes for plantations range from 3,000 to 4,500 feet, although a height of 5,000 feet is not out of use, and there are some estates that do fairly well on levels as low as 1,500 feet. India. Tradition has it that a Moslem pilgrim in the 17th century brought from Mecca to India the first coffee seeds known in that country. They were planted near a temple on a hill in Mysore called Baba Budan, after the pilgrim, and from there the cultivation of coffee gradually spread to neighboring districts. Aside from this legend, nothing further is heard about coffee in India until the early part of the 19th century, when its existence there was confirmed by the granting of a charter to Fort Gloucester near Calcutta, authorizing that place to become a coffee plantation. Planting was begun on a flat land of the plains, but the trees did not thrive. Then the cultivation was extended to the hills in southern India, especially in Mysore, where better success was achieved. The first systematic plantation was established in 1840. For the most part, the production has always been confined to southern India in the elevated region near the southwestern coast. The coffee district comprises the landward slopes of the Western Ghats, from Kanara to Travancore. About 1/2 of the coffee-producing area is in Mysore. The other plantations are in Coorg, the Madras districts of Malabar, and in the Nilgiri Hills, those regions having 86% of the whole area under cultivation. Some coffee is grown also in other districts in Madras, principally in Madura, Salem, and Coimbatore. in Cochin, in Travancore, and on a restricted scale in Burma, Assam, and Bombay. The area returned as under coffee in 1885 was 237,448 acres, in 1896 as 303,944 acres. Since then, there has been a progressive decrease on account of damage from leaf diseases difficult to combat and by competition with Brazilian coffee. New land that had just been planted with the coffee in plantations reported for 1919 through 20 amounted to 7,012 acres, while the area abandoned was 8,725 acres, representing a net decrease in cultivation area of 1,713 acres. Of the total area devoted to coffee cultivation, 126,919 acres, 49% was in Mysore, which yielded 35% of the total production, while Madras, with 23% of the total area, yielded 38% of the production. The total production for the year, 1920 to 21, is reported as 26,902,471 pounds. Yield varies throughout the country according to the methods of cultivation and the condition of the season. On the best estates, in a good season, the yield per acre may be as high as 1,100 or 1,200 pounds, and on poor estates it may not be over 200 or 300 pounds. The Arabica variety is chiefly cultivated. The Robusta, Maragogipe, have been tried, but without much success. A representative plantation in the Santa Ver in Mysore, comprising 400 acres, at an elevation of from 4,000 to 4,500 feet, where the coffee trees cultivated under shade, produce from 100 to 250 tons of coffee a year. Other prominent estates in Mysore are Cannons Balur and Milemoney, the Hoks Khan, and the Sampige Khan. Nicaragua. Coffee trees will grow well anywhere in Nicaragua, but the best locations have altitudes of from 2,000 to 3,000 feet above sea level. At such elevations, the yield varies from 1 pound to 5 pounds per tree annually, but above or below those, the average production diminishes to from 1 pound to 1/2 pound a tree. Lands most suitable for the berry are on the Sierra de Managua, in Diriembe, San Marcos, and Jinotega, and about the base of the volcano Mombacho near Grenada. Good land is also found on the island of Omotepe in Lake Nicaragua, and around Boaco in the department of Chontales, where cultivation was begun in 1893. There are also plantations in the vicinity of Esteli and Lomati in the department of Nueva Segovia. The most extensive operations are in the departments of Managua, Carazo, Matagalpa, Chontales, and Jinotega, and from those regions the annual crop has attained to such quantity that it has become the chief agricultural product of the Republic. Poor and costly means of transportation on the Atlantic slope have operated to retard the development of the industry there, even though conditions of climate are not unfavorable. End of section 27. Read by Trish Rutter, San Diego, February 15, 2022. Section 28 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. All About Coffee by William Ukers. Chapter 20. Cultivation of the Coffee Plant. Part 3. Abyssinia. In the absence of any conclusive evidence to the contrary, the claim that coffee was first made known to modern man by the trees on the mountains of the northern part of the continent of Africa may be accepted without reserve. Undoubtedly, the plant grew wild all through tropical Africa, but its value as an addition to man's dietary was brought forth in Abyssinia. Abyssinia, while it may have given coffee to the world, no longer figures as a prime factor in supplying the world, and now exports only a limited quantity. There are produced in the country 2 coffees known to the trade as Harari and Abyssinian, the former being by far the more important. The Harari is the fruit of the cultivated Arabica trees grown in the province of Harar, and mostly in the neighborhood of the city of Harar, capital of the province. The Abyssinian is the fruit of the wild Arabica trees that grow mainly in the province of Sidamo, Kaffa, and Guma. The coffee of Harar is known to the trade as Mocha longberry or Abyssinian longberry. Most of the plantations upon which it is raised are owned by the native Hararis, Gala, and Abyssinians, although there are a few Greek, German, and French planters. The trees are planted in rows about 12 or 15 feet apart, and comparatively little attention is given to cultivation. Crops average 2 a year, and sometimes even 5 in 2 years. The big yield is in December, January, and February. The average crop is about 70 pounds and is mostly from small plots from 50 to 100 trees, there being no very large plantations. All the coffee is brought into the city of Harar, whence it is sent on muleback to Dire Dawa on the Franco-Ethiopian Railway, and from there by rail to Djibouti. Some of it is exported directly from Djibouti, and the rest is forwarded to Aden in Arabia for re-exporting. Abyssinian, or wild coffee, is also known as Kaffa coffee from one of the districts where it grows most abundantly in the state of nature. This coffee has a smaller bean and is less rich in aroma and flavor than the Harari, but the trees grow in such profusion that the possible supply at the minimum of labor in gathering is practically unlimited. It is said that in southwestern Abyssinia there are immense forests of it that have never been encroached upon except at the outskirts, where the natives lazily pick at the beans that have fallen to the ground. It is shelled where it is found, in the most primitive fashion, and goes out in a dirty, mixed condition. Formerly, much of this Kaffa coffee was sent to market through Boromida, Harar, and Dire Dawa. An average annual crop was about 6,000 bags, or 800,000 pounds, of which something more than one-half usually went through Harar. A customs and trading station has lately been established in Gambela on the Sobat River, and with the development of this outlet, there has been a substantial and increasing exploitation of the wild coffee plants since 1913. Large areas of land have been cleared with a view to cultivation, and attention is being given to improved methods of harvesting and of preparing the coffee for the market. At one time, a large amount of coffee went from this region to Addis Abeba on the backs of pack mules, a journey of 35 or 40 days, and then was carried to Djibouti, near 500 miles, part of the way by rail. Now practically all of it goes to Gambela, thence by steamers to Khartoum, and by rail to the shipping port at Port Sudan on the Red Sea. Other African countries. Practically every part of Africa seems to be suitable for coffee cultivation, even United South Africa in the southern part of the continent, producing 140,212 pounds in 1918. To name all the countries in which it is grown would be to list nearly all the political divisions of Africa. Among the largest producers are the British East African Protectorate, 18,735,572 pounds in 1918, French Somaliland, 11,222,736 pounds in 1917, Angola, 10,655,934 pounds in 1913, Uganda, 9,999,845 pounds in 1918, former German East Africa, 2,334,450 pounds in 1913, Cape Verde Islands, 1,442,910 pounds in 1916, Madagascar, 707,676 pounds in 1918, Liberia, 761,300 pounds in 1917, Eritrea, 728,840 pounds in 1918, St. Thomas and Prince's Islands, 484,350 pounds in 1916, and the Belgian Congo, 375,000 pounds in 1917. Angola. Coffee is Angola's second product, and there are large areas of wild coffee trees. With a production of nearly 11 million pounds, Angola ranks about third in Africa as a coffee-growing country. The coffee is gathered and sold by the natives, and there are also several European companies engaged in the coffee business. The chief coffee belt extends from the Kwanza River northward to the Congo at an altitude of 1,500 to 2,500 feet. In the Kazengo Valley, the wild trees are so thick that thinning out is the only operation necessary to the plantation owner. When the trees become too tall, they are simply cut off about 2 feet above the ground, and new shoots appear from the trunks in the following season. The largest coffee plantation, owned by the Campagna Agricola di Kanzengo, produced in 1913 a record year, nearly 1,500 tons. Liberia. Coffee is native to Liberia, growing wild in the hinterland of the Negro Republic, and in the natural state, the trees often attain a height of from 30 to 40 feet. Cultivated Liberian coffee, Coffea liberica, has become a staple of the civilized inhabitants of the country and is grown successfully in hot, moist lowlands or on hills that are not much elevated. On account of the size of the trees, only about 400 can be planted to the acre. In recent years, the native Africans have been planting thousands of trees in the district of Grand Cape Mount. Coffee is grown in all parts of the Republic, but chiefly in Grand Cape Mount and Montserrado. General outlook in Africa. In the African countries under control of European governments, much recent progress has been made in promoting coffee growing and in improving methods of cultivation. British interests were reported in 1919 as having started a movement toward reviving interest in the coffee growing industry in the British possessions of Africa. The report stated that Uganda, in the East African Protectorate, had 21,000 acres under coffee cultivation, with 16,000 acres more in other parts of the Protectorate and 1,300 acres in Nyasaland. Also, that there is no hope of an immediate revival of the industry. In Natal, where it was killed 20 years ago by various pests, quote, but it should certainly be established in the warmer parts of Rhodesia and in the northern part of the Transvaal, an effort is being made to bring this form of enterprise into practical existence, unquote. Coffee growing possibilities in British East Africa, Kenya colony, are alluring, according to reports from planters in that region. Late in 1920, Major C.G. Ross, a British government official there, said that, quote, British East Africa is going to be one of the leading coffee countries in the world, unquote. Coffee grows wild in many parts of the Protectorate, but the natives are too lazy to pick even the wild berries. On the more advanced plantations in all parts of Africa, the approved cultivation methods of other leading countries are carefully followed, special care being given to weeding and pruning. Because of the rank growth of the tropics, on the whole, however, little attention is given to intensive methods. Arabia. Whether the coffee tree was first discovered indigenous in the mountains of Abyssinia or in the Yemen district of Arabia will probably always be a matter of contention. Many writers of Europe and Asia in the 15th century, when coffee was first brought to the attention of the people of Europe, agree on Arabia. But there is a good reason to believe the plant was brought to Arabia from Abyssinia in the 6th century. Once all of the coffee of Arabia went to the outside world through the port of Mocha on the eastern coast of the Red Sea. Mocha, which never really raised any coffee, is no longer of commercial importance, but its name has been permanently attached to the coffee of this country. Mocha, or Mokha coffee, i.e. Coffea arabica, is raised principally in the Vilayet of Yemen, a district of southeastern Arabia. Yemen extends from the north southerly along the line of the Red Sea nearly to the Gulf of Aden. With the exception of a narrow strip of land along the shores of the Red Sea, the Strait of Bab el-Manda, and the Gulf of Aden, it is a rugged mountainous region in which innumerable small valleys at high elevations are irrigated by waters from the melting snows of the mountains. Coffee can be successfully grown in any part of Yemen, but its cultivation is confined to a few widely scattered districts, and the acreage is not large. The principal coffee regions are in the mountains between Taz and Ib, and between Ib and Yerim and Sana'a, on the caravan route from Taz to Sana'a, between Zabid and Ib, on the route from Taz to Zabid, between Hajla and Menaka, on the route from Hodeidah to Sana'a, and in the wild mountain ranges, both to the north and south of that route, between Bet el-Farik and Obal, and between Manaka and Batham to the north of Bajil. The plant does best at elevations ranging from 3,500 to 6,500 feet. In the Yemen district, coffee is generally grown in small gardens. Large plantations, as they exist in other coffee-growing countries, are not seen in Arabia. Many of these small farms may be parts of a large estate belonging to some rich tribal chief. The native Arabs do not use coffee in the way it is used elsewhere in the world. They drink kefir, a beverage brewed from the husks of the berry and not from the bean. Consequently, the entire crop goes into export, but bad conditions of trade routes, political disturbances, and small regional wars, absence of good cultivation methods, and heavy transit taxes imposed by the government have combined to restrict the production of Yemen coffee. Land for the coffee gardens is selected on hill slopes and is terraced with soil and small walls of stone until it reaches up like an amphitheater, often to a considerable height. The soil is well fertilized. For sowing, the seeds are thoroughly dried in ashes and after being placed in the ground are carefully watched, watered, and shaded. In about a year, the shrub is grown to a height of 12 or more inches. Seedlings in that condition are set out in the garden in rows, about 10 to 13 feet apart. The young trees receive moisture from neighboring wells or from irrigation ditches and are shaded by bananas. At maturity, the trees reach a height of 10 or 15 feet. Since they never lose all their leaves at one time, they appear always green and bear at the same time flowers and fruits, some of which are still green, while others are ripe or approaching maturity. Thus, in some districts, the trees are considered to have 2 or even 3 crops a year. All the trees begin to bear about the end of their 3rd year. Cuba. Coffee can be grown in practically every island of the West Indies, but owing to the state of civilization in many of the lesser islands, little is produced for international trade, excepting in Jamaica, Guadeloupe, Haiti, the Dominican Republic, Trinidad, and Tobago. In past years, a considerable quantity of good quality coffee was produced in Cuba, the annual export in the decade of 1840 averaging 50 million pounds. Severe hurricanes, adverse legislation, the rise of coffee growing in Brazil, the increase in cultivation of sugar and other more profitable crops practically eliminated Cuba from the international coffee export trade. Martinique. This is a name well known to coffee men the world over as the pioneer coffee-growing country of the Western Hemisphere. Gabriel de Clieu introduced the coffee plant to the island in 1723 by bringing it through many hardships from France. For a time, coffee flourished there, but now practically none is grown. Such coffee as bears the name Martinique in modern trade centers is produced in Guadeloupe and is only shipped through Martinique. Jamaica. Coffee was introduced into Jamaica in 1730, and so highly was it regarded as a desirable addition to the agricultural resources of the island that the British Parliament in 1732 passed a special act providing for the encouraging and fostering of its cultivation. Later, it became one of the great staples of the country. Disastrous floods in 1815 and the gradual exhaustion of the best land since then have brought about a decline in the industry, which is now confined to a few estates in the Blue Mountains and to scattered settler or peasant cultivation in the same districts but at lower altitudes. The tree was formerly grown at all altitudes, from sea level to 5,000 feet, but the best height for it is about 4,500 feet. 4 parishes lead in coffee producing: Manchester, with an area of 5,045 acres, St. Thomas, with 2,315 acres, Clarendon, with 2,172 acres, St. Andrew, with 1,584 acres. 9 other parishes that raise coffee have less than 1,000 acres under each cultivation. There were 24,865 acres devoted to coffee in 1900. In addition, it was estimated that there were 80,000 acres suitable for cultivation, nearly all being owned by the government. Dominican Republic. Coffee was once the leading staple in the Dominican Republic, as in the adjoining Haitian Republic, but in recent years, cacao, sugar, and tobacco have become the predominating crops. Said to have the world's richest and most productive soil, 1/2 of the republic's area is particularly suited to the cultivation of a good grade of coffee of the highland type. But political and industrial conditions have made for neglect of its cultivation by efficient methods. Lack of suitable roads has also militated against the development of the coffee industry. In spite of many drawbacks, it is to be noted that from the beginning of the 20th century, the coffee-growing area has been gradually expanded until exports increased from less than 1 million pounds to 5,029,316 pounds in 1918. Although, in the next 2 years, there was a recession in total exports to 1,358,825 pounds in 1920. The principal plantations are in the vicinity of the town of Moca and in the districts of Santiago, Botany, and Barahona. Generally speaking, the methods of cultivation in the Dominican Republic are somewhat crude as compared with the practice in the larger countries of production in Central America and South America. Guadalupe. Guadalupe has an area of 619 square miles, and about 1/3 of this area is under cultivation. About 15,000 acres are in coffee, giving employment to upward of 10,000 persons. The average yield of a plantation of mature trees is about 535 pounds to the acre. In the early years of the industry in Guadalupe, production and export were considerable. From old records, it appears that in 1784, the exports amounted to 7,500,000 pounds. During the closing years of the 18th century, the annual exports were from 6,500,000 to 8,500,000 pounds, and in the beginning of the next century, they were registered about 6 million pounds. Toward the middle of the 19th century, the growing of sugarcane overtopped that of coffee in profit, and many planters abandoned coffee. After 1884, with the decadence of the sugar industry, coffee was again favored, the government giving substantial encouragement by paying bounties ranging from $15 to $19 per acre for all new coffee plantations. In recent years, considerable Liberica and Robusta have planted in place of the exhausted Arabica. Trinidad and Tobago. The islands of Trinidad and Tobago are small factors in international coffee trading. Coffee can be grown almost any place on the islands, but its cultivation is confined principally to the districts of Maracas, Aripo, and North Oropuchi. Both the Arabica and Liberica varieties are grown. Honduras. Soil, surface, and climate in Honduras, as far as they relate to the cultivation of coffee, are similar to those of the adjoining regions of Central America. The tree grows in the uplands of the interior, thriving best at an altitude from 1,500 to 4,000 feet. Scarcity of labor and insufficient means of transportation have been the chief obstacles in the way of large development of the industry. The departments of Santa Barbara, Copan, Cortez, La Paz, Choluteca, and El Paraíso have the principal plantations. The ports of shipment, or Truxillo, and Puerto Cortes. Annual production in recent years has been about 5 million pounds. In 1889, the United States imported 3,322,502 pounds, but in 1915 its importations fell away to 665,912 pounds. British Honduras. British Honduras has never undertaken to raise coffee on a commercial scale, despite the fact that conditions are not unfavorable to its cultivation. It has failed to produce enough even for domestic consumption, importing most of what it has needed. Annual production, as recorded in recent years, has been upward of 10,000 pounds. Panama. Panama presents a very favorable field for growing of coffee. The best district is situated in the uplands of the district of Bugaba, where vast areas of the best lands for coffee growing exist, and where climatic and other conditions are most favorable to its growth. No shade is required in this country, and the only cultivation consists of 3 or 4 cleanings a year to keep down the weeds, as no plowing, etc. are necessary. Coffee matures from October to January. Water power being abundant, it is used for running all machinery. The annual output of the province of Chiriquí, which produces the bulk of the coffee, is approximately 4,000 sacks of 100 pounds each, all of which is produced in the Boquete district at present, as the coffee planted in the Bugaba section is still young and unproductive. The local supply does not meet the domestic demand, and instead of exporting, a great deal is imported from adjoining countries, although there is a protective tariff of $6 per 100 pounds. The Guianas. Coffee has had a precarious existence in the Guianas. Plants are said to have been brought by Dutch voyagers from Amsterdam in 1718 or 1720. They flourished in the new habitat to which they were introduced, and in 1725 were carried from Dutch Guiana to the district of Berbice in British Guiana and into French Guiana. There, the berry was a considerable success for a time, Berbice coffee especially acquiring a good reputation, and when Demerara was settled, coffee became a staple of that region. Shortage of native labor and the difficulty of procuring cheap and capable workers from outside the country ultimately compelled the practical abandonment of the crop in all three sections: Dutch, French, and British. In British Guiana, it is now grown mainly for domestic consumption, and the same is true of French Guiana, which also imports. From the time of its introduction, about 1718, until about 1880, the only coffee grown in Suriname, or Dutch Guiana, was the Coffea arabica. It was not a bountiful producer, and with labor scarce and unreliable, its cultivation was expensive. Therefore, experiment was made with the Liberica plant. This proved to be very satisfactory, growing luxuriantly, producing abundantly, and requiring minimum labor in care. In 1918, some 16 million pounds were produced. Ecuador. Though not of great commercial importance, coffee in Ecuador grows on both the mainland and on the adjacent islands. The area planted to coffee is estimated at 32,000 acres, having an aggregate of about 8 million trees. The trees blossom in December, and the picking season is through April, May, and June. Coffee ranks third in value among the exports of the country. Peru. Although possessed of natural coffee land and climate, little has been done to develop the industry in Peru. A finely flavored coffee grows at an altitude of 7,000 feet, while that grown in the lowlands along the Pacific coast is not so desirable. Such small quantities as are grown are cultivated in the mountain districts of Choquisango, Caxamarca, Parin, Huacartambo, Chaquamaya, and Huanas. The Pacific Coast district of Pasismayo also grows a not unimportant crop. Bolivia. Comparatively little attention is given to coffee cultivation in Bolivia. Agricultural methods are crude and are limited to cutting down weeds and undergrowth twice a year. The coffee is planted in small patches or as hedges along the roads or around the fields and other crops. The first crop is picked at the end of 1.5 or 2 years. The trees bear for 15 to 20 years. The average yield is from 3 to 8 pounds per tree. The best grades of coffee are grown at 2,000 to 6,000 feet above sea level. Coffee is cultivated in the departments of La Paz, Cochabamba, Santa Cruz, El Beni, and Chuquiza. In the department of Santa Cruz, there are plantations in the provinces of Sara, Velasco, Chiquitos, and Cordillera. In the Yungas and the Apolobama districts of La Paz, its cultivation reaches the greatest importance, but even there is not of large proportions. Chile, Paraguay, and Argentina. Coffee is of minor, almost insignificant importance in the agriculture of Chile, Paraguay, and Argentina. In Uruguay, the climate is altogether unsuitable for it. Argentina and Paraguay each have small growing districts. In the first named, only the provinces of Salta and Jujuy have, at the latest reports, a little more than 3,000 acres under cultivation. In Paraguay, some householders have grown coffee in their yards solely for their own use. In the Paraguayan district of Altos, north of Asunción, a small group of plantations was started before the outbreak of the World War and produced about 300,000 pounds of coffee in a year. Ceylon. Coffee planting in Ceylon was an important industry for a century until the so-called Ceylon leaf disease attacked the plantations in 1869 and a few years later had practically destroyed all of the trees of the country. Although coffee raising has continued since then, there has been, especially since the beginning of the 20th century, a steady decline in acreage. There were 4,875 acres under cultivation in 1903. 2,433 acres in 1907, 1,389 in 1912, and 941.5 in 1919. Only 2,200 pounds were produced in 1917. However, the climate and soil of Ceylon seem adapted to coffee culture, and the experimental stations at Paradena, Anuradhapura, have been experimenting in recent years with Robusta, Canephora, Ugande, and a Robusta hybrid for the purpose of reviving the industry in the country. Ceylon is one of the oldest coffee-growing countries, the Arabs having experimented with it there, according to legend, long before the Portuguese seized the island in 1505. The Dutch, who gained control in 1658, continued the cultivation, and in 1690 introduced more systematic methods. They sent a few pounds in 1721 to Amsterdam, where the coffee brought a higher price than Java or Mocha. However, it was not until after the British occupied the island in 1796 that coffee growing was carried on extensively. The first British-owned upland plantation was started in 1825 by Sir Edward Barnes, and for more than 50 years thereafter, coffee was one of the island's leading products. An orgy of speculation in coffee growing in Ceylon, in which £5 million sterling are said to have been invested, culminated in 1845 in the busting of the coffee bubble, and hundreds were ruined. The peak of the export trade was reached in 1873, when 111,495,216 pounds of coffee were sent out of the country. Even then, the plantations were suffering severely from the leaf disease, which had appeared in 1869, and by 1887 the coffee tree had practically disappeared from Ceylon. Ceylon's day in the coffee was a cycle of 50-odd years. French Indochina. Coffee culture in French Indochina is a comparatively small factor in international trade, although production is on the increase, particularly from those plantations planted to Robusta, Liberica, and Excelsa varieties. The average annual export for the 5-year period ended with 1918 was 516,978 pounds, nearly all of it going to France. The first experiments with coffee growing were begun in 1887 near Hanoi and Tonkin. The seeds were the Arabica variety brought from Réunion, and the production of the first years was distributed throughout the country to foster the industry. Eventually, Arabica was found unsuitable to the soil and climate, and experiments were begun with Robusta and other hardier types. A survey of the industry of the country in 1916 showed that the plant was being successfully grown in the provinces of Tonkin, Annam, and Cochin China, and that altogether there were about 1 million trees in bearing. The plantations are mostly in the foothills of the mountain ranges or on the slopes, although a few are located near the coastline at 1,000 feet or even less above sea level. The larger and more successful plantations follow advanced methods of planting and cultivating, while the government maintains experimental stations for the purpose of fostering the industry. It is believed that French Indochina in coming years will assume an important position in the coffee trade of the world, particularly as a source of supply for France. Federated Malay states, including Straits Settlements. Rubber has been the chief cause of the decline of the coffee industry in the Federated Malay states. Since the closing years of the 19th century, coffee has been steadily on the downward path in acreage and production, with possible exceptions of parts of Straits Settlements, which in 1918 exported mostly to England some 3,500,000 pounds of good-grade coffee. The other sections of the Federation shipped less than 1 million pounds. In the early days, planters of the Malay Peninsula knew little about proper methods of cultivating and depended mostly upon what they learned of the practices in Ceylon, which, unfortunately for them, were not at all suited to the Malay country. They secured their best crops from lowlands where peaty soil prevailed, and eventually all the coffee grown in the peninsula came from such regions. Liberica is mostly favored and is still grown with some success as an intercrop with coconuts and rubber. The Robusta variety has also been introduced, but does not seem to do as well as Liberica. Between 23 and 2,600 acres, according to recent returns, have been under coffee as a catch crop with coconuts, out of a total of 40,000 acres in coconut estates. One planter has been reported as making quite a success with this method of intercropping for coffee, but it is not generally approved. There has been a general decline in acreage, product, and exports since the closing years of the 19th century. Until now, the industry is regarded as practically at a standstill, and likely so to remain as long as all rubber shall continue to hold the commercially high position to which it has attained. Unsatisfactory prices realized for the crop, poor growth of the trees in some localities, and the gradual weakening of the trees under rubber as they mature are offered as the principal explanations of this decrease in acreage. Nearly all the Malay crop in recent years has been grown in Selangor, though Negri Sembilan, Pahang, and Perak continue as factors in the trade. Australia. Although Australia is a prospective coffee-growing country of large natural possibilities, the Australian Yearbook for 1921 states that Queensland is the one state in which experiments have been tried, and that in 1919-1920 there were only 24 acres under cultivation. Queensland soils are of volcanic origin, exceptionally rich, and support trees that are vigorous and prolific with a bean of fine quality. The Arabica is chiefly cultivated, and the trees can be successfully grown on the plains at sea level as well as up to a height of 1,500 or 2,000 feet. The trees mature earlier than in some other countries. Planted in January, they frequently blossom in December of the next year, or a month later, and yield a small crop in July or August. That is, in about 2 years and a half from the time of planting. The bean closely resembles the choice Blue Mountain coffee of Jamaica. For coffee cultivation, the labor cost is almost prohibitive. As much as 1,500 weight of beans per acre have been gathered from trees in North Queensland, and for years the average was 1,000 weight per acre. After 30 years of cultivation, no signs of disease have appeared. As late as 1920, the government was proposing to make advances of 14 cents a pound upon coffee in the parchment to encourage the development of the industry to a point where it would be possible for local coffee growers to capture at least the bulk of the Commonwealth's import coffee trade of 2,605,240 pounds. Coffee grows well in most all the islands of the Pacific Ocean, and in some of them, as in the Philippines and Hawaii, the industry in past years reached considerable importance. Hawaii. Coffee has been grown in Hawaii since 1825 from plants brought from Brazil. It has also been said that the seed was brought by Vancouver, the British navigator, on his Pacific exploration voyage, 1791 through 94. Not, however, until 1845 was an official record made of the crop, which was then 248 pounds. The first plantations, started on the low levels near the sea, did not do well, and it was not until the trees were planted at elevations of from 1,000 to 3,000 feet above sea level that the better returns were obtained. Coffee is grown on all the islands of the group, but nowhere to any great extent except on Hawaii, which produces 95% of the entire crop. Next in importance, though far behind, is the island of Oahu. On Hawaii, there are 4 principal coffee districts: Kona, Hanakua, Puna, and Ola. About 4/5 of the total output of the islands is produced in Kona. At one time, there were considerable coffee areas in Maui and Kauai, but sugarcane eventually there took the place of coffee. The Kona Coffee District extends for many miles along the western slope of the island of Hawaii and around the famous Kealakekua Bay. The soil is volcanic and even rocky, but coffee trees flourish surprisingly well among the rocks and are said to bear a bean of superior quality. Coffee trees in Kona are planted principally in the open, though sometimes they are shaded by the native kukui trees. They are grown from seed in nurseries, and the seedlings, when 1 year old, are transplanted in regular lines 9 feet apart. In 2 years, a small crop is gathered, yielding from 5 to 12 bags of cleaned coffee per acre. At 3 years of age, the trees produce from 8 to 20 bags of cleaned coffee per acre, and from that time they are fully matured. The ripening season is between September and January, and there are 2 principal pickings. Many of the trees are classed as wild, that is, they are not topped and are cultivated in an irregular manner and are poorly cared for, but they yield 700 to 800 pounds per acre. The fruit ripens very uniformly and is picked easily and at slight expense. It is calculated that in the Hawaiian group, more than 250,000 acres of good coffee land are available and about 200,000 acres more of fair quality. Comparatively little of this possible acreage has been put to use. According to the census of 1889, there were then 6,451 acres devoted to coffee, having young and old, 3,225,743 bearing trees. The yield in that census year was 2,297,000 pounds, of which 2,112,650 pounds were credited to Hawaii, the small remainder coming from Maui, Oahu, Kauai, and Molokai. A blight in 1855-56 set back the industry, many plantations being ruined and then given over to sugarcane. After the blight had disappeared, the plantations were reestablished, and prosperity continued for years. Following the American occupation of the islands in 1898 came another period of depression. With the loss of the protective tariff that had existed, prices fell to an unremunerative figure, and the more profitable sugarcane was taken up again. After 1912, the increased demand for coffee, with higher prices, led again to hopes for the future of the industry. Planting was encouraged, and it has been demonstrated that from lands well selected and intelligently cultivated, it is possible to have a yield of from 1,200 to 2,100 pounds per acre. Improvements have also been made in pulping and milling facilities. Many of the plantations are cultivated by Japanese labor. Exports of coffee from Hawaii to the principal countries of the world in 1920 were 2,573,300 pounds. Philippine Islands. Spanish missionaries from Mexico are said to have carried the coffee plant to the Philippine Islands in the latter part of the 18th century. At first, it was cultivated in the province of La Laguna, but afterward other provinces, notably Batangas and Cavite, took it up. And in short time the industry was one of the most important in the islands. The coffee was of the Arabica variety. In the middle of the 18th century, and after the industry had a position of importance, several provinces produced profitable crops that contributed much to the wealth of the communities where the berry was cultivated. In those days, the city of Iba was an important trading center. In the period of its prime, Philippine coffee enjoyed fine repute, especially in Spain, Great Britain, and China, at Hong Kong, those three countries being the largest consumers. At one time, in 1883 and 1884, the annual export was 16 million pounds, which demonstrates the importance of the industry at the peak of its prosperity. The leaf blight appeared on the island about 1889, causing destruction from which there has not yet been complete recovery. The export of 3,086 pounds in 1917 shows the depths into which the industry had fallen. The Bureau of Agriculture at Manila announced in 1915 that an effort was to be made to rehabilitate the coffee industry of the islands. Nothing came of the effort, which died a-borning. Since then, several attempts to introduce disease-resisting varieties of coffee from Java have failed because of lack of interest on part of the natives. Despite the misfortunes that have overwhelmed it in the past and are now retarding its growth, it is still believed that the industry in these islands may be rehabilitated. Conditions of soil and climate are favorable, land and labor are cheap, abundant, and dependable. Railroads run into the best coffee regions, and good cart roads are in process of construction. Some plantations of consequence are still in existence, and serious consideration is being given to their development and to increasing their number. Guam. Coffee is one of the commonest wild plants on the little island of Guam. It grows around the houses like shade trees or flowering shrubs, and nearly every family cultivates a small patch. Climate and soil are favorable to it, and it flourishes with abundant crops from the sea level to the tops of the highest hills. The plants are set in straight rows from 3.5 to 7 feet apart, and are shaded by banana trees or by coconut leaves stuck in the ground. There is no production for export, scarcely enough for home consumption. Other Pacific islands. Other islands of the Pacific do not loom large in coffee growing, though New Caledonia gives promise as a producer, exporting 1,248,024 pounds in 1916, most of which was Robusta. Tahiti produces a fair coffee, but in no commercial quantity. In the Samoan group, there are plantations, small in number, in size, and in amount of production. Several islands of the Fiji group are said to be well adapted to coffee, but little is grown there and none for export. End of section 28. Read by Trish Rutter, San Diego, February 15, 2022.
Section 29 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. All About Coffee by William Ukers. Preparing Green Coffee for Market, Part 1. Larocque, in his description of the ancient coffee culture and the preparation methods as followed in Yemen, says that the berries were permitted to dry on the trees. When the outer covering began to shrivel, the trees were shaken, causing the fully matured fruits to drop upon cloths spread to receive them. They were next exposed to the sun on drying mats, after which they were husked by means of wooden or stone rollers. the beans were given a further drying in the sun, and then were submitted to a winnowing process for which large fans were used. Development of plantation machinery. The primitive methods of the original Arab planters were generally followed by the Dutch pioneers, and later by the French, with slight modifications. As the cultivation spread, necessity for more effective methods of handling the ripened fruit mothered inventions that soon began to transform the whole aspect of the business. Probably the first notable advance was in curing, when the West Indian process or wet method of cleaning the berries was evolved. About the time that Brazil began the active cultivation of coffee, William Panter was granted the first English patent on a mill for husking coffee. This was in 1775. James Henkel followed with an English patent granted in 1806 on a coffee dryer, an invention communicated to him by a certain foreigner. The first American to enter the lists was Nathan Reed of Belfast, Maine, who in 1822 was granted a United States patent on a coffee huller. Roswell Abbey obtained a United States patent on a huller in 1825, and Zenos Bronson of Jasper County, Georgia, obtained one on another huller in 1829. In the next few years many others followed. John Chester Lyman, in 1834, was granted an English patent on a coffee huller employing circular wooden discs, fitted with wire teeth. Isaac Adams and Thomas Ditson of Boston brought out improved hullers in 1835, and James Meacock of Kingston, Jamaica, patented in England in 1845 a self-contained machine for pulping, dressing, and sorting coffee. William Mackinnon began, in 1840, the manufacture of coffee plantation machinery at the Spring Garden Iron Works, founded by him in 1798 in Aberdeen, Scotland. He died in 1873, but the business continues as William Mackinnon and Company, Limited. About 1850, John Walker, one of the pioneer English inventors of coffee plantation machinery, brought out in Ceylon his cylinder pulper for Arabian coffee. The pulping surface was made of copper, and was pierced with a half-moon punch that raised the cut edges into half circles. The next 20 years witnessed some of the most notable advances in the development of machinery for plantation treatment, and served to introduce the inventions of several men whose names will ever be associated with the industry. John Gordon and Company began the manufacture in London of the line of plantation machinery, still known around the world as Gordon make, in 1850, and John Gordon was granted an English patent on his improved coffee pulper in 1859. Robert Bowman Tennant obtained English 1852 and United States 1853 patents on a two-cylinder pulper. George L. Squire began the manufacture of plantation machinery in Buffalo, New York, in 1857. He was active in the business until 1893 and died in 1910. The George L. Squire Manufacturing Company still continues as one of the leading American manufacturers of coffee plantation machinery. Marcus Mason, an American mechanical engineer in San Jose, Costa Rica, invented, 1860, a coffee pulper and cleaner, which became the foundation stone of the extensive plantation machinery business of Marcus Mason and Company, established in 1873 at Worcester, Massachusetts. John Walker was granted, 1860, an English patent on a disc pulper in which the copper pulping surface was punched or knobbed by a blind punch that raised rows of oval knobs but did not pierce the sheet, and so left no sharp edges. During Ceylon's 50 years of coffee production, the Walker machines played an important part in the industry. They are still manufactured by Walker, Sons and Company, Limited, of Colombo, and are sold to other producing countries. Alexis van Gulpen began the manufacture of a green coffee grading machine at Emmerich, Germany, in 1860. Following Newell's United States patents of 1857 to 59, 16 other patents were issued on various types of coffee cleaning machines, some designed for plantation use and some for treating the beans on arrival in the consuming countries. James Henry Thompson of Hoboken and John Lidgerwood were granted in 1864 an English patent on a coffee hulling machine. William Van Vliet Lidgerwood, American chargé d'affaires at Rio de Janeiro, was granted an English patent on a coffee hulling and cleaning machine in 1866. The name Lidgerwood has long been familiar to coffee planters. The Lidgerwood Manufacturing Company Limited has its headquarters in London, with factory in Glasgow. Branch offices are maintained at Rio de Janeiro, Campinas, and in other cities in coffee-growing countries. Probably the name most familiar to coffee men in connection with plantation methods is Guardiola. It first appears in the chronological record in 1872, when J. Guardiola of Chocola, Guatemala, was granted several United States patents on machines for pulping and drying coffee. Since then, Guardiola has come to mean a definite type of rotary drying machine that, after the original patent expired, was manufactured by practically all the leading makers of plantation machinery. Jose Guardiola obtained additional United States patents on coffee hullers in 1886. William Van Vliet Lidgerwood, Morristown, New Jersey, was granted an English patent on an improved coffee pulper in 1875. Several important cleaning and grading machinery patents were granted by the United States, 1876 to 1878, to Henry B. Stevens, who assigned them to the George L. Squire Manufacturing Company, Buffalo, New York. One of them was on a separator, in which the coffee beans were discharged from the hopper in a thin stream upon an endless carrier or apron, arranged at such an inclination that the round beans would roll by force of gravity down the apron, while the flat beans would be carried to the top. C. F. Hargraves of Rio de Janeiro was granted an English patent on machinery for hulling, polishing, and separating coffee in 1879. The first German patent on a coffee drying apparatus was granted to Henry Schofield of Guatemala in 1880. In 1885, Evaristo Conrado Engelberg of Piracicaba, Sao Paulo, Brazil, invented an improved coffee huller, which 3 years later was patented in the United States. The Engelberg Huller Company of Syracuse, New York, was organized the same year, 1888, to make and to sell Engelberg machines. Walker, Sons and Company, Limited, began in 1886 experimenting in Ceylon with a Liberian disc pulper that was not fully perfected until 12 years later. Another name that has since become almost as well known as Guardiola appears in the record in 1891. It is that of Okrasa. In that year, R.F.E. Okrasa of Antigua, Guatemala, was granted an English patent on a coffee pulper. Additional patents on washing, hulling, drying, and separating machines were issued to Mr. Okrasa in England and in the United States in 1900, 1908, 1911, 1912, and 1913. The Fried Krupp AG Grusenwerk, Magdeburg, Buchau, Germany, began the manufacture of coffee plantation machines about 1892. Among others, it builds coffee pulpers and hulling and polishing machines of the Anderson, Mexican, and Krull, Brazilian types. Additional United States patents were granted in 1895 to Marcus Mason, a signer to Marcus Mason and Company, New York, on machines for pulping and polishing coffee. Douglas Gordon assigned patents on a coffee pulper and a coffee dryer to Marcus Mason and Company in 1904–05. The names of Jules Smout, a Swiss, and Don Roberto Okrasa of Guatemala are well known to coffee planters the world over because of their combined peeling and polishing machines. The Huntley Manufacturing Company, Silver Creek, New York, began in 1896 the manufacture of the Monitor line of coffee grading and cleaning machines. The marvelous coffee package. It is doubtful if in all nature there is a more cunningly devised food package than the fruit of the coffee tree. It seems as if good Mother Nature had said, "This gift of heaven is too precious to put up in any ordinary parcel. I shall design for it a casket worthy of its divine origin. And the casket shall have an inner seal that shall safeguard it from enemies, and that shall preserve its goodness for man until the day when, transported over the deserts and across the seas, it shall be broken open to be transmuted by the fires of friendship, and made to yield up its aromatic nectar in the great drink of democracy." To this end she caused to grow from the heart of the jasmine-like flower, that first herald of its coming, a marvelous berry which, as it ripens, turns first from green to yellow, then to reddish, to deep crimson, and at last to a royal purple. The coffee fruit is very like a cherry, though somewhat elongated, and having in its upper end a small umbilicus. But mark with what ingenuity the package has been constructed. The outer wrapping is a thin gossamer-like skin, which encloses a soft pulp, sweetish to the taste, but of a mucilaginous consistency. This pulp in turn is wrapped about the inner seal called the parchment, because of its tough texture. The parchment encloses the magic bean in its last wrapping, a delicate silver-colored skin, not unlike fine spun silk or the sheerest of tissue papers. And this last wrapping is so tenacious, so true to its guardianship function, that no amount of rough treatment can dislodge it altogether, for portions of it cling to the bean, even into the roasting and grinding processes. Coffee is said to be in the husk, or in the parchment, when the whole fruit is dried, and it is called hulled coffee when it has been deprived of its hull and peel. The matter forming the fruit, called the coffee berry, covers two thin, hard, oval seed vessels held together, one to the other, by their flat sides. These seed vessels, when broken open, contain the raw coffee beans of commerce. They are usually of a roundish oval shape, convex on the outside, flat inside, marked longitudinally in the center of the flat side with a deep incision, and wrapped in the thin pellicle known as the silver skin. When one of the two seeds aborts, the remaining one acquires a greater size, and fills the interior of the fruit, which in that case, of course, has but one cellule. This abortion is common in the Arabica variety, and produces a bean formerly called graget coffee, but now more commonly known as pea-berry or male-berry. The various coverings of the coffee beans are almost always removed on the plantations in the producing countries. Properly to prepare the raw beans, it is necessary to remove the four coverings: the outer skin, the sticky pulp, the parchment or husk, and the closely adhering silver skin. There are two distinct methods of treating the coffee fruits or cherries. One process, the one that until recent years was in general use throughout the world, and is still in many producing countries, is known as the dry method. The coffee prepared in this way is sometimes called the common, ordinary, or natural, to distinguish it from the product that has been cleaned by the wet or washed method. The wet method, or as it is sometimes designated the West Indian process, WIP, is practiced on all the large modern plantations that have a sufficient supply of water. In the wet process, the first step is called pulping, the second is fermentation and washing, the third is drying, the fourth is hulling or peeling, and the last sizing or grading. In the dry process, the first step is drying, the second hulling, and the last sizing or grading. Harvesting. The coffee cherry ripens about 6 to 7 months after the tree has flowered or blossomed, and becomes a deep purplish crimson color. It is then ready for picking. The ripening season varies throughout the world according to climate and altitude. In the state of Sao Paulo, Brazil, the harvesting season lasts from May to September, while in Java, where 3 crops are produced annually, harvesting is almost a continuous process throughout the year. In Colombia, the harvesting seasons are March and April, and November and December. In Guatemala, the crops are gathered from October through December. In Venezuela, from November through March. In Mexico, the coffee is harvested from November to January. In Haiti, the harvest extends from November to March. In Arabia, from September to March. In Abyssinia, from September through November. In Uganda, Africa, there are 2 main crops, one ripening in March and the other in September, and picking is carried on during practically every month except December and January. In India, the fruit is ready for harvesting from October to January. Picking. The general practice throughout the world has been to hand pick the fruit, although in some countries the cherries are allowed to become fully ripe on the trees and to fall to the ground. The introduction of the wet method of preparation, indeed, has made it largely unnecessary to hand pick crops, and the tendency seems to be away from this practice on the larger plantations. If the berries are gathered promptly after dropping, the beans are not injured, and the cost of harvesting is reduced. The picking season is a busy time on a large plantation. All hands join in the work, men, women, and children, for it must be rushed. Overripe berries shrink and dry up. The pickers, with baskets slung over their shoulders, walk between the rows, stripping the berries from the trees, using ladders to reach the topmost branches, and sometimes even taking immature fruit in their haste to expedite the work. About 30 pounds is considered a fair day's work under good conditions. As the baskets are filled, they are emptied at a station in that particular unit of the plantation, or in some cases directly into wagons that keep pace with the pickers. The coffee is freed as much as possible of sticks, leaves, etc., and is then conveyed to the preparation grounds. A space of several acres is needed for the various preparation processes on the larger plantations, the plant including concrete surfaced drying grounds, large fermentation tanks, washing vats, mills, warehouses, stables, and even machine shops. In Mexico, this place is known as the beneficio. Washed and unwashed coffee. Where water is plenty, the ripe coffee cherries are fed by a stream of water into a pulping machine which breaks the outer skins, permitting the pulpy matter enveloping the beans to be loosened and carried away in further washings. It is this wet separation of the sticky pulp from the beans, instead of allowing it to dry on them, to be removed later with the parchment in the hulling operation, that makes the distinction between washed and unwashed coffees. Where water is scarce, the coffees are unwashed. Either method being well done, does washing improve the strength and flavor? Opinions differ. The soil, altitude, climatic influences, and cultivation methods of a country give its coffee certain distinctive drinking qualities. Washing immensely improves the appearance of the bean. It also reduces curing costs. Generally speaking, washed coffees will always command a premium over coffees dried in the pulp. Whether coffee is washed or not, it has to be dried, and there is a kind of fermentation that goes on during washing and drying, about which coffee planters have differing ideas, just as tea planters differ over the curing of tea leaves. Careful scientific study is needed to determine how much, if any, effect this fermentation has on the ultimate cup value. Preparation by the dry method. The dry method of preparing the berries is not only the older method, but is considered by some operators as providing a distinct advantage over the wet process, since berries of different degrees of ripeness can be handled at the same time. However, the success of this method is dependent largely on the continuance of clear, warm weather over quite a length of time, which cannot always be counted on. In this process, the berries are spread in a thin layer on open drying grounds, or barbecues, often having cement or brick surfaces. The berries are turned over several times a day in order to permit the sun and wind thoroughly to dry all portions. The sun drying process lasts about 3 weeks, and after the first 3 days of this period the berries must be protected from dews and rains by covering them with tarpaulins, or by raking them into heaps under cover. If the berries are not spread out, they heat, and the silver skin sticks to the coffee bean and frequently discolors it. When thoroughly dry, the berries are stored, unless the husks, outer skin, and inner parchment are to be removed at once. Hot air, steam, and other artificial drying methods take the place of natural sun drying on some plantations. In the dry method, the husks are removed either by hand, threshing and pounding in a mortar on the smaller plantations, or by specially constructed machinery known as hulling machines. The wet method, pulping. The wet method of preparation is the more modern form, and is generally practiced on the larger plantations that have a sufficient supply of water, and enough money to install the quite extensive amount of machinery and equipment required. It is generally considered that washing results in a better grade of bean. In this method, the cherries are sometimes thrown into tanks full of water to soak about 24 hours, so as to soften the outer skins and underlying pulp to a condition that will make them easily removable by the pulping machine, the idea being to rub away the pulp by friction without crushing the beans. On the larger plantations, however, the coffee cherries are dumped into large concrete receiving tanks, from which they are carried the same day by streams of running water directly into the hoppers of the pulping machines. At least 20 of different makes of pulping machines are in use in the various coffee-growing countries. Pulpers are made in various sizes, from the small hand-operated machine to the large type driven by power, and in 2 general styles, cylinder and disc. The cylinder pulper, the latest style, suggesting a huge nutmeg grater, consists of a rotary cylinder surrounded with a copper or brass cover punched with bulbs. These bulbs differ in shape according to the species or variety of coffee to be treated, Arabica, Liberica, Robusta, Canephora, or what not. The cylinder rotates against a breast with pulping edges set at an angle. The pulping is effected by the rubbing action of the copper cover against the edges or ribs of the breast. The cherries are subjected to a rubbing and rolling motion, in the course of which the 2 parchment-covered beans contained in the majority of the cherries become loosened. The pulp itself is carried by the cover and is discharged through a pulp chute, while the pulped coffee is delivered through holes on the breast. Cylinder machines vary in capacity from 400 pounds hand power to 4,800 pounds motive power per hour. Some cylinder pulpers are double, being equipped with rotary screens or oscillating sieves that segregate the imperfectly pulped cherries so that they may be put through again. Pulpers are also equipped with attachments that automatically move the imperfectly pulped material over into a repassing machine for another rubbing. Others have attachments partially to crush the cherries before pulping. The breasts in cylinder machines are usually made with removable steel ribs. But in Brazil, Nicaragua, and other countries where, owing to the short season and scarcity of labor, the planters have to pick simultaneously green, ripe, and overripe dry cherries, rubber breasts are used. The disc pulper, the earliest type, having been in use more than 70 years, is the style most generally used in the Dutch East Indies and in some parts of Mexico. The results are the same as those obtained with the cylindrical pulper. The disc machine is made with 1, 2, 3, or 4 vertical iron discs, according to the capacity desired. The discs are covered on both sides with a copper plate of the same shape and punched with blind punches. The pulping operation takes place between the rubbing action of the blind punches or bulbs on the copper plates and the lateral pulping bars fitted to the side cheeks. As in the cylindrical pulper, the distance between the surface of the bulbs and the pulping bar may be adjusted to allow of any clearance that may be required, according to the variety of coffee to be treated. Disc pulpers vary in capacity from 1,200 pounds to 14,000 pounds of ripe cherry coffee per hour. They, too, are made in combinations employing cylindrical separators, shaking sieves, and repassing pulpers for completing the pulping of all unpulped or partially pulped cherries. Fermentation and washing. The next step in the process consists in running the pulped cherries into cisterns or fermentation tanks filled with water, for the purpose of removing such pulp as was not removed in the pulping machine. The saccharine matter is loosened by fermentation in from 24 to 32 hours. The mass is kept stirred up for a short time, and in general practice the water is drawn off from above, the light pulp floating at the top being removed at the same time. The same tanks are often used for washing, but a better practice is to have separate tanks. Some planters permit the pulped coffee to ferment in water. This is called the wet fermentation process. Others drain off the water from the tanks and conduct the fermenting operation in a semi-dry state, called the dry fermentation process. The coffee bean, when introduced into the fermentation tanks, is enclosed in a parchment shell made slimy by its closely adhering saccharine coat. After fermentation, which not only loosens the remaining pulp, but also softens the membranous covering, the beans are given a final washing, either in washing tanks or by being run through mechanical washers. The type of washing machine generally used consists of a cylindrical tub having a vertical spindle fitted with a number of stirrers, or arms, which in rotating stir and lift up the parchment coffee. In another type, the cylinder is horizontal, but the operation is similar. Drying. The next step in preparation is drying. The coffee which is still in the parchment, but is now known as washed coffee, is spread out thinly on a drying ground, as in the dry method. However, if the weather is unsuitable or cannot be depended upon to remain fair for the necessary length of time, there are machines which can be used to dry the coffee satisfactorily. On some plantations the drying is started in the open and finished by machine. The machines dry the coffee in 24 hours, while 10 days are required by the sun. The object of the drying machine is to dry the parchment of the coffee so that it may be removed as readily as the skin on a peanut, and this object is achieved in the most approved machines by keeping a hot current of air stirring through the beans. One of the best liked types, the Guardiola, resembles the cylinder of a coffee roasting machine. It is made of perforated steel plates in cylinder form, and is carried on a hollow shaft, through which the hot air is circulated by a pressure fan. The beans are rotated in the revolving cylinder, and as the hot air strikes the wet coffee, it creates a steam that passes out through the perforations of the cylinder. Within the cylinder are compartments equipped with winged plates or ribs that keep the coffee constantly stirred up to facilitate the drying process. Another favorite is the okrasa. It is constructed on the principle just described, but differs in detail of construction from the Guardiola, and is able to dry its contents a few hours quicker. Hot air, steam, and electric heat are all employed in the various makes of coffee dryers. A temperature from 65 degrees to 85 degrees centigrade is maintained during the drying process. When thoroughly dry, the parchment can be crumbled between the fingers, and the bean within is too hard to be dented by fingernail or teeth. Hulling, peeling, and polishing. The last step in the preparation process is called hulling or peeling, both words accurately describing the purpose of the operation. Some husking machines for hulling or peeling parchment coffee are polishers as well. This work may be done on the plantation or at the port of shipment just before the coffee is shipped abroad. Sometimes the coffee is exported in parchment and is cleaned in the country of consumption, but practically all coffee entering the United States arrives without its parchment. Peeling machines, more accurately called hullers, work on the principle of rubbing the beans between a revolving inner cylinder and an outer covering of woven wire. Machines of this type vary in construction. Some have screw-like inner cylinders or turbines, others having plain cone-shaped cores on which are knobs and ribs that rub the beans against one another and the outer shell. Practically all types have sieve or exhaust fan attachments, which draw the loosened parchment and silver skin into one compartment, while the cleaned beans pass into another. Polishers of various makes are sometimes used just to remove the silver skin and to give the beans a special polish. Some countries demand a highly polished coffee, and to supply this demand the beans are sent through another huller having a phosphor bronze cylinder and cone. Much Guadalupe coffee is prepared in this way, and is known as Café Bonifeur, from the fact that the polishing machine is called in Guadalupe the Bonifeur improver. It is also called Café de Luxe. Coffee that has not received the extra polish is described as habitant, while coffee in the parchment is known as Café en parché. Extra polished coffee is much in demand in the London, Hamburg, and other European markets. A favorite machine for producing this kind of coffee is the Smout Combined Peeler and Polisher, the invention of Jules Smout, a Swiss. Don Roberto Ocrasa also has produced a highly satisfactory combined peeler and polisher. For hulling dry cherry coffee there are several excellent makes of machines. In one style the hulling takes place between a rotating disc and the casing of the machine. In another it takes place between a rotary drum covered with a steel plate punched with vertical bulbs, and a chilled iron hulling plate with pyramidal teeth cast on the plate. Both are adjustable to different varieties of coffee. In still another type of machine, the hulling takes place between steel ribs on an internal cylinder and an adjustable knife or hulling blade in front of the machine. End of section 29. Section 30 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. All About Coffee by William Ukers. Preparing Green Coffee for Market. Part 2. Sizing or Grading. The coffee bean is now clean, the processes described in the foregoing having removed the outer skin, the saccharine pulp, the parchment, and the silver skin. This is the end of the cleaning operations, but there are 2 more steps to be taken before the coffee is ready for the trade of the world: sizing and hand sorting. These 2 operations are of great importance, since on them depends, to a large extent, the price the coffee will bring in the market. Sizing, or grading by sizes, is done in modern commercial practice by machines that automatically separate and distribute the different beans according to size and form. In principle, the beans are carried across a series of sieves, each with perforations varying in size from the others, the beans passing through the holes of corresponding sizes. The majority of the machines are constructed to separate the beans into 5 or more grades, the principal grades being triage, third flats, second flats, first flats, and first and second pea berries. Some are designed to handle elephant and mother sizes. The grades have local nomenclature in the various countries. After grading, the coffee is picked over by hand to remove the faulty and discolored beans that it is almost impossible to remove thoroughly by machine. The higher grades of coffee are often double picked, that is, picked over twice. When this is done on a large scale, the beans are generally placed on a belt or platform that moves at a regulated speed before a line of women and children, who pick out the undesirable beans as they pass on the moving belt. There are small machines of this type built for one person, who operates the belt mechanism by means of a treadle. Preparation in the leading countries. The foregoing description tells in general terms the story of the most approved methods of harvesting, shelling, and cleaning the coffee beans. The following paragraphs will describe those features of the processes that are peculiar to the more important large producing countries, and that differ in details or in essentials from the methods just outlined. In the Western Hemisphere. Brazil. The operation of some of the large plantations in Brazil, a number of which have more than 1,000,000 trees, requires a large number and a great variety of preparation machines and equipment. Generally considered, the state of São Paulo is better equipped with approved machinery than any other commercial district in the world. In Brazil, coffee plantations are known as fazendas, and the proprietors as fazendeiros, terms that are the equivalent of landed estates and landed proprietors. Practically every fazenda in Brazil of any considerable commercial importance is equipped with the most modern of coffee cleaning equipment. Some of the larger ones in the state of São Paulo, like the Dumont and the Schmidt estates, are provided with private railways connecting the fazendas with the main railroad line some miles away, and also have miniature railway systems running through the fazendas to move the coffee from one harvesting and cleaning operation to another. The coffee is carried in small cars that are either pushed by a laborer or are drawn by horse or mule. Some of the larger fazendas cover thousands of acres and have several millions of trees, giving the impression of an unending forest stretching far away into the horizon. Here and there are openings in which buildings appear, the largest group of structures usually consisting of those making up the cavezal, or cleaning plant. Near by stand the handsome palaces of the fazendeiros, but not so close that the coffee princes and their households will be disturbed by the almost constant rumble of machinery and the voices of the workers. Brazilian fazendeiros follow the methods described in the foregoing in preparing their coffee for market, using the most modern of the equipment detailed under the story of the wet method of preparation. On most of the fazendas, the machinery is operated by steam or electricity, the latter coming more and more into use each year in all parts of the coffee-growing region. In some districts, however, far in the interior, there are still to be found small plantations where primitive methods of cleaning are even now practiced. Producing but a small quantity of coffee, possibly for only local use, the cherries may be freed of their parchment by macerating the husks by hand labor in a large mortar. On still another plantation, the old-time bucket and beam crusher perhaps may be in use. This consists of a beam pivoted on an upright, upon which it moves freely up and down. On one end of the beam is an open bucket, and on the other a heavy stone. Water runs into the bucket until its weight causes the stone end of the beam to rise. When the bucket reaches the ground, the water is emptied, and the stone crashes down on the coffee cherries lying in a large mortar. The workers on some of the largest Brazilian fazendas would constitute the population of a small city, more than 1,000 families often finding continuous employment in cultivating, harvesting, cleaning, and transporting the coffee to market. For the most part, the workers are of Italian extraction, who have almost altogether superseded the Indian and Negro laborers of the early days. The workers live on the fazendas in quarters provided by the fazendeiros, and are paid a weekly or monthly wage for their services. Or they may enter upon a year's contract to cultivate the trees, receiving extra pay for picking and other work. Brazil, in the past, has experimented with the slave system, with government colonization, with cooperative planting, with the harvesting system, and with the share system. And some features of all these plans, except slavery, which was abolished in 1888, are still employed in various parts of the country, although the wage system predominates. Brazil has 6 gradings for its Sao Paulo coffees, which are also classified as Bourbon Santos, Flat Bean Santos, and Mocha Seed Santos. Rio coffees are graded by the number of imperfections for New York, and as washed and unwashed for Havre. Colombia. Practically all the countries of the Western Hemisphere producing coffee in large quantities for export trade use the cleaning and grading machines specified in the first part of this chapter, and the installation of the equipment is increasing as its advantages become better known. In Colombia now, 1922, next to Brazil, the world's largest producer, the wet method of preparing the coffee for market is most generally followed, the drying processes often being a combination of sun and drying machines. Many plantations have their own hulling equipment, but much of the crop goes in the cherry to local commercial centers, where there are establishments that make a specialty of cleaning and grading the coffee. The Colombia coffee crop is gathered twice a year, the principal one in March and April, and the smaller one in November and December, although some picking is done throughout the year. For this labor, native Indian and Negro women are preferred, as they are more rapid, skillful, and careful in handling the trees. Contrary to the method in Brazil, where the tree at one handling is stripped of its entire bearings, ripe and unripe fruit, here only the fully ripened fruit is picked. That necessitates going over the ground several times as the berries progressively ripen. More time is consumed in this laborious operation, but it is believed that thereby a better crop of more uniform grade is obtained, and in the aggregate with less waste of time and effort. Colombian planters classify their coffees as café trelado, natural or sun-dried, café lavado, washed, café en pergamino, washed and dried in the parchment. They grade them as excelso, excellent, fantasia, excelso and extra, 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 primera, first, segundo, second, caracol, pea-berry, monstruo, large and deformed, consumo, defective, and casilla, siftings. Venezuela. Venezuela employs both the dry and the wet methods of preparation, producing both washed and commons, and also, like Colombia, has a large part of the coffee cleaned in the trading centers of the various coffee districts. Dry or unwashed coffees are known as trilado, milled, and compose the bulk of the country's output. Venezuela's plantation working forces are largely natives of Indian descent and Negroes, some of them coming during harvesting season from adjoining Colombia, and returning there after the picking is done. The resident workers labor under a sort of peonage system, which is tacitly recognized by both employee and employer, although no laws of peonage or slavery have ever existed in Venezuela. Under this system, the laborers live in little colonies scattered over the haciendas, as the coffee plantations are called in Venezuela. Company stores keep them supplied with all their wants. Modern plantation machinery is very scarce. The ancient method of hulling coffee in a circular trough, where the dried berries are crushed by heavy wooden wheels drawn by oxen, is still a common sight in Venezuela. In preparing washed coffees, some planters ferment the pulped coffee under water, wet fermentation process, while others ferment without water, dry fermentation. The principal ports of shipments for Venezuela coffees are La Guaira, Puerto Cabello, and Maracaibo. Caracas, the capital, is 5 miles in an air line from the port of La Guaira, but in ascending the 3,000 feet of altitude to the city, the railroad twists and turns among the mountains for a distance of 24 miles. By rail or motor, the trip is one of much charm and great beauty. Salvador. The planters in Salvador favor the dry method of coffee preparation, and the bulk of the crop is natural or unwashed. Guatemala. Most Guatemalas are prepared for market by the wet method. The gathering of the crops furnishes employment for half the population. German and American settlers have introduced the latest improvements in modern plantation machinery into Guatemala. Mexico. In Mexico, coffee is harvested from November to January, and large quantities are prepared by both the dry and the wet methods, the latter being practiced on the larger estates that have the necessary water supply and can afford the machinery. Here, too, one will find coffee being cleaned by the primitive hand mortar and wind winnowing method. Laborers are mostly half-breeds and Indians. Chinese coolies have been tried and found satisfactory, and some Japanese are utilized, though not largely. Haiti. In Haiti, the picking season is from November to March. In recent years, better attention has been paid to cultural and preparation methods, and the product is more favorably regarded commercially. Large quantities are shipped to France and Belgium, and much of that sent to the United States is reshipped to France, Belgium, and Germany, where it is sorted by hand. Both dry and wet methods are employed in Haiti. Puerto Rico. Here, planters favor the wet method of coffee preparation. The crop is gathered from August to December. The coffees are graded as caracollo, pea-berry, primero, hand-picked, segundo, second grade, trio, low grade. Nicaragua. The wet method of coffee preparation is mostly favored in Nicaragua. Many of the large plantations are worked by colonies of Americans and Germans who are competent to apply the abundant natural water power of the country to the operation of modern coffee cleaning machinery. Costa Rica. Costa Rica was one of the first countries of the Western world to use coffee cleaning machinery. Marcus Mason, an American mechanical engineer, then managing an iron foundry in Costa Rica, invented 3 machines that would respectively peel off the husk, remove the parchment and pulp, and winnow the light refuse from the beans. The inventor gave his original demonstration to the planters of San Jose in 1860, and duplicates were installed on all the large plantations. In the course of the next 30 years, Mason brought out other machines until he had developed a complete line that was largely used on coffee plantations in all parts of the world. In the Eastern Hemisphere. Modern cleaning machinery and methods of preparation are employed to some extent in the large coffee-producing countries of the Eastern Hemisphere, and do not differ materially from those of the Western. Arabia. In Arabia, the fruit ripens in August or September, and picking continues from then until the last fruits ripen late in the March following. The cherries, as they are picked, are left to dry in the sun on the housetop terrace or on a floor of beaten earth. When they have become partly dry, they are held between 2 small stones, one of which is stationary, while the other is worked by the hand power of 2 men who rotate it quickly. Further drying of the hulled berry follows. It is then put into bags of closely woven aloe fiber, lined with matting made of palm leaves. It is next sent to the local market at the foot of the mountain. There, on regular market days, the Turkish or Arabian merchants or their representatives buy and dispatch their purchases by camel train to Hodeidah or Aden. The principal primary market in recent years has been the city of Beit el-Fakih. In Aden and Hodeidah, the bean is submitted to further cleaning by the principal foreign export houses to whom it has come from the mountains in rather dirty condition. Indian women are the sole laborers employed in these cleaning houses. First, the coffee beans are separated from the dry, empty husks by tossing the whole into the air from bamboo trays, the workers deftly permitting the husks to fly off while the beans are caught again in the tray. The beans are then surface cleaned by passing them gently between 2 very primitive grindstones worked by men. A third process is the complete clearing of the bean from the silver skin, and it is then ready for the final hand picking. Women are called into service again, and they pick out the refuse husks, Quaker or black, beans, green or immature beans, white beans, and broken beans, leaving the good beans to be weighed and packed for shipment. The cleaned beans are known as bun safi. The husks become kishar. Some of the poorer beans also are sold, principally to France and to Egypt. Hand power machinery is used to a slight extent, but mostly the old-fashioned methods hold sway. The Yemen or Arabian bale or package is unique. It is made up of 2 fiber wrappers, one inside the other. The inside one is called atal or daruf. It is made from cut and plaited leaves of nekel duin or nargil, a species of palm. The outer covering, called the garer, is a sack made of woven aloe fiber. The Bedouins weave these covers and bring them to the export merchants at Aden and Hodeidah. A mocha bundle contains 1, 2, or 4 fiber packages or bales. When the bundle contains 1 bale, it is known as a half. When it contains 2, it is known as quarters, and when it contains 4, it is known as eighths. Arabian coffee for Boston used to be packed in quarters only. For San Francisco and New York, in quarters and eighths. The Longberry Abyssinian coffees were formerly packed in quarters only. Since the World War, however, there has been a scarcity of packing materials, and packing in quarters and eighths has stopped. Now all Mocha as well as Harar coffee comes in halves. A half weighs 80 kilos or 176 pounds net, although a few exporters ship halves of 160 pounds. Abyssinia. Little machinery is used in the preparation of coffee in Abyssinia. None in preparing the coffee known as Abyssinian, which is the product of wild trees, and only in a few instances in cleaning the Harari coffee, the fruit of cultivated trees. Both classes are raised mostly by natives who adhere to the old-time dry method of cleaning. In Harar, the coffee is sometimes hulled in a wooden mortar, but for the most part it is sent to the brokers in parchment and cleaned by primitive hand methods after its arrival in the trading centers. Angola. In Angola, the coffee harvest begins in June, and it is often necessary for the government to lend native soldiers to the planters to aid in harvesting, as the labor supply is insufficient. After picking, the beans are dried in the sun from 14 to 40 days, depending upon the weather. After drying, they are brought to the hulling and winnowing machines. There are now about 24 of these machines in the Kazengo and Golongo districts, all manufactured in the United States and giving satisfactory results. They are operated by natives. A condition adversely affecting the trade has been the low price that Angola coffee commands in European markets. The cost of production per arroba, 33 pounds, on the Kazengo plantations is $1.23, while Lisbon market quotations average $1.50, leaving only 27 cents for railway transport to Luanda and ocean freight to Lisbon. It has been unprofitable to ship to other markets on account of the preferential export duties. A part of the product is now shipped to Hamburg, where it is known as the Kazengo brand. Next to Mocha, the Kazengo coffee is the smallest bean that is to be found in the European markets. Java and Sumatra. The coffee industry in Java and Sumatra, as well as in the other coffee-producing regions of the Dutch East Indies, was begun and fostered under the paternal care of the Dutch government. And for that reason, machine cleaning has always been a noteworthy factor in the marketing of these coffees. Since the government relinquished its control over the so-called government estates, European operators have maintained the standard of preparation, and have adopted new equipment as it was developed. The majority of estates producing considerable quantities of coffee use the same types of machinery as their competitors in Brazil and other Western countries. In Java, free labor is generally employed, while on the east coast of Sumatra the work is done by contract, the workers usually being bound for 3 years. In both islands the laborers are mostly Javanese coolies. Under the contract system, the worker is subject to laws that compel him to work and prevent him from leaving the estate until the contract period expires. Under the free labor system, the laborer works as his whims dictate. This forces the estate manager to cater to his workers and to build up an organization that will hold together. As an example of the working of the latter system, this outline by John A. Fowler, United States Trade Commissioner, of the organization of a leading estate in Java will indicate the general practice in vogue. The manager of this estate has had full control for 20 years and knows the adat, tribal customs of his people, and the individual peculiarities of the leaders. This estate has been described as having one of the most perfect estate organizations in Java. It consists of 2 divisions of 3,449 buos, about 6,048 acres in all, of which 2,500 buos are in rubber and coffee, and 550 in sisal. The remainder includes rice fields, timber, nurseries, bamboo, teak, pastures, villages, roads, canals, etc. The foreign staff is under the supervision of a general manager, and consists of the following personnel: a chief garden assistant of Section 1, who has under him 4 section assistants and a native staff; a chief garden assistant of Section 2, who has under him 3 section assistants, an apprentice assistant, and a native staff; a chief factory assistant, who has under him an assistant machinist, an apprentice assistant, and a native staff; and finally a bookkeeper. The term garden means the area under cultivation. The bookkeeper, a man of mixed blood, handles all the general accounting, accumulating the reports sent in by the various assistants. The 2 chief garden assistants are responsible to the manager for all work outside the factory, except the construction of new buildings, which is in charge of the chief factory assistant. The 2 divisions of the estate are subdivided into 7 agricultural sections, each section being in full charge of an assistant. A section may include coffee, rubber, sisal, teak, bamboo, a coagulation station, and nurseries. The assistant's duties include the supervision of road building and repairs, building repairs, transportation, paying the labor, and the supervision of section accounts. The factory includes a water power plant delivering, through an American water wheel and by cable, 250 horsepower to the main shafting, an auxiliary steam plant of 150 horsepower as a reserve, a rubber mill, a coffee mill, 3 sisal stripping machines, smokehouses, drying fields and houses for sisal, drying floors and houses for coffee, sorting rooms, blacksmith shop, machine shop, brass fitting foundry, packing houses, warehouses, and other equipment. The factory is in charge of a first assistant who is a machinist, with a European staff consisting of a machinist and an apprentice assistant. The chief garden assistant is paid 350 to 400 florins, and the garden assistants start at 200 florins per month, with graduated yearly increases up to 300 florins per month, a florin equal to 40 cents. The chief factory assistant receives 300 florins, and the machinist and bookkeeper 250 florins each. The mandor in charge of the air and kiln drying of coffee gets 25 florins per month, and the mandor at the coffee mill 20 florins. A woman mandor in charge of the coffee sorters receives 0.5 florin per day and 0.01 florin each for sewing the bags. This woman supervises all the sorters, fixes their status, and inspects their work. Unskilled labor, male, receives 0.4 florin per day in the coffee sheds, and the women sorters are paid 0.5 florin per picule of 136 pounds, measured before sorting. These women are graded into 3 classes: those who can sort 1 picule in a day, those who can sort 3/4 of a picule, and those who can sort but 1/2 of a picule in a day. Some of these women become very expert in sorting, and the quality of the output of a factory is largely dependent on an ample supply of expert sorters. Many years are required to develop an adequate personnel for this department. End of section 30.